In the vast space outside the Dongqing College, the crowd was instantly stirred up. Those arrogant words made them feel like even their heads were going to explode. If Yi Futian's assassination could not be investigated clearly within 7 days, the cottage would take over Chaoga City, and the Dongqing College would no longer need to exist. Is she mad? Cottage and little brother. Many people were extremely shocked. The identity of the fairy-like lady was already blatantly obvious. The eldest disciple of the cottage was the Sword Saint. The third disciple Gu Donglu, fourth disciple Shuiyi, and fifth disciple Luofan had already gone down the mountain one after another. The identity of the person who had just appeared was clear. The second disciple of the cottage had come down from the Book Mountain. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain to challenge the Fuyun Sword Clan, while the third disciple went down the mountain to eliminate a top-tier force. Now, the second disciple had come down as well. With just a few sentences, she made everyone remember her. The cottage was still the cottage, and nothing had changed. Furthermore, this time, not only was she overbearing, but she was also beautiful. Of course, everyone knew what Zhugehui meant. Yi Futian encountered the incident in Chaoga City, so clearly the Qin dynasty had to be responsible. This was the Qin dynasty's territory, and the cottage was invited here to participate in the grand events held by the Qin dynasty. Her little brother was almost assassinated, and the Qin dynasty was still holding the contest here. Did they even bother about the incident? Did they bother about the cottage? At the moment, the assassin was already dead. If there was even someone who could find the culprit, it had to be the Qin dynasty. If they could not, the cottage would take over Chaoga City to continue the investigation. Such a domineering attitude meant that if the culprit behind Yi Futian's assassination was not found, the cottage would turn Chaoga City upside down. The words from the second disciple represented the will and determination of the cottage. Nobody could assassinate a cottage disciple. The culprit behind the incident this time must be caught at all costs. Otherwise, it might happen again in the future. The charming figure had already vanished, but everyone was still gazing at the sky. They knew that it was not her real body but rather made from spiritual will. This was certainly a very astonishing method. Before she even arrived, her will already reached the Qin dynasty and said those words. The cottage was thus both hated and respected by everyone. However, in the depth of their hearts, everyone hoped that they could cultivate in such a place. "Why don't I have a senior like this?" Lu Feiyang said, sounding depressed. "Qinyu, do you think I should ask Yi Futian if the cottage is still admitting disciples?" Lu Qinyu rolled her eyes at Lu Feiyang and said with total contempt, "You? Forget about it. What kind of place was the cottage? Till now, there were only 8 disciples." "Hey, what's that look?" Lu Feiyang said, noticing the contemptuous look from his sister. "Is she even my real sister?" Among the crowd from the Moon Clan, Chu Yaoyao seemed very lost. By looking at appearance alone, she, as the virgin of the Moon Clan, was naturally as good as the lady that had just appeared. However, the lady was the second disciple of the cottage. Her arrival was sufficient to make everyone else pale into insignificance. Chu Yaoyao could imagine that if she, the virgin of the Moon Clan, was beside the second disciple of the cottage, her aura would be destroyed instantly. An intense desire filled the eyes of Chu Yaoyao. Every lady would hope that her power would match her appearance. Only then could she be called unparalleled. She was Yi Futian's senior, and she came for Yi Futian. In the direction where the people from the Royal Shen Temple were at, Hishiro's body trembled slightly and her face turned pale. She lowered her head gently, not wanting the others to notice her state of mind. She had always been very confident about the plan. Whether it succeeded or failed, she believed that nobody would suspect her. That was because everything was carried out secretly. Nobody here knew Hu Tong's real identity. To the various top forces, he was only an insignificant figure. However, at the moment, Hishiro was somewhat shaken. She knew well that as long as something was done, there would surely be traces left behind, and there would be loopholes. The crucial thing was whether they had the abilities and determination to find out. The arrival of the second disciple of the cottage made her see this determination. She suddenly realized that she was not as confident as she once thought. At the moment, she was somewhat scared. Was there really something that could remain hidden forever? After their astonishment, Everyone looked at the group from the Dongqing College and stared at Qin. The second disciple of the cottage was so overbearing. What would the Qin dynasty do? Zhuge Hui straightforwardly announced that the contest in the Dongqing College would end right now. Obviously, she was unhappy about the Qin dynasty's attitude. Qin stood there and was very quiet as if he was thinking. After a while he scanned everyone and said, "She's right. The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible that such a thing happened in Chaoga City. Hence, we will cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit. After 7 days, the contest will resume." After speaking, Qin turned around and left. The entire place was stirred up once again. Did Qin, the prince of the Qin dynasty, actually compromise? This was really crazy. Was Qin afraid of the second disciple of the cottage that just appeared? Although the second disciple of the cottage had come here for a just reason, the opposite party was the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan after all. Qin compromise was still very unexpected and puzzling. This did not seem like the Qin dynasty's style at all. The two top forces allied and established the Dongqing College together in order to fight against the college and the cottage. Therefore, the compromise this time would make them look weaker in comparison. At the moment, Qin was walking towards the interior of the Dongqing College. The people from the Dongqing College were also staring at him. They were extremely unhappy, but since Qin had said so, the contest could only end. Everyone stepped out one after another and walked towards the Dongqing College. When Qin reached the gates of the Dongqing College, he suddenly stopped. The destroyed gates were particularly glaring. Looking at the scene in front of him, a mocking smile flashed across his face. Then he continued walking and stepped into the Dongqing College. Chaoga City was shocked by the words of Zhuge Hui. Countless people started discussing the second disciple of the cottage. For a while, Zhuge Hui became the spotlight of Chaoga City. Everyone was guessing how strong the second disciple of the cottage was. From her words, she should be no weaker than the third disciple, Gu Donglu. When the news spread to the inn, Shui sighed with emotion. Even after leaving the mountain, the sister was still so fierce. However, it was the Qin dynasty who faced her this time. After hearing the news, Mountain Elder Zhu Qing was stunned for a long while and sighed uncontrollably. Later waves are stronger and higher than the former. At the moment, the world was already dominated by the younger generation. She thought that her actions were already sufficiently overbearing. However, when the second disciple of the cottage came from the mountain, her mere few words already made Zhu Qing speechless. In comparison, her response was indeed too mild. Chaoga City became tenser because of Zhuge Hui's words. The Qin dynasty also started to investigate the incident. They even started asking the various top forces where all their disciples had been and whom they had had contact with on the day of the assassination attempt. Of course, all the investigations were being carried out secretly and not openly. Otherwise, it would cause all the top forces to lose their faces. Moreover, everyone saw the entire event. Although the Qin dynasty was investigating and the top forces were unhappy about it, they could not blame the Qin dynasty. Everyone saw the domineering attitude of the cottage for themselves. Apart from the Qin dynasty, the college was also busy carrying out the investigation. An invisible pressure engulfed the entire Chaoga City, especially the region around the Dongqing College. Very soon, another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the contest in the Dongqing College was cancelled, but the people from the top forces could not leave, and they were very unhappy. However, they also wanted to see what this incident would eventually evolve into. At the moment, in a famous restaurant, many people from the top forces were drinking. At the same time, they were paying close attention to the progress of the situation. Suddenly, someone said in a sarcastic tone, "The Qin dynasty is really working hard for this. The Qin dynasty is indeed responsible for this incident. If they don't find out the real culprit, they are highly suspicious themselves." From what the second disciple of the cottage said, if they don't find the culprit in 7 days, there will probably be a fight. Even the Qin dynasty is not ready for a real war. Therefore, they could only help in the investigation, someone said, smiling. The person who spoke was from the Fuyun Sword clan. They had been unhappy with the cottage all along. Does anyone know the progress of the investigation? Someone from the Ji family asked, appearing to be discussing only for fun. I heard that the Qin dynasty has ordered the Yin family and other major families of Chaoga City to investigate and spread the order down the chain so that the major and minor forces could all help in the investigation. They are checking everyone's whereabouts on the day of the assassination attempt. I even heard that the Qin dynasty has listed all those who have gone out on that day as suspicious targets to investigate one by one. Now, they have probably already filtered out a few, someone said. Everyone's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the Qin dynasty was really using its strong influence over Chaoga City this time. Chaoga City was, after all, Qin dynasty's territory. Before one of the tables, He Shiro and Luo Junlin were sitting together. Some panic flashed across He Shiro's eyes. When she gave Hu Tong the order that time, she had of course gone out of the inn allocated to the royal Shen temple. Was the Qin dynasty trying to turn Chaoga City upside down? Luo Junlin stared at He Shiro. He had faintly felt threatened. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, Zhuge Hui obtained a stack of paper, on which there were many names listed. Furthermore, the things they had done on the day of assassination were also clearly indicated. It was sent here by the Qin dynasty. Little brother, take a look. Zhuge Hui gave the name list to Yi Futian. Yi Futian took it and then read through the contents carefully. After reading all the information, he took out one piece of paper and stared at one spot. There, a name was written, He Shiro. He Shiro was the daughter of the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple. In the evening on the day of the assassination, she left the inn alone and went somewhere nearby, returning after a short while. Nobody knew where exactly she went and whom she met. Yi Futian clearly remembered He Shiro. She was Luo Junlin's girlfriend. The people in the name list were all from top forces. He Shiro was the only person he had enmity with. She had sufficient reasons and motivations to harm him. That day, everyone saw him defeat Qian Shanmu and Qin Mang, displaying his talents. Luo Junlin and He Shiro should understand that after a few years, he would be able to kill Luo Junlin. Thinking about this, Yi Futian extended his finger and pointed at He Shiro's name. Royal Xian Temple, He Shiro. Zhuge Hui looked at where Yu Futian was pointing at and asked, Little brother, you suspect her? Yu Futian told Zhuge Hui about some of the things that had happened in the Kangyi kingdom during that time. Then he said, Second sister, I can't be sure either. Furthermore, this name list is provided by the Qin dynasty. I can only say that there is quite a high probability that she did this. Zhuge Hui nodded. Obviously, she also knew that if the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty, they would try to lead the cottage towards a wrong direction. Since you think that she is highly suspicious, that's sufficient. If she really did it, she wouldn't be able to run away. A smile appeared on Zhuge Hui's face. She stood up and said, Let's go. Sister, where are we going? Shui asked. We'll go and constrain all the people from the royal Xian temple, Zhuge Hui said emotionlessly. Shui felt somewhat speechless. The sister was indeed the sister. No evidence was needed. Since the little brother believed that He Shiro was highly suspicious, they would constrain all the people first and then investigate. They would investigate each person in the name list one by one. If they were all not guilty, then it had to be the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the disciples of the royal Xian temple were busy doing their own business. Some were cultivating in the inn, while others were outside inquiring news about the assassination. Just like the other top forces, they were curious as to who the culprit was. Would the incident eventually trigger a battle between the top forces? Outside of the inn, two disciples of the royal Xian temple were chatting casually. Suddenly, a group of cultivators walked over from afar and went to different spots around the inn, as if they were trying to surround the inn. What happened? The disciples of the royal Xian temple were stunned. There from the college, their faces turned pale. Then they turned around and returned to the inn to report the observation. Soon, the people from the royal Xian temple inside the inn were all shocked by the news. What exactly is happening? Many cultivators from the royal Xian temple ran out of the inn, and they were led by an elder from the temple. He looked at the people in front of him and said, What are you doing here? Shui walked forward and asked coldly, Is He Shiro here? Immediately, the looks of all the people from the royal Xian temple froze. With such a formation, it was obvious why the college was looking for He Shiro. Everyone knew what the college was investigating in Chaoga City recently. In this instant, the people from the royal Xian temple suddenly recalled the events that had happened in the Kangyi kingdom a year ago. The face of many people instantly darkened. Did Hishiro do this? At the moment, Hishiro and Luo Junlin were together. The inn was a mess and there were people moving about all the time. Hishiro obviously knew what was happening. Her face turned extremely pale. Was she still exposed in the end? But how was this possible? The assassin was dead and there were no witnesses. Even if the college had some clues, they had no reasons to arrest her. Suddenly, a palm grabbed her hand firmly. Beside her, Luo Junlin said gently, "Shiro, no matter what happens, I will be with you." Hishiro's eyes turned red instantly. She held Luo Junlin's hand tightly and determination flashed across her eyes. Turning her head, she stared at Luo Junlin and said gently, "No. If something happens, I will take all the responsibility. Promise me that you will live." At this point, she was already preparing for the worst. She knew that if the cottage believed firmly that she did this, nobody would be able to keep her life. Even her father, the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple, could not as well. "No." A painful expression appeared on Luo Junlin's face. Hishiro smiled gently at him. Then she tiptoed and kissed Luo Junlin on his lips, after which she said softly, "You are not involved in this in the first place. I don't want anything to happen to you. Promise me. All right?" An extremely agonizing look appeared in Luo Junlin's eyes. He hugged Hishiro tightly. Suddenly, they heard a whiz. Hishiro broke free from Luo Junlin's embrace, and her look turned firm again as she stared at the incoming person. "Hishiro, the elder wants to meet you," the person said. "All right." Hishiro nodded. Then, she let go of Luo Junlin's hand and said gently, "Stay here." After she finished speaking, she followed the person and left. After a while, Hishiro came out of the inn. She looked at the people from the college. "Did you plan this alone, or was it the intention of the royal Xian temple?" Shuiyi asked, looking at Hishiro. "I don't understand what you were talking about." Hishiro looked at Shuiyi emotionlessly. She would not sit still and wait for death. The royal Xian temple was also a top force in the Eastern Barren territory. Hutong was already dead, so even if the college had some clues, they had no solid evidence. How could they be so sure that it was her? "You don't want to admit it?" Shuiyi said coldly. "Does the college think that I planned to assassinate Yi Futian?" Hishiro looked at Shuiyi and sneered. "Why? It doesn't matter if you admit or not. The college will go to the royal Xian city and investigate all the places you have been to and all the people you have met with this year. Do you think that you can run away?" Shuiyi continued. "You will never be able to find out something that I didn't do." Hishiro's voice sounded confident, as if she was trying to cover her guilty conscience. At the moment, she felt extremely cold. She knew that she might be totally done for. However, she was not resigned to her fate and still had a last sense of hope. She did not want to give up now. "Since this is the case, I hope that the royal Xian temple can cooperate for a few days and not leave the inn," Shuiyi said again. The eyes of the elder from the royal Xian temple sparkled, and he said coldly, "Before everything is investigated clearly, the college has already surrounded the inn. Now you even want to ground us here. Isn't it too much? If we have really confirmed the culprit, do you think we will only ask you to simply stay here?" Shuiyi said coldly. "This better not be the intention of the royal Xian temple. Otherwise, it will involve more than just all of you." The faces of the people from the royal Xian temple were all gloomy. He was really too arrogant. The elder of the royal Xian temple flicked his sleeves and turned around, walking into the inn. He was extremely angry at the moment, not only at the college but also at Hishiro. Since the college was suspecting Hishiro, it was very likely to be true. If they really find out that Hishiro did this idiotic woman could die and nobody would pity her. After the news spread, Chaoga City was shocked. Was everything actually planned by the royal Xian temple? It was said that Luo Junlin, the man whom Hishiro liked, was a genius in the royal Xian temple. He cultivated under the fifth lord of the royal Xian temple and was from the 100 Lands, a wild region, just like Yi Futian. There was a deep hatred between the two of them. Therefore, did Hishiro plan this because she was afraid that Yi Futian would threaten Luo Junlin's life after becoming stronger? If this was really the case, she was really a pathetic woman. She tried to assassinate a cottage disciple for a man. When the people from the college surrounded the inn the royal Xian temple was staying at, Luo Junlin did not even show up. Women were easily affected by emotions and carried away by love. However, Luo Junlin was not like her. Soon, there was news that the college had sent cultivators to the royal Xian city at the southern part of the eastern Barren territory. They even brought the corpse of the assassin there. If the assassination was really planned by Hishiro, she would certainly not be able to escape the consequences. It seemed that the domineering words left by the second disciple of the cottage outside the Dongqin College that day were indeed effective. Clearly, the Qin dynasty had helped in the investigation. Otherwise, it would definitely not be so efficient. After all, it happened in Chaoga City. All the pressure fell on the people from the Royal Shen Temple. The people from the other forces all looked on the progress of the matter. Over these few days, the people from the Royal Shen Temple were grounded and could not leave the inn. Once again, the people from Chaoga City saw the overbearing attitude of the college and the cottage. Obviously, if the assassination was the intention of the Royal Shen Temple, all the cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple in Chaoga City would probably be killed. A few days later, in the inn where the Royal Shen Temple was at, a group of mighty cultivators arrived in the air. When they arrived, they glanced coldly at the crowd surrounding the inn. The eyes of their leader were filled with coldness as he said emotionlessly, "You surrounded the people of my Royal Shen Temple before even investigating the matter clearly. Very well." As he finished speaking, he stepped into the inn directly. Many people flashed forward and bowed to salute. "Greetings, Fifth Lord." The Fifth Lord of the Royal Shen Temple, Hiyulu, had arrived. His daughter, Hishiro, also appeared in front of him. "Follow me." Hiyulu stopped and brought Hishiro away. They came to the courtyard where Hishiro was staying at. With his back facing Hishiro, Hiyulu asked coldly, "Why did you do this?" "Dad." Hishiro raised her head and looked at her father. "A few months ago, something happened in the Royal Xian City. An Arcana Plane cultivator offended a powerful family and his entire family was threatened. You helped him to solve the issue, right?" Hiyulu turned around and looked at Hishiro. Hishiro's face turned completely pale. "Since I could find out about this, do you think that the college cannot?" Some pain could be seen in Hiyulu's cold eyes. She was his daughter, his biological daughter. However, now she had made a fatal mistake. "Dad." Hishiro's eyes turned totally red. She knew that she could hide it no more. Hiyulu looked at his daughter and his heart also softened. He sighed. "I have already settled Hu Tong's family, but it is very difficult to conceal the truth from the college." "Shiro, why did you do this? Did he encourage you?" Hishiro trembled. She obviously knew whom his father was referring to. "Dad, I decided this myself." He did not know about it beforehand. Hishiro said, her eyes becoming red. "At this point, I will take all the responsibilities. Dad, I am unfilial. If something happens and I cannot serve you in the future, please forgive me." Seeing Hishiro's tears flowing out, Hiyulu felt somewhat sorrowful. In his heart, he hated the college and the cottage. If he was strong enough, the college and the cottage would not be able to bully them to this extent. If he was strong enough, the cottage would not be able to do anything to his daughter since Yifutian was still alive. However, precisely because he was not strong enough, he knew well that once the cottage found out everything, they would definitely not let his daughter off. "Dad, I don't really have any wishes. I only hope that if something happens to me, you can protect him," Hishiro begged her father. She knew that after everything was exposed, Yifutian would surely not let Luo Junlin off, even though she was the one who planned the assassination. "You are still thinking for him," Hiyulu said angrily. "If it were not for him, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I regret taking him as my disciple that time. Dad, I really beg you. This is my last wish." Hishiro's face was wet with tears. Hiyulu's heart twitched and he clenched his fists. It was hard to keep a grown girl at home. Since the situation had already progressed to this extent, what else could he say? Could he blame Hishiro? A group walked in the air above the inn that the college stayed at, then descended. Those who went to investigate the Royal Shen City had come back too. They brought the results with them. In the Royal Shen City, Shiro had come in contact with someone named Hu Tong. According to someone who knew him, Hu Tong was in the upper Arcana Plane with Earth elemental power. Shiro had helped Hu Tong's family before. Then Hu Tong disappeared. People from the college quickly went to find Hutong's family but found that they disappeared a few days before they went to Royal Xian City. As the controller of the city, the Royal Xian Temple could definitely make someone disappear without a trace. When the news was brought back, everything became clear. However, the person was dead and the family had disappeared. There was no proof. Over by the cottage group, Zhuge Hui and the others sat together. Hearing this, Zhuge Hui smirked. No proof? Junior, let's go, she said to Yi Futian with a smile. It was already so clear. Was there still a need for proof? It was up to judicial discretion. Whether the evidence was destroyed or not, it was unimportant. Okay. After hearing the news, Yi Futian understood as well. Shiro was definitely the culprit. That day, this woman had gone to Kangyi to pressure his friends and family for Luo Junlin, threatening Kangyi and taking away his relatives. Now, she killed someone for Luo Junlin. She was unforgivable. Back then, he hadn't entered the cottage yet and had just returned to Kangyi to wait for everyone's invitations. He didn't have the ability to touch the princess of the Royal Xian Temple. Now, the college and cottage would stand up for him. His second senior sister would personally go help him. He wasn't solving it himself, but this feeling was still heartwarming. The group strode towards where the Royal Xian Temple group was. People gathered wherever they went, creating a terrible flood that followed the college. This matter had caused a great commotion in Chaoga City these few days. The inn where the college stayed was always surrounded by people waiting to hear the results. Now, the college's investigator had returned and they walked out. The people knew that the matter was about to be resolved. The powerful cultivators gathered at the Royal Xian Temple's inn. There were many people waiting there too, including people from the top forces. They all wanted to see the ending. An invisible pressure enveloped the inn. The strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple walked out and watched the college approach with cold expressions. The crowd cleared out a path. Hiyulu, the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple, walked out, looking at the college. What is the meaning of this? He asked, expression cold and indifferent. Zhuge Hui gazed at him and smiled. I'm sure the Royal Xian Temple is already clear on who orchestrated this. There's no need for me to explain who Hutong is. You hid his family to destroy everything, and I can ignore that. However, if anyone dares to stop me from taking the person, I will assume that this is not only Shiro's actions. Instead, it is the wish of the Royal Xian Temple in Chaoga City. Zhuge Hui's voice grew cold as she spoke. If that is the case, none of you will be able to leave. She didn't want to debate with the Royal Xian Temple. The cottage had their own rules, family would be untouched. As of now, Shiro seemed to be the only one responsible rather than the Royal Xian Temple. Then Shiro must take responsibility for it. However, if the Royal Xian Temple wanted to protect her, it would show that they approved of Shiro assassinating Yi Futian. In that case, they were also responsible. When Gu Donglu had gone down the mountain, he had only wanted to punish the culprit. However, the top forces tried to protect the man, leading to the disaster. Thinking of this, the people of the Royal Xian Temple grew uncomfortable. They were embarrassed by Zhuge Hui's threat and also furious for being involved because of Shiro's stupid actions. If not for the stupid woman, would this be happening? Now that the fifth lord was here, was he planning on protecting his daughter? If so, they believed the second disciple of the cottage would really do what she said. It wasn't as if the cottage had never done that before. Even the strong cultivators gazed at Hiyulu. Was he still not willing to turn his back on his family? Was he going to make everyone pay for Hishiro's stupidity? Everyone around them was shaken. They looked at the fairy-like woman. The second disciple of the cottage was so powerful. If anyone stopped her, no one from the Royal Xian Temple would be allowed to leave. She didn't even care if the fifth lord was before her. Hiyulu did not know what to do and didn't reply. He knew his daughter had made a grave mistake. She could be as stubborn as she wished, but she definitely should not try to assassinate a cottage disciple. But she was still his daughter. One could imagine how it must feel to give his own daughter up. Right now, he was full of fury and hatred towards the cottage. Just then, the Royal Xian Temple voluntarily moved aside. Two more figures walked over. At that moment, countless gazes fell on the one in front. It was Hishiro. Right now, she looked frail. However, her eyes were still cool and indignant as she looked coldly at the cottage. These people were here to force her to die. I sent the man, Shiro said, halting. She admitted it. With how things were, would the cottage give up if she denied it? Of course not. Shiro stared coldly at Jugahui. So she's the second disciple of the cottage. She was so domineering in how she bullied Shiro. Months ago, I saved Hutong's family, making him owe his life to me. I already started having these thoughts. Later, Hutong followed me and worked for me until he failed the assassination. Shiro recounted calmly. I am the only one responsible for everything. What did I do to you? Yifutian asked. Had she been planning his death since months ago? Just how much did she want to kill him? Because you're so talented. I'm sure that I'm not the only one. Many forces in the Eastern Barren Territory want you, and even the cottage, dead. They just didn't do anything. Shiro suddenly laughed. Everyone knew that she was speaking the truth. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun Sword clan all wanted the cottage wiped from existence. The cottage disciples were too talented and skilled. Their only crime was that they were too successful. To many people, the talents of the cottage disciples were a sin. Of course, Yi Futian's talent wasn't Shiro's only reason. More importantly, his talent threatened Luo Junlin. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I confess. Shiro spoke again. She was prepared to die. Shut your mouth, Hiyulu ordered coldly. He looked at Zhuge Hui. My daughter made a mistake because I failed in teaching her. Thankfully, nothing came out of it. Yifutian is still alive and well. I am willing to apologize and give whatever you request. Here, Hiyulu was still trying to save his daughter's life. Nothing came out of it? Zhuge Hui smiled sarcastically. The effect of an assassination attempt wasn't only the assassination. If she let it go just because Yifutian didn't die or only wanted compensation, wouldn't the other forces try it too? Do it yourself? Zhuge Hui asked Shiro, ignoring Hiyulu. Hishiro lowered her head, fists clenching weakly. Though she was ready, she still didn't want to die. Is that how overbearing the cottage is? Hiyulu asked coldly. Yifutian is alive, but you won't end this until she dies? Yes. Zhuge Hui only gave Hiyulu one word. Since you say I'm overbearing, then so be it. Crack. Hiyulu clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked. A wild aura spread from his body. Zhuge Hui looked at him. Her white dress fluttered, but not a bit of her aura flowed out. However, the calmer she was, the more scared the others became. If Hiyulu really dared to fight back, what would be the consequence? The people of the college walked forward. The assassination had failed, and now they called them overbearing? What a joke! The people of the Royal Xian Temple looked at Hiyulu nervously. If he really fought back, what would happen to them? Father, Shiro called. Hiyulu looked to his daughter and saw her shake her head. I did it, so I will bear it alone. Her eyes were red. She looked back at Luo Junlin, longing filling her eyes. Luo Junlin gazed at her with the same gentle and unwilling eyes. Father, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished, spiritual chi went wild around her and formed sharp daggers before her body. Then she closed her eyes. Shiro. Hiyulu's expression twisted in pain. He reached out to stop her. Father, don't forget what you promised me. When she spoke, she used her mind to guide the blades to her heart and relaxed her guard. There was a soft sound and the blades pierced her, staining her clothing red. Shiro's body went limp and collapsed. Hiyulu caught her. Shiro opened her eyes and looked at her father. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her body struggled in pain. She didn't want to die, but she had to. Finally, she closed her eyes and her aura disappeared. Hiyulu scanned the people before him with red eyes. The cottage forced my daughter to die. I, Hiyulu, will remember this, he said in a frigid tone. The cottage didn't force your daughter to die. It's your disciple and daughter's evil stupidity that killed her, Yifutian said coldly. The scene was very tragic and made people want to pity them. However, did they need pity? She had caused it and then turned to lash out at the cottage, making the cottage seem like they were bullies? Yifutian couldn't allow it. However, this wasn't over. Hiyulu raised his head and stared coldly at Yifutian. His daughter had died, but Yifutian still spoke so condescendingly. Don't look at me like that. Yifutian stared coldly back at him. I know you want to kill me. If I wasn't from the cottage, I'd be dead long ago. I wouldn't even be standing before you. 1 year ago, your daughter Hishiro brought Luo Junlin and people from the royal Xian temple to the Kangi kingdom. She threatened the kingdom to hand over my family. At that time, I didn't even know your daughter. Yi Futian stared at Hiyulu and said coldly, if I hadn't made a name for myself in the ancient barren world at that time, if strong cultivators from the Lu kingdom hadn't gone with me, what would the result be? My family would die horribly because of your daughter's name. I would also die quietly because, in your daughter's eyes, I'm nothing. Where were you, the father? Yi Futian's voice was frigid. Pitiful? There was nothing pitiful about Shiro. Should people pity her just because she was dead? Since when did Shiro care about anyone else's lives? Seeing Hiyulu's cold eyes, Yi Futian continued, perhaps you wouldn't care even if you knew. Someone so important like you won't care about the fates of those in the weak hundred lands. Their lives can't be compared to your daughter's life. At that time, have you ever thought of the term, bullying others with your power? No. For important people like you, it's natural to mistreat others. If the Royal Shen Temple can fight against the cottage, you won't even apologize. You will only think of bullying others with your power when you're powerless as you are now. Isn't that laughable? Hiyulu's expression was heavy. He couldn't refute it. Everyone else was very quiet as they listened to Yi Futian's interrogation. It was straightforward and realistic. This was the cultivation world. If Yi Futian wasn't from the cottage, he wouldn't be alive right now. The fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple wouldn't even know of his existence. Do you feel any guilt about Hu Tong's death? I heard that his entire family disappeared. You're the clearest about what you've done, Yi Futian said, sneering. You don't care about other people's lives, so what is pitiful about your daughter's death? It's karma. Even without this assassination attempt, Yi Futian would still have killed Shiro in the future. There was no reason except for what had happened in the Kangi kingdom back then. It was unforgivable. Junior, there's no need to say that to him. He won't understand, Zhuge Hui said. Their teacher had said that logic prevailed in this world. Hishiro had committed this crime, so she must bear responsibility for it. They wouldn't involve her relatives or family. It wasn't that they couldn't fight against the Royal Shen Temple. The assassin warranted a cleansing, but they didn't do it. Their teacher had told them that if they had weapons, the murderous aura would be created naturally. In the world of cultivation, it would be more dangerous for a stronger cultivator to go astray. If they didn't have principles, they would act as they wish and kill people like cutting grass. It would be a great sin. Virtue wasn't only one's plane of cultivation. Zhuge Hui knew that Hiyulu would hate the cottage and may even hurt them in the future, but they still held to their principle. She couldn't reach their teacher's plane, but the cottage acted without feeling guilty. Senior sister, the cottage can't be tainted by him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Hui. The cottage didn't need to give explanations, but he couldn't allow the cottage to be defamed. Right now, he viewed the cottage as his family. Zhuge Hui looked into Yi Futian's clear eyes and smiled brightly. Her junior brother was mischievous and great at flirting but was very pure. Their teacher would definitely like him. She didn't say anything else. Yi Futian was clear about things so he could take care of it. She stood behind him. The cottage would also stand behind him. Any disciple of the cottage could represent them all. Yi Futian continued looking at the Royal Shen Temple. No one is stupid here, he said. Shiro deserved to die, but it's sad because she fell for someone unreliable. All her evils were done for that person. Even now, he's still standing in the back, watching everything. Luo Junlin, don't you feel ashamed? As soon as he spoke, many people looked to Luo Junlin, including people from the Royal Xian Temple and Hiyulu. Luo Junlin's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian. Of course I feel ashamed. Because I'm powerless to take revenge for Shiro, he said coldly. Yi Futian scoffed. You're still pretending? If you truly love Shiro, why would you, a man, tell her about your hatred and what happened in the Hundred Lands? Why would you use her to borrow the Royal Shen Temple's power against me and Kangi? Yi Futian laughed coldly. If you didn't think of the consequences before, wouldn't you still know about Hu Tong and this assassination with your relationship with Shiro after I entered the cottage? Wouldn't you know the consequences then? Even if you didn't participate and this was Shiro's own idea, had you ever done anything to stop her? You stood in the back, watching everything, letting her kill me and take all the blame. Even now, you're standing in the back to protect yourself. Do you take the royal Shen temple or me as idiots? Yifutian stared coldly at Luo Junlin. Hishiro was dead and that was over. But how did everything start? It was because of the one behind her, Luo Junlin. The man's eyes were frigid. Yifutian's words all implied that Yifutian wanted him dead. Now his teacher looked over. His gaze was cold. "Teacher, I tried to stop Shiro," Luo Junlin said, voice pained as he clenched his fists. "Really?" Yifutian laughed. "Then why was Shiro the one who stood out instead of you? Everything she did was for you. Don't you think that it's more suitable for you to confess? If you gave yourself up, wouldn't my anger and the cottage's anger be extinguished? Wouldn't Shiro still be alive?" "Shut up." Luo Junlin's features turned menacing. "You forced Shiro to kill herself and are now putting all the blame on me. Are you angry from the shame?" Yifutian sneered. "Everyone can decide by themselves who is right or wrong. Luo Junlin, I always thought that our rivalries would be solved by ourselves. However, you keep pushing my bottom line. In that case, I won't play with you anymore." Luo Junlin had tried using the Royal Shen Temple and Shiro to kill him. All these tricks and the assassination had threatened his life. In that case, it should end now. Since you love Shiro, you must want to avenge her. "Now I will give you the chance," Yifutian said. "We will fight. Neither the cottage nor the Royal Shen Temple will interfere. Only one man may live." With that, he looked away from Luo Junlin to Hiyulu. "Your disciple can avenge your daughter's death now. I'm sure the Royal Shen Temple won't refuse." As he said that, he knew that Luo Junlin couldn't refuse. Even if the cottage didn't pressure him, Hiyulu definitely would. As expected, Hiyulu looked over as soon as he finished. It was an arcana against a dharma. Luo Junlin had entered the arcana plane last year while Yifutian was still a level. How could he let go of the chance for revenge? Luo Junlin stared at Yifutian. A fight to the death? He was so arrogant. Yifutian was strong. Luo Junlin had witnessed his performance at the Dongqing College's battle platform. But did he really look down upon Luo Junlin? "Right here, right now?" Hiyulu asked. 1 month later at the Nandu Nation of the 100 Lands. Yifutian looked at Luo Junlin. "Back then, you wanted me to be your servant. Your father's one decree forced me into despair. How about we end it all today? If you lose this battle, you won't be the only one dying." Hearing his words, Luo Junlin's expression turned cold. He obviously understood what Yifutian meant. The location was the Nandu Nation. If he won, Yifutian would be dead and the rivalry would be over. If he lost, not only he would die, but the Nandu Nation would also be destroyed. Yifutian wanted to use this to destroy Nandu. He clearly didn't want to wait anymore. He didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. Yifutian indeed didn't want to keep playing with Luo Junlin. He wanted to solve it by himself, but Luo Junlin didn't think like that. "If you use tricks, then I'll do it unashamedly. It began in Nandu and it will end in Nandu." Before, the Luo family had oppressed him. They thought they were kings and could be high up in the kingdom. Then Yifutian would now return it to them. "Okay," Luo Junlin said with a dark face. He accepted the challenge. He was clear that he had to accept. Yifutian's every word went straight to his heart. Both the cottage and his teacher would force him to accept. Furthermore, he wasn't untalented. Since Yifutian was so confident, he would let him have his way. 1 month later, they would fight in Nandu Nation. He knew that he couldn't escape from this. Instead of waiting for Yifutian to mature, he should end it when he still had the advantage of a higher plane. With the cottage's reputation in the Eastern Barren Territory, they wouldn't interfere no matter what the result was since Yifutian had made this request. This was a great chance for Luo Junlin. "Senior sister, let's go back." Yifutian looked back and said to Zhugehui. After spending a year in the cottage, he was familiar with their customs. Not involving relatives was one of their principles. Only the perpetrator would be punished. But if they were protected, it was a different matter. He'd heard that third senior brother once killed an entire group because someone killed a man but was protected. A group like that allowed people to kill recklessly. Thus, Gu Donglu had taken the role of God. "All right." Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. She looked to Hiyulu. If he doesn't appear at the Nandu Nation 1 month later, I will come to find you. With that, the people of the cottage and college turned to leave. Everyone looked at the receding backs of those people, many thoughts in their head. This was the cottage and their way of doing things. If someone tried to assassinate their disciple, they would dig the perpetrator up no matter what. Now, Shiro, the organizer of the assassination, was dead. The one behind her, Luo Junlin, would soon have a fight to the death with Yi Futian. Everything seemed to be over for now. The depression shrouding Chaoga City seemed to lighten up as well. However, the royal Shen temple was even more depressed. Soon after, the people of the Qin dynasty arrived. Qin Li apologized to He Yulu on behalf of the Qin dynasty. They had helped the cottage search for clues and couldn't keep it from the royal Shen temple. However, it was meaningful that they'd come to apologize. As for what they talked about, no one would know. Soon after, the royal Shen temple left Chaoga City. Only one disciple was left behind, Xia Luo, the direct disciple of the First Lord. After that, the Qin dynasty announced that the battles would start again. At the inn, the college and cottage prepared to leave Chaoga. Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuqian, and the others were all waiting with Yi Futian. At a pavilion, Yi Futian tapped against the stone table. He gazed at Lu Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, where did you get the news that Chu Yaoyao and Jie Yu have issues?" Hearing this, Lu Feiyang's eyes flashed. He studied Yi Futian. There seemed to be an implied meaning, but he knew Yi Futian wasn't suspecting him. At a restaurant. Some people were discussing it, Lu Feiyang said. After that, Wuqian and I went to find you. Yi Wuqian was silent. He continued drumming the table. Did you think of something? Lu Qianyu asked. It's coincidental, Yi Futian murmured. How can the Moon Clan's private matters be spread, and that you two just happened to hear them discussing it? Lu Feiyang and Lu Qianyu exchanged glances, feeling shaken. Do you suspect someone else behind this? Lu Qianyu asked. It's definitely Shiro, Yi Futian said. From the beginning to the end, everything pointed at Shiro and she paid for it with her life. Other than Luo Junlin, no one deserved to be protected with her life. Thus, it must be Shiro. She had kept Hutong beside her since long before with murder in mind. Despite this, Yi Futian still felt something was wrong. It was too coincidental. Lu Feiyang happened to get the news, and when Yi Futian left the inn, the attempt happened. If he didn't go out, the assassination would be much more difficult. Shiro definitely planned it, but did someone help her? If that was the case, then something else didn't make sense. Only the people close to Shiro would have known about this. The royal Shen temple wouldn't participate because they had no motive to kill him. Hopefully I'm just overthinking, Yi Futian said quietly. He didn't think too deeply. He knew that even if there really was someone behind the curtains, he wouldn't find any evidence. Hutong and Shiro were all dead. How would he investigate? Yi Futian suddenly smiled and looked up. Wuqian, will you visit Kangyi in 1 month? I'll try to go back. Yi Wuqian nodded. The forces of the Eastern Baron territory would be interested in Yi Futian and Luo Junlin's battle. He could go back to visit his family too. I'm sure Lord Yi would want to meet Qianyu, Yi Futian teased. Lu Qianyu rolled her eyes. We're leaving. Come to the Lu Kingdom when you have time, Lu Feiyang said to Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian. Yes, I'll definitely go when Wuqian proposes, Yi Futian said, grinning. Yi Wuqian was speechless and left soon after. The college and cottage gradually left. They soared into the air, no longer wishing to take part in the Dongqing College's battles. Qin Li and Xia Luo came to a courtyard in the Dongqing College of Chaoga City. A figure stood quietly before them, smiling at Xia Luo. It was Qinyu. Xia Luo walked over and bowed. Qin Luo greets uncle. Qinyu nodded with a smile. Qin Luo, you've worked hard all these years. It's worth it if I can help revive the Qin dynasty. Qin Luo shook his head. His true surname was Qin. He was from the Qin dynasty. Yes. Qinyu nodded. Though you're a prince, you were sent out as a child. If the Qin dynasty can recover its glory, your efforts will not go to waste. Thank you, uncle. Qin Luo bowed. Since He Yulu left someone behind for talks, it's clear he hates the cottage. Go back and plan well. You must succeed, Qinyu said. His daughter died. How can He Yulu not have hatred? He should be angrier that he's powerless. His daughter died before his eyes, but he couldn't protect her. This powerlessness will definitely transform into hatred for the cottage. I'm sure he won't refuse if there's any way to fight against the cottage. My teacher is a bit troublesome, but I will try my best. Qin Luo nodded as he spoke. He'd been behind this assassination all this time. Ever since he found out that Shiro and Luo Junlin hated Yi Futian, he started paying attention to Shiro. That was why that conversation had happened, leading Shiro to act. Of course, Shiro and Luo Junlin couldn't have guessed anything from that. It had just been a casual conversation. As for clues, the Qin dynasty didn't have to look for long. They knew who it was already. However, everything went according to plan. They only had to act as the guide. Everything else was up to the cottage themselves. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. That day, the second disciple of the cottage had arrived and destroyed the Dongqin College's gate. He had embarrassed the Qin dynasty, but they still cooperated with the cottage. Did they really think the Qin dynasty was easy to bully? Qin Li, you should quicken things with Chu Yaoyao, Qin Yu said. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Now that Chu Yaoyu was willing to date him, he was sure he could succeed soon. Of course, he knew that Chu Yaoyao was very smart and wouldn't be like Shiro. Chu Yaoyao had higher standards too. She wouldn't be satisfied with just being the wife of a crown prince. She knew that relying on men was not permanent and that Qin Li had ulterior motives. But what did it matter if they had the same goal? The battles of the Qin dynasty continued, but the large forces had all started leaving Chaoga City. Next, the Dongqin College would start enrolling students. Yu Futian's group returned to Book Mountain. Everything seemed to go back to normal. The college examinations for this year were about to start. Strong cultivators from all over the divine capital came. Perhaps pressured by the Dongqin College, the college would hold large-scale entrance exams this year and enroll more talented cultivators. Caused a splash in the divine capital. Countless youths would come to the college. What had happened at Chaoga had spread throughout the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone knew about it. The divine capital was the college's territory and was one of the 3 main cities of the Eastern Barren territory. Naturally, they paid more attention than other places. The Dongqin College would definitely become a superpower, but the cottage still had its legacy. Especially with Gu Donglio's victory over Lu Nantian and Zhuge Hui's appearance, everyone witnessed the cottage's true face again. The first 3 disciples of the cottage could all represent the top of the Eastern Barren territory alone. The powerful college was about to hold exams and the divine capital was watching. People from the other mountains of the college paid attention too. Many talents appeared, attracting much attention. This all seemed unrelated to Yi Futian. He continued to cultivate quietly in the cottage, preparing to go back to Nandu. He was confident in himself, but he couldn't underestimate Luo Junlin either. There was a difference in plane after all. One day, Yi Xiaoshi found Yu Futian and had a strange expression. 7th senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Yu Futian found his eyes strange. How many girlfriends do you have? Yi Xiaoshi blurted. Yi Futian made a face. He glanced towards Zhuge Hui and Xing'er. The 2 pretty girls looked over and Yi Futian glared at Yi Xiaoshi. 7th senior brother, you're ruining my image. What the heck? He asked how many girlfriends I have. Is he purposely ruining my perfect image before senior sister? Jealousy. He must be jealous of my status. Yi Xiaoshi gave him a look. What image? The new students are choosing their mountains today. A really beautiful girl didn't choose any mountain. Not even the first one. She said she wants to join the cottage to find you. Yi Xiaoshi side-eyed Yi Futian. How many pure girls had this guy tainted? Yi Xiaoshi had gone down the mountain to look. The girl's eyes were very clear and she was beautiful. She was definitely an innocent one. Thinking of Yi Futian's character, she must have been lied to. So why was Yu Futian pretending to be innocent before senior sister? Yu Futian was awkward. 7th senior brother, you're purposely doing this. How can someone other than Jieyu come to find me? Jieyu was part of the Moon Clan. She wouldn't take part in the college's exams. I'll give you a hint. She's a silver-haired beauty, cold as ice. Yi Xiaoshi continued, giving him a look. Did he really want to deny it? Could the girl have found the wrong guy? Yi Futian blinked, deflating. He'd thought of someone. Silver hair, cold as ice. She was indeed unforgettable. Seeing Zhuge Hui and Xing'er grinning at him, Yi Futian looked away. This was too awkward. How beautiful. Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Xiaoshi. Yi Xiaoshi looked at her and replied, very beautiful but definitely not as beautiful as you, 2nd senior sister. He had chubby cheeks when he smiled and looked submissive. After being with Yu Futian for a year, he'd learned some things just by watching. He had to, his status was at risk. Xiaoshi, your smile is so fake, Zhuge Hui said cheerily. Yi Xiaoshi's smile froze awkwardly. Looking at Zhuge Hui, he didn't even know how to reply. Seventh senior brother, you spoke wrongly. Few women can be compared to senior sister. I do know that girl, but she can't even be compared to senior sister, Yi Futian said seriously. His tone was much more natural than Yi Xiaoshi's. I always like what Junior says, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Yi Xiaoshi was about to cry. How come they were so different? Even being shameless required talent. He could only lament at his lack of skill. Beitang Xinger watched this all with a smile. Xiaoshi wanted to copy the junior, but it wasn't the same. Yi Futian was attractive and looked even better when he smiled. This was his personality too. He was natural when complimenting girls and it felt comfortable. Since she's here for Junior, bring her here for me to see, Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Yi Xiaoshi blinked and looked at her in shock before nodding. Okay. With that he left, feeling sad at the bias. Zhuge Hui was too biased. Even girls who came for Yi Futian could enter the cottage. When Yi Xiaoshi left, Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Futian. Old lover. Senior sister. I'm not like that. Yi Futian gazed into her eyes and explained seriously. Her name is Lulan Shui. She's a regular friend I made in the ancient barren world. Why would a regular come to find you at the cottage? Beitang Xinger asked. There was no trust in her eyes. Really? Yi Futian looked into the eyes of his pretty senior sisters and muttered sadly. If you don't trust me, you can ask her later. Okay. Zhuge Hui replied, smiling. The newcomer indeed was Lulan Shui. She'd participated in this year's grand exams and performed extraordinarily well. She was known as the most powerful of this year. Everyone paid attention to her and even the top mountain wanted her. They believed she could be the direct disciple of the dean. At this time, there were many disciples at the square on Book Mountain. Lulan Shui stood primly in the middle. One would be attracted with a single glance and everyone was like that. Every mountain wanted her, but Lulan Shui said she wanted to find Yi Futian at the cottage. This caused an uproar. Many people guessed that she was Yi Futian's old lover. Some knew Lulan Shui, such as Tang Yi. He'd seen Lulan Shui when she was with Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. But Yi Futian and the others all entered the eastern barren world last year while Lulan Shui didn't. Many people forgot about her. The disciples from last year were also in the crowd, such as Nangong Jiao and Tuoba Yun. They were attracted by Lulan Shui's aura too. Many people said that not only was she the best of this year, the last year couldn't beat her either. At this time, someone walked over and stopped close to the crowd. People looked over. It was Yi Xiaoshi from the cottage. Lulan Shui looked over too. Many people thought she would be disappointed. She was talented, but one didn't enter the cottage just by being talented. No one in the cottage was normal. The event at Chaoga had bolstered the cottage's reputation. Second senior sister wants you to follow me up the mountain, Yi Xiaoshi said. As soon as he spoke, everyone stared at him in shock. They knew clearly who the second senior sister was. It was the powerful girl who dared to shatter the Dongqing College's gate. She wanted Lulan Shui to go up the mountain. Was she going to accept Lulan Shui as a disciple? Oh! Lulan Shui started walking, following Yi Xiaoshi towards the cottage. Everyone looked over, but they didn't argue. If the cottage really wanted her, what was there to argue about? No force in the Eastern Barren Territory could compete with the cottage. They were sure that the cottage's one word was more impactful than a genuine invitation from any top force. Yi Xiaoshi brought Lulan Shui to the cottage. After seeing Yi Futian, Lulan Shui kept looking. It had only been 1 year, but now everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew his name. Her mother said that he was born this way. There would be chaos wherever he went. Hello, Virgin? Yi Futian smiled at her. He didn't think they could meet again after the farewell at the ancient barren world. He definitely didn't expect her to come to find him. Yes. Lulan Shui nodded. Her personality was cool, just like her aura. How come you're here? Are you going to cultivate at the college? Yi Futian asked. I'm here to find you? Lulan Shui looked at him with her silver eyes. Find me? Yes. Lulan Shui nodded. Why do you want to find him? Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. This silver-haired girl really was cold. Lulan Shui glanced at her and then back at Yifu Tian. She bowed her head slightly and hesitated to speak. Just speak, Yifu Tian said after seeing that. Lulan Shui raised her head, staring at Yifu Tian. My mother wanted me to ask you if you planned on marrying me. Yifu Tian was shocked. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xinger were shocked too. They gaped at Lulan Shui. Did this cold girl really ask that? Good friends indeed. Beitang Xinger grinned at Yifu Tian, smiling ambiguously. Seems like we don't have to ask anymore, Zhuge Hui asked, smiling. Yi Xiaoshi felt emboldened. He gave Yifu Tian a look. Was he still going to deny it? Was he still going to pretend? He'd lied to this innocent girl and now she'd come to the cottage. Was Yifu Tian going to take responsibility? Yifu Tian's mind was in turmoil. He stared at Lulan Shui. Virgin, even if the Empress acts recklessly, you shouldn't. He didn't know how to reply. Lulan Shui looked at Yifu Tian. Her expression was cold, but her eyes had a strange look, as if even she thought it was a bit weird. After a moment, she shook her head and whispered, It's not acting recklessly. Yi Xiaoshi walked over and patted Yifu Tian's shoulder. Junior, he said, smiling devilishly. Just admit it. You wanted to pretend before senior sister, but you can't keep pretending. Huh. Seeing the annoying smile on Yi Xiaoshi's face, Yifu Tian really wanted to beat him up. Sadly, he wouldn't win. Virgin, didn't I tell you in the palace that I have a lover? You saw her too. Yifu Tian looked at Lulan Shui. She had been there when Hua Jieyu went to the peak of Mirror Mountain. I don't mind. Lulan Shui shook her head. Ah. Yifu Tian was completely speechless as he stared at the silver-haired girl. What was she thinking? How horrible, Yi Xiaoshi commented happily. Zhuge Hui and Beitang Xinger watched all this while grinning. They didn't say anything. They watched Yifu Tian quietly. Virgin, don't joke. He was close to tears. What was Lulan Shui thinking? How long had they known each other for? Lulan Shui's silver eyes looked disappointed after Yifu Tian's rejection. However, there was still some joy. Perhaps she would be more disappointed if Yifu Tian accepted like this. It was simple why she did as the Empress had said. She didn't really care about relationships. It was too hard to find someone she liked in ancient Lulan. The people she interacted with were all below her. The virgin of ancient Lulan obviously had to leave descendants. This meant she had to choose a man sooner or later. Otherwise, she would be stuck in Lulan forever. Yifu Tian was very suitable. He was handsome and talented. Lulan Shui could still remember his performance in the ancient barren world. She didn't like him that much, but he had left an impression, at least. He was the best choice, so she didn't reject the Empress idea. Of course, she had another implication also thought of by her mother. My mother told me to follow you and I agreed, Lulan Shui said, gazing at Yifu Tian. Didn't you take in a servant in the ancient barren world? I can serve you too. Yifu Tian stared at her, wanting to cry. He knew what Lulan Shui was like. She was an ice beauty, the virgin of ancient Lulan. Even if she wanted to be a servant, did she know how to serve? Was this a joke? Virgin, did the Empress force you to do this? Yifu Tian muttered, thinking of that beautiful old lady. That woman had tried to force him to marry Lulan Shui. It was possible she'd forced Lulan Shui to do this too. No, I'm doing this voluntarily, Lulan Shui said. If you think that I can't take care of someone, I can learn. I'm cultivating at the cottage. I don't deserve having a virgin to take care of me, Yifu Tian said. The cottage won't allow it. He couldn't make Lulan Shui, so he could only have second senior sister take care of it. With that, Yifu Tian looked pitifully at Zhuge Hui. Lulan Shui also gazed at her, seeming a bit scared. Zhuge Hui grinned at Yifu Tian. Did he want her to be the bad guy? She gazed at Lulan Shui and smiled. If she wishes to be a servant, then I can make an exception and let her stay. She quite liked Lulan Shui's personality. She was interesting. Ah! Yifu Tian gaped at Zhuge Hui. She'd actually made an exception. Thank you, senior. A faint smile appeared on Lulan Shui's cool features. She seemed happy. Zhuge Hui looked deep at her and said, You can live with Junior and take care of him. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded lightly. Then she said to Yifu Tian, My mother is here too. She's not far from the Book Mountain and wishes to see you. Not going. Yifu Tian refused resolutely. That woman was troublesome and difficult. Rest assured. She won't be hard on you, Lulan Shui continued. Yifutian blinked. Did she plan all this? He asked, defeated. Lulan Shui just looked at him quietly without replying. Yifutian couldn't have a temper faced with this cold beauty. What could he do? All right, I'll go with you. He could only say with Lulan Shui's eyes on him. Okay. Lulan Shui nodded. Then Yifutian said to Zhuge Hui, Senior sister, I'm going out. Okay. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Lulan Shui took Yifutian down the mountain. After they left, Zhuge Hui was still smiling. Second senior sister Bait Angxing called. Why did you agree? Zhuge Hui gazed at the receding backside and chuckled. If someone else did that, I would think she just wants to stay in the cottage. But why do I find this girl so cute? Bait Angxing's eyes glimmered while Xiaoxia rolled his eyes. Having good looks meant everything. After leaving Book Mountain, the two went to an empty field. The black wind eagle flapped its wings and they climbed on. Yifutian didn't speak and Lulan Shui didn't either. They were both quiet. Do you find me shameless? Lulan Shui looked over, eyes falling on Yifutian. No. Yifutian shook his head. My mother said that I can't enter the cottage with my talent. If I want to cultivate there, I have to use you. I knew it was that old woman, Yifutian thought. He didn't say it out loud though. He couldn't insult Lulan Shui's mother in front of her. However, this wasn't all because of her. I also agreed to it. Lulan Shui looked forward, seeming to avoid his eyes. She was as cold as frost, but she would get shy about relationships too. Oh! Yifutian nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone wanted to join the cottage. The Empress of Ancient Lulan had wanted Yifutian to marry Lulan Shui to bring Lulan back to glory. Now that she'd come to study in the heart of the Eastern Barren territory, she obviously wanted to go to the strongest force. Everyone knew about the cottage. The Empress definitely did as well. With Yifutian cultivating at the cottage, she would naturally think of a trick like this. After some time, they arrived at a pavilion in the divine capital. Yifutian stepped in and discovered many strong cultivators there. The Empress of Ancient Lulan had come personally. People naturally flocked to her. Yifutian saw her in a courtyard. He wasn't that respectful this time. He stared straight at her. What, you dislike me that much? The Empress saw Yifutian look at her coldly. No, I wouldn't dare, Yifutian said. You are now a disciple of the cottage. I can't do anything to you. No one in the Eastern Barren territory can. You can dare to do anything. The Empress smiled coldly. Then she looked at Lulan Shui. He didn't agree? Lulan Shui shook her head and murmured, but the senior at the cottage said that if I'm willing to be a servant, I can stay in there. The Empress nodded. She could accept this. However, she was even unhappier with Yifutian. I'm giving my talented daughter to you, but you bear to make her a servant. Good job, she said sarcastically. Is she not pretty enough? Empress, you're being a bit too illogical. I can't force feelings. How long have we known each other for? Plus, you and the Virgin know that I have a lover. What is the point of doing this? Yifutian asked. Just as you said, your daughter is very talented. How can you make her do this? If only everyone in the world could be as talented as you. If we had the cottage to support us when something happens, we wouldn't care about that much. The Empress scoffed. She will cultivate in the cottage from now on. From the surface, she is your servant, but I dare you to bully her. Yifutian stared, speechless. I won't treat you poorly either. I will now confer you the title of the Lulan Sun. Don't worry, this is only a title that hasn't ever existed before. You don't have to be responsible for anything, but you will have power. From now on, you will be second only to me in Ancient Lulan. This token represents me. The Empress tossed a token at Yifutian. Seeing that he wanted to speak, she continued, don't be so quick to refuse. I know you don't need Ancient Lulan when you have the cottage. But don't you feel any danger from the assassination attempt earlier? You don't think your senior brothers will always protect you, right? Yifutian's expression changed. The Empress made sense. No one would dare after that last event, but what if the forces in the Eastern Barren territory changed? His senior brothers had to cultivate too. They weren't his guards and wouldn't be by his side at all times. Come in, the Empress called at this time. 9 strong cultivators walked into the courtyard. They wore silver armor and looked powerful. Their sharp eyes focused on Yi Futian with formless pressure. "Bow to the sun," the Empress said coolly. "Lulan Silver Snow Guard greets the sun," the 9 said while bowing. "The Lulan Silver Snow Guard is the guard of Lulan. They are the generals of the guards and all are at the noble plane. They will be by your side, at your beck and call. You don't need to doubt their loyalty," the Empress continued. Yi Futian blinked. This woman was so unfriendly, but her actions were completely opposite from her attitude. He was tempted to have 9 nobles listen to him. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, the Empress scoffed inwardly. "Want to fight with me? You can't escape from my hold." The Empress of ancient Lulan was extremely powerful. She was the ruler and king. But Yi Futian gave her a headache. Back then, Yi Futian had received the sage's treasure from the Lulan relic. The sage told her to become closer to Yi Futian and make him part of Lulan and also choose a husband for her daughter. But she failed. Later, Lulan Shui went back and told her that Yi Futian's girlfriend truly was extraordinary. She had also broken many records at the Mirror Mountain Peak. The Empress had been very frustrated. Now, Yi Futian's name was already known throughout the Eastern Barren territory. Just as the sage had predicted, he would gradually display mind-blowing talent. He might even become the best of the Eastern Barren territory. Under this circumstance, she naturally had to take him in earlier and also have Lulan Shui cultivate in the cottage. It wasn't her place to be the icing on the cake. She wasn't sending him direly needed help either, but she did her best. She put her daughter by his side and gave him the power of being above all except her. She believed he would accept it. Plus, her daughter was so beautiful and innocent. After some time, he would definitely soften. Having a lover was a bullshit excuse. She knew how men were. "Empress, I hope you won't cause mischief about the Virgin anymore. It'll affect her reputation," Yi Futian said. As for being the Lulan's son and the 9 nobles, he would grudgingly accept it. He didn't like to take advantage of people, but he could manage. "This bastard," the Empress swore inside as she looked at the earnest Yi Futian. He wouldn't even thank her? Despite her thoughts, her expression warmed up. Looking at Yi Futian gently, she said, "Okay. You two can take care of the feelings. I won't force you. You've seen my attitude. As for how you will develop will be up to you and I won't interfere. But you have to help take care of Lulan Shui at the cottage. She isn't very sensitive about many matters." "Ah, how can I not work to fulfill the Empress' wishes?" Yi Futian said. He knew that the old woman just wanted to beat him up. They were both good at acting and he wasn't scared. The Empress nodded. "You can take care of the 9 silver snow guards. I won't disturb you any further and will leave soon." "You're in such a hurry," Yi Futian said. "Why don't you stay in the divine capital for a few days?" "No, I have matters to take care of in Lulan. I will come to visit in the future," the Empress said. Inside, she cursed, "You're so fake. You must wish I'd leave right this moment." "I see." Yi Futian nodded. Then he said to the 9 guards, "Since the Empress is in a hurry to leave, I won't keep you. As for you 9 seniors, let's change a place to live. I have relatives cultivating in the divine capital. You all can live there and take care of each other." The Empress gritted her teeth. Yi Futian said that he wanted her to stay, but now he was already ordering the Silver Snow Guard. "So conscious, huh? I've never seen someone so shameless." "Yes. You all listen to the sun's command in the future. Seeing him is like seeing me," the Empress said to the 9. "Yes, Empress." The 9 bowed and then said to Yi Futian, "Please order us as pleased." "Seniors, you are too kind," Yi Futian said. "I will take you all there now. Second senior sister is still waiting for me, so I shouldn't delay. Empress, safe travels." "Okay. Go do what you must." The Empress smiled and nodded while she ground her teeth. "Goodbye." Yi Futian put his hands together and then left straightforwardly. The 9 silver snow guards bowed to the Empress and followed him away. Lulan Shui gazed at the Empress, who nodded at her. "Go and cultivate well. With our treasured book and the sage's guidance, I'm sure the cottage will truly approve of you one day." "Okay. I'll go now." Lulan Shui nodded lightly and left with Yi Futian. When everyone left, a female guard in the pavilion walked over to the Empress. She looked in the direction Yi Futian went and said, "Empress, that man is too shameless." "I've realized." Her smile disappeared and she glared in that direction. She had ruled ancient Lulan for so many years as the female regent. She'd seen all types of people and controlled countless strong cultivators. Only Yu Futian was uncontrollable. She'd given Yu Futian her daughter and even nobles as his guards, as well as giving him the title of son. But that bastard accepted the guards happily but didn't give her anything. He wasn't even grateful and wanted her to disappear. That bastard. Yu Futian didn't care about what the empress thought of him. That old woman tried to use him so he couldn't be too nice with her. Since she gave him nobles, he would take them without feeling bad. As for Lulan Shui, they had traveled together in the ancient barren world. Hua Jieyu knew that he saw Lulan Shui as a friend. Since Zhuge Hui allowed her to cultivate at the cottage, he would take care of her as needed. In the sky, Yi Futian asked the guards, "What do I call you all?" "Silver 1, Silver 2, Silver 3. The 9 said one by one. Yi Futian was shocked, but he nodded. "Oh, I got it." They were quite special. Soon after, they arrived at the Guqin Gardens of the divine capital. Coincidentally, Hua Fenglu and the others were there. Seeing Yi Futian come, they all came out. They'd heard of what had happened at Chaoga. Nandu Wanin walked up and asked, "Futian, were you hurt in Chaoga City?" "Some minor injuries." "I'm all right, you don't have to worry." Yi Futian smiled innocently. His mistress was the best. That old empress couldn't compare. "Be careful out there," Nandu Wanin said. On the other hand, Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan's gaze fell on Lulan Shui. She was so pretty and had a unique aura. Her silver hair was like snow and her silver eyes were strangely beautiful. Was this guy getting with girls again? And he'd even taken her to see his father-in-law? Yi Xiang looked at the 9 guards. He could feel faint pressure from them. They were nobles, 9 powerful nobles. From what he knew, the cottage only had 8 disciples, so they couldn't be it. The cottage wouldn't wear silver armor either. Mistress, this is my friend Lulan Shui," Yi Futian introduced. "We met in the ancient barren world. She is the virgin of ancient Lulan and saved my life. She's going to cultivate in the cottage." Nandu Wanin nodded and said, "Thank you, virgin." Lulan Shui looked at her with a strange expression. Yi Futian had called them master and mistress. She didn't know much about the world, but she wasn't stupid. She vaguely guessed their identities. She had seen Hua Jieyu before. The girl had traces of these two. She'd inherited both of their attractiveness and had even surpassed them. Thinking of everything that had happened, why did it feel weird for Yi Futian to bring her here? "These 9 seniors are noble cultivators from ancient Lulan. The empress has helped me and even made me the son of Lulan. These 9 are with me," Yi Futian continued. The listeners kept getting shocked. The empress had helped him, made him son, and gave him nobles? That empress is so nice. Yi Xiang shot him a look of disdain. Yi Futian was speaking nonsense. "Yeah, I think so too. She's so kind and is a good woman." Yi Futian nodded seriously. The empress wouldn't know how to think if she heard this. "Ha!" Hua Fenglu looked at him. Tang Lan also looked. Tang Wan and Xianxia smiled ambiguously. Why would the empress of Lulan do all this? Thinking of the relationship between Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu, wasn't it obvious? Seeing everyone's eyes, Yi Futian lost some confidence. However, he still said naturally, Mistress, it's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Hua Fenglu asked. The empress' idea was obvious. He knew that Yi Futian could tell too. As his teacher and father-in-law, he knew how this boy was. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Why didn't they believe him? Was he a player? Mistress, I want the 9 seniors to live in the Guqin Gardens. If anything happens, they can take care of it. If you and Senior Yi Xiang have any questions, you can ask them too, Yi Futian said. With the stone statue from the Mirror Mountain, they would definitely try for the noble plane. It would be easier if they had nobles to guide them. Also, I will have a final battle with Luo Junlin in the Nanda Nation to take care of everything. How about you and Mistress come back with me? You can take care of the problem with the Nanda family too, Yi Futian continued. I will go to the Moon Clan to get Jieyu. Then we can go back together. What do you think? Hearing this, Hua Fenglu glanced at him. At least he remembered Jieyu. Nanda Wanin looked at him gently. Futian, you've worked hard. These things would require him to take care of. She'd always had her mind on the Nandu family. It was the place that filled her with disappointment and sadness. Her brother was still there. Going back. Xiang looked up into the air. Even though he always insulted Yi Futian, he'd seen the boy's growth this year. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he had already shaken the Eastern Barren territory. Still in the Dharma plane, he was known by all. He didn't say it, but he knew that Yi Futian valued relationships greatly. It was time to resolve the matter with the Nanda nation. Up to now, they'd only escaped. There was a door on the top of the hill behind Book Mountain. A Dharma matrix was carved on that door like a black vortex. This was the entrance to the ancient barren world. Every top force of the Eastern Barren territory owned a place for entering the ancient barren world, so did the college. After returning from the Guqin Gardens and helping Lulan Shui settle down, Yi Futian came here, ready to enter the ancient barren world not for cultivation but for the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan was in the north of the Eastern Barren territory. It would take even strong cultivators much time to go there. The passage to ancient barren world was no doubt the fastest way. The black-winged eagle flew fast into the ancient barren world. The stronger Yi Futian became, the more the black-winged eagle grew. At this moment, it had reached the peak of the Dharma plane. Before getting into the Arcana plane, it could still enter the ancient barren world. The two crossed the passage and landed on a mountain. There were some buildings among the mountains where many disciples of the college lived. Those disciples came to the ancient barren world for cultivating. Therefore, they lived temporarily here in the mountain instead of going back and forth. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many disciples were confused. Who is he? A new guy asked. Yi Futian. Someone recognized him. Many people looked over here, including Nangongjiao. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Futian. Though they were enrolled in the college together last year, Yi Futian had already become a legend. In the Battle of Chaoga City, Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu with rhythmic sorcery, which was enough for him to be known to all in Eastern Barren territory. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and brought Yi Futian away. The Moon Clan was in the central area of the ancient barren world, north of the barren city. The ancient barren world was like a smaller version of the Eastern Barren territory, sharing the same terrain. The base of the Moon Clan was more beautiful than the college's. With ancient green hills, surrounded by rivers and mist, the scene here was very relaxing. When one or two beauties walked down from the hill, people would feel that this must be heaven. Arriving here, Yi Futian saw two young beauties walking down. They were very young and full of energy. The left one was tall with a pair of beautiful slender legs. She looked slightly proud and became vigilant when seeing Yi Futian here. The one on the right was petite and slim. She looked at Yi Futian with her innocent eyes, full of curiosity, thinking that this guy was really handsome. The two beauties were both disciples of the Moon Clan. The left was Lu Qiu. The right was Ning Xiaoqiao. Who are you? Lu Qiu looked at the Futian arrogantly but full of vigilance. There shouldn't be males in the base of Moon Clan. The arrival of Yi Futian confused her. I'm Yi Futian. I want to visit the Moon Clan. Would you two fairies please lead the way for me? Yi Futian smiled. Yi Futian, Ning Xiaoqiao murmured. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Are you Yi Futian from the cottage? Yes. Yi Futian nodded lightly, smiling at Ning Xiaoqiao. She blushed a little and immediately nodded, all right, just follow us. Thank you, fairy. Yi Futian's smile grew bigger. This beauty was really kind. But Lu Qiu was still observing Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She knew this guy was very famous, even in Moon Clan. He was indeed talented, but part of his fame also came from the fabulous disciple of the Moon Clan who was as good-looking as Chu Yaoyao, one of the 3 top beauties in Eastern Barren territory. Are you here for Hua Jieyu? Ning Xiaoqiao asked and took a quick glance at him. This was her first time meeting Yi Futian. Though she knew of his name, Ning Xiaoqiao didn't expect that he could be so good-looking. He and Hua Jieyu were well-matched to each other. Yes. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. She must be very happy to know you are here. Ning Xiaoqiao laughed. Last time, Hua Jieyu wanted to go to Chaoga City too. Yi Futian must be the reason. I heard that you defeated Qian Shanmu on the battle platform of Dongqin College. Can you defeat him without the help of the ritual implement? Lu Qiu asked Yi Futian. There were many rumors about Yi Futian, even in Moon Clan. She was very curious about his strength. I would fail, Yi Futian responded very frankly. He could fight across levels but not across planes. And since Qian Shanmu was master in rhythmic sorcery, he would be too arrogant to say that he could win. What if it was not for rhythmic sorcery and you are in the same plane as him? Lucio kept asking. Yi Futian smiled and looked at her. I wouldn't know unless I try. So you mean the outcome is unknown? Perhaps you are not as strong as in the rumors. Lucio doubted his strength. The disciples of the cottage were indeed strong, but every top force had top talents. If a disciple of the cottage could be so powerful, would the Moon Clan even have the right to be compared to them? Maybe. Yi Futian didn't want to argue. He just nodded, smiling. Sister Lu, you are too curious. Ning Xiaoqiao glanced at Lucio. Soon, they arrived at the top of the ancient mountain. There were many communities here. The peak was the exit of ancient barren world, directly leading to the Moon Clan. Seeing Lucio and Ning Xiaoqiao come back with a man. Many disciples here all gathered to see them. When learning that the guy was Yi Futian, they all looked at him curiously. Being observed by so many girls, Yi Futian felt a little embarrassed. This was the trouble of being attractive. He was contemplating that maybe he could ask Hua Jieyu if he could cultivate here for a while. It must be paradise to live in the Moon Clan. At this time, a line of beauties came. The leading woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful posture and perfect proportion of figure made her no worse than the three beauties of Eastern Barren Territory. You are Yi Futian? The woman went to Yi Futian and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Why are you here instead of cultivating at the cottage? The woman asked with a cool tone. I'm here for Hua Jieyu. I also want to visit the seniors of the Moon Clan. Yi Futian smiled gently. Hua Jieyu is cultivating. Our seniors might not want you to disturb her. Frivolous love will affect her cultivation. The woman continued. Moreover, Moon Clan doesn't welcome any man. This is just our base in the ancient barren world. Our seniors are not here. We don't have the right to let you in. Ning Xiaoqiao looked at the speaking woman, a little stunned. Indeed, the Moon Clan didn't welcome any man since this was an all-female clan. However, with Yi Futian's reputation as a disciple of the cottage and his relationship with Hua Jieyu, he should be allowed in. Knowing the status of the speaking woman, Ning Xiaoqiao guessed that she was still entangled with that trivial matter from before. Sister Chu, how about we go in to ask the senior's opinion? Ning Xiaoqiao looked at that woman. Sister Ning, don't you remember what they had taught us before? Cultivation comes first. You are new here. How can you be so relaxed? Don't you remember the teacher's words? The woman looked at Ning Xiaoqiao. Her tone was a little harsh. Ning Xiaoqiao was stunned and felt hurt. It was really embarrassing for her to be reprimanded in public like this. Yi Futian looked at that woman. Her surname was Chu? He seemed to figure out something when looking at that beautiful face. Fairy, you are right. Cultivation is the most important. Yi Futian smiled and said, however, secular things are inevitable too. I have seen a disciple of the Moon Clan dating too. That should be common. But according to you, should that fairy be reprimanded too? Is that so? The woman said coldly, if it's true, tell me who this rule breaker is. I will tell our seniors about her. She is Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan. Yi Futian revealed the name with a smile. After he finished, all the girls around him froze. That woman was also stunned. She looked at Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian, as a disciple of the cottage, how dare you insult our disciple? Are you looking down upon the Moon Clan? The woman responded coldly. Her name was Chu Lian, Chu Yaoyao's sister. The two looked alike each other. Yi Futian inferred that from her surname. Oh no, I just said something that should be well known. Yi Futian pretended to be surprised. It is said that Qin Li, the grandson of the Qin Emperor, has been here. He and the fairy of the Moon Clan got along very well. When I was in Chaoga City, I saw them together. Are you saying that what they did is an insult to the Moon Clan? You! Chu Lian was speechless. She fell into the trap that Yi Futian had prepared for her. Yi Futian said that Qin Li had a date with her sister. She believed that, and it was no secret. Therefore, it was impossible for her to say that Yi Futian was slandering. Jieyu is my girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with me coming to see her. The grandson of the Qin emperor was allowed in to meet the fairy Chu Yaoyao. Nobody stopped them.
Now, why do you repeatedly stop me in this way? Yi Futian looked at Chu Lian and asked, Are you unsatisfied with the cottage? Yu Futian sneered secretly. He was unhappy about Chu Yaoyu because she didn't allow Hua Jieyu to go out.
But that was the rule of Moon Clan and he wouldn't complain about that. This time, Chu Lian stopped him without even asking the senior's opinions. She even berated Ning Xiaoqiao who was on his side. Obviously, she did this on purpose. In that case, he didn't need to be polite anymore. If it is so, I would like to have a fight as the disciple of the cottage. Yi Futian said coldly and his smile disappeared. Since you used the Moon Clan as an excuse, then I'll have to use the cottage.
As a top power of the Eastern Barren Territory, there wasn't just one group within the Moon Clan. The college had the 9 mountains and the Fuyun Sword Clan had the 7 summits. There were 4 major groups within the Moon Clan. The clan leader belonged to the Moon Tower.
This tower was the holy land of cultivation in the Moon Clan. They didn't teach disciples directly. Only the most elite members were qualified to cultivate at the Moon Tower. It was the pillar of the Moon Clan. Other than that, the clan also had the Chenyue Pavilion, the Xiaoya House, and the Hanyue Temple. Each of these 3 groups had their own specialties. Hua Jieyu cultivated at the Xiaoya House. The Virgin Chu Yaoyao was a disciple of the Chenyue Pavilion. Presently, the Virgin Chu Yaoyao was located in some building of the Chenyue Pavilion. In front of her, a beautiful woman was seated, looking at a page in her hand. It was a list of some sort and a lot was written on. This beautiful woman was the leader of the Chenyue Pavilion, Yan Feihong.
She taught Chu Yaoyao personally and was her favorite disciple. But they weren't the only ones there. There was one other, the grandson of the Qin emperor, Qinli. The Dongqing College was still holding their competitions, but the royal grandson wasn't even in Chaoga City.
He was here at the Moon Clan. He had provided the list in Yan Feihong's hand. Every line of the list was filled out with the names of treasures that would sway any top-level noble. However, Yan Feihong looked unmoved. Her expression remained calm. A while later, she folded the page and looked up at Qinli. Yaoyao has been cultivating under my care for quite some years now. I see her as my own flesh and blood. Furthermore, I am prepared to have her take over my spot in the future.
Thus, I do not wish for her to head to the Qin dynasty and become the crown princess. Qin Yu is the crown prince now, and when he became the emperor, Qinli would be on a short list to becoming the new crown prince of the Qin dynasty. Then Qinli's wife would naturally be the crown princess.
Of course, I understand, senior. Qinli nodded at Yan Feihong. Extremely modestly, he bowed. I have been attracted by her and have fallen deeply in love. I would never dare allow this goddess to be treated as inferior to me. If I marry Yaoyao, I would not force her to do anything. She can continue to cultivate at the Moon Clan and inherit your seat. I will only stand behind her and support her. The sparkle reached the eyes of Yan Feihong. Qinli continued, The list you have right now is just a fraction of the bride price. If Senior is willing to agree to this marriage, it would be my greatest honor and make me the luckiest man. At that time, my father is willing to multiply whatever is on that list now and send it here to the Chenyue Pavilion. Seeing the modest royal grandson in front of her right now, Yan Feihong was swayed. Nothing on the list was fit for Chu Yaoyao's use.
Instead, it was for the use of someone at the level of Yan Feihong. It was obvious that these gifts weren't meant for Chu Yaoyao but for her. She was the leader of the Chenyue Pavilion and they were going to send these gifts to the pavilion. Was there more that needed to be said? The Qin dynasty was being seriously generous. However, she was also clear of the Qin dynasty's goal. It wasn't as simple as Qin Li's infatuation with Chu Yaoyao. If the two of them really got together, it would be obvious. It was going to be a marriage alliance. Naturally, the royal grandson represented the Qin dynasty and Chu Yaoyao was the virgin of the Moon Clan. There was no explanation needed for their relationship. Yaoyao, what do you think? Yan Feihong turned to question Chu Yaoyao. It is only natural that you decide on the matters on marriage, teacher, Chu Yaoyao said softly. Yan Feihong nodded lightly. She already knew in her heart that Chu Yaoyao also liked Qin Li and had agreed to his courtship.
With Qin Li's gifts and his status, he was definitely a fitting candidate.
Furthermore, he was not going to interfere with Chu Yaoyao's cultivation at the Moon Clan. This way, Chu Yaoyao wouldn't need to worry about her future. I don't dare to be rash when it comes to your marriage. I will discuss this with your uncle masters.
Go bring Qin Li for a look around, said Yen Feihong. Chu Yaoyao nodded and led Qin Li away. At the same time, in the ancient barren world, on top of the Moon Clan's ancient peak, Yi Futian was having a standoff with Chu Lian. Hearing his words, her expression darkened. Yi Futian of the cottage.
There wasn't anyone who didn't know of this name. Although she had not gone to Chaoga City, she had heard the stories of his glorious victories.
Forget about his battle with Chen Shanmu. The mere fact that he defeated Qin Mang of the Qin dynasty was the greatest proof that he would be undefeatable by anyone in the same plane as him. And since Chu Lian was still in the lower ancient barren world, it was obvious that she was also still in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian wanted to pay a visit to the Moon Clan and was blocked by her. He had the audacity to challenge her. Thinking of this, Chu Lian said coldly, "This is the entrance to the Moon Clan. Past this door behind me you will be in the Moon Clan territory. You aren't a member of our clan, so I will not let you enter, and this is how you're going to act? Is this how all the disciples of the cottage take care of things? Are you trying to bully us?" What she said had just placed Yi Futian against the Moon Clan. If Yi Futian really dared to make a move on Chu Lian, he would actually be bullying the Moon Clan. Yi Futian didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, giving off a feeling of dominance. His handsome features seemed to have been carved from stone. Very defined. Chu Lian felt pressured with every step he took. The Moon Clan disciples all around were at a loss upon witnessing this scene. It reminded them of the conflict between Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jieyu.
Such a small ordeal could be exacerbated because of different standpoints. And now Yi Futian had come for a visit. Chu Lian shouldn't have stopped him, but she did. Yi Futian wasn't exactly known for his good temper, so he challenged her. Multiple figures flashed by and appeared beside Chu Lian. They were her senior and junior sisters from the Hanwei Temple. So, of course, her enemies were their enemies. "Are you qualified to represent the Moon Clan?" Yi Futian asked her coldly. "There are many of your fellow clan members here right now.
It should be pretty easy for them to tell whether or not you're targeting me on purpose. You also know the truth. If you have the guts to do so, then don't go hiding behind the name of the Moon Clan. What an embarrassment. You?" A chilling gust washed over Chu Lian.
Spiritual qi gathered as an ice spell was released. But just then, Yi Futian stepped forward at an unbelievable speed. A crisp sound was heard and the ice spiritual qi formed a spell and crystals of ice began to cover Yi Futian. The chilling air permeated his body and tried to frost him over. Boom!
Yi Futian's body was tough. The ice crystals burst, and with one step, he had arrived in front of Chu Lian. His terrifying aura crushed down on her. Following that, Yi Futian lifted his hand, and with one palm forward, he sent Chu Lian flying back. Even when her feet finally met the ground again, she had to take steps back to stable herself. She let out a soft groan. They were on completely different levels. Chu Lian. Multiple figures ran to her side and stared coldly at Yi Futian. However, they knew that if he was able to send Chu Lian flying simply by the wave of his hand, there was no way they could go up against him. Yi Futian's cutting gaze turned to look at them. He then walked right past them. The black-winged eagle flapped its wings and gave the girls a look of disdain. Walking over to the ancient barren world's exit, Yi Futian turned back to look at Ning Xiaoqiao. "Can you be my guide?" Ning Xiaoqiao was surprised but quickly nodded with a smile. "All right." She walked forward to Yi Futian's side and led him through a gate, leaving the ancient barren world. All the other people saw this and gradually started to follow, preparing to head back as well. Chu Lian's expression was dark. Yi Futian had humiliated her simply with the wave of his hand. As soon as Yi Futian exited the ancient barren world, he had arrived at the Moon Clan's ancient peak.
The jaded mountain peak looked divine. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Heaven on earth. Hua Jieyu cultivates at the Xiaoya house. I am also a disciple there, but as soon as Hu Jieyu entered the clan, she was taken in by the leader to be taught personally.
"I'm not as gifted," said Ning Xiaoqiao. She led Yi Futian and the others in one direction. "What about Chu Yaoyao?" asked Yifutian. Chu Yaoyao cultivates at the Qianyue Pavilion. That was her younger sister before, Chu Lian. She cultivates at the Hanyue Temple, explained Ning Xiaoqiao. Other than that, there is also the Moon Tower where the clan leader cultivates. Got it, nodded Yifutian. It seemed like every top power had complicated relations within. Hua Jieyu and Chu Yaoyao were obviously from different groups. Ning Xiaoqiao continued to lead Ning Xiaoqiao forward. Along the way, many people asked questions, but when they found out he was Yifutian, all they did was smile. This seemed like a normal thing to them. Yifutian of the cottage was here to visit his girlfriend. It was nothing out of the ordinary and no questions needed to be asked. Stepping into the Xiaoya house territory, Yifutian could see many beautiful girls. After finding out about his identity, they all gathered around in curiosity. He was a serious big shot nowadays. He had actually come to the Moon Clan to see his girlfriend. Just then, Yifutian stopped moving and smiled at a girl in front of him. So, we meet again. The female returned a smile. It was the Hua Jieyu's messenger, Yunro. Senior sister Yun greeted Ning Xiaoqiao. Yunro nodded in acknowledgement. Looking at Yifutian with a smile, she asked, "Here to see Jieyu?" "Yeah." He smiled. "I'll take you there," she said. "Thank you." Yifutian nodded and the two of them headed off in some direction. However, on the road there, a group of people approached from ahead. A group of women. Picturesque sight. The laughter was music to the ears. Yifutian's eyes fell on the figure at the center of the group. It seemed that in the year that Hua Jieyu had cultivated at the Moon Clan, she had become even more beautiful. Yifutian thought to himself, "Good thing I made my move quick." Hua Jieyu's eyes locked on Yifutian. Her clear eyes filled with hints of bitterness, longing, and joy. Her slender fingers reached up to brush away the hairs obstructing her vision, and she looked at Yifutian shyly. Just one look was enough to make Yifutian feel like she had taken his soul. This fox, how is she still so captivating? Yifutian let out a bright smile and watched the girl across from him in silence, carefully taking in her beauty. And Hua Jieyu did the same to him. The two of them looked at each other with smiles that met their eyes. The shyness in her eyes became more evident, but the gentle smile never left her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was soft. In Yifutian's ears, her words were flirtatious. She turned her head away from him slightly but was still captivating as ever. "My wife has gotten even more beautiful." Yifutian smiled. As soon as he spoke, all the girls around began to giggle. "Who's your wife?" Hua Jieyu lowered her head at his words. A timid expression was on her face. Many of her senior sisters were watching. How could this guy be so brazen? Yifutian smiled brightly and walked up to her. He put his hands on her hand and ruffled her soft hair. Hua Jieyu's face grew even redder. Lifting her head slightly, her beautiful, timid eyes stared at Yifutian. "You," Yifutian said softly. Another wave of giggles and laughter ensued. They were all teasing Hua Jieyu. Feeling the countless eyes on her, Hua Jieyu's face burned. "I haven't agreed yet." Hua Jieyu stared at Yifutian with a pouting face. She then turned around and jogged off. She was too embarrassed with so many people looking on. This jerk really knew how to pick the worst settings. Smiling big, Yifutian began to follow her. "Is it really necessary for you guys to show off just how in love you guys are?" Yunro chuckled from the sidelines. "Exactly. We're all single here," said another member of the Moon Clan. They were being too shameless. The Moon Clan was a place for females to cultivate and a majority of them were single. It was too hateful for the two of them to show off like this. "Thanks, everyone." Yifutian left the crowd with a smile. The black-winged eagle waddled behind him, wings flapping and then moving up to cover its eyes. Even it couldn't bear to watch the couple. Seeing the black-winged eagle like this, the crowd was first surprised but recovered quickly and started laughing hysterically. This demon beast was something else. The couple arrived in the courtyard where Hua Jieyu lived. She slowed her pace and Yifutian asked her with a smile, "So, are you going to agree to be my wife?" Hua Jieyu stopped walking and turned around to stare at him. With small steps, she was now standing directly in front of him. She lifted her head to him. Her beautiful eyes were bright and clear, her gaze gentle. She stared at the handsome face in front of her. Getting on her tiptoes, Hua Jieyu placed her hands on Yifutian's shoulders and said softly, "I agree."
With these words, her enchanting red lips met his for a soft peck. Yifutian felt like his heart had melted. His gaze was still on her when he said, "Fox, you're so captivating. I just want to eat you up." "You wouldn't dare," Hua Jieyu answered with a flushed face. "Why wouldn't I?" Yifutian said this while his arms wrapped around her slim waist and held her tightly. He then kissed her fiercely. Hua Jieyu's small hands curled into a fist and hit him lightly. Shortly after, she stopped fighting it and let Yifutian continue. A while later, Yifutian finally let her go. Seeing how flushed and shy she looked made him smile. "Can we take care of this here and now?" "Go to hell." Hua Jiyu lifted her long leg and kicked Yifutian lightly. This guy kept pushing his luck. What went on in that head of his? The sight of Hua Jiyu acting like a teenage girl made Yifutian feel as if they were back in the past. The days of beautiful youth. "Jiyu, I'm prepared to take a trip back to the Nandu Nation. Are you coming with me?" Yifutian asked softly. "Yeah." She nodded. Naturally, she knew of what happened in Chaoga City. The battle between Yifutian and Luo Junlin in the Nandu Nation would be the end of his rivalry with the country. Of course, she had to go with him. Plus, she had wanted to head back for a visit herself. "Let's go see my teacher." Hua Jiyu took Yifutian by the hand and led him away. Not long after, they arrived at a building in a serene area. Hua Jiyu's teacher, also the leader of the Xiaoya house, lived here. She looked very young and was beautiful. She was a tranquil beauty, elegant and refined. It was very comfortable to look at her. "Teacher," Hua Jiyu called out. Yifutian bowed and greeted her as well. "Greetings, senior." Goddess Xiaoya gave him a once-over. This was the man that her disciple was in love with. He was indeed exceptional. She had heard all about his gifts and abilities early on. His looks and aura were the best of the best. He was very well matched for Hua Jieyue. "Jieyue is always talking about you. She can't even focus on cultivating by my side. Tell me, what should I do about that?" Goddess Xiaoya smiled. It was evident from her tone that she was joking. Hua Jieyu glanced at her teacher. When had she talked about Yifutian? Her teacher was doing this on purpose. If so, then if senior doesn't mind, I am willing to stay and cultivate in the Moon Clan. If I'm always with her, then she won't miss me. Yifutian smiled in response. Goddess Xiaoya blinked a couple of times, then turned to smile at Hua Jieyu. Her little boyfriend was quite dreamy. Hua Jieyu glared at Yifutian. This guy definitely does not have pure intentions. Forget about it. You even took the demon clans, which is your servant. I don't want more of your servants to show up in the Xiaoya house. Hua Jiyu chuckled at Yifutian. Yifutian gave her an awkward look. Hua Jiyu smirked and said, "I heard the witch even took care of you in Chaoga City." Yifutian was speechless. Someone had tattled. It was a misunderstanding. That was only a joke. You should know me by now, Jiyu. Don't you know how I feel about you? Am I that type of guy? Yifutian asked straightforwardly. Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded with a smile on her face. From his expression, it was obvious that he felt wronged. Stop being all lovey-dovey in front of me, you too, smiled Goddess Xiaoya. Hua Jiyu blushed immediately. Returning a glance, she said, "What are you talking about, teacher?" Goddess Xiaoya stared at her for a moment and smiled. "Do you want to leave the mountain?" Yes. Hua Jiyu nodded. Of course, her teacher knew about the happenings in Chaoga City. Your heart hasn't been here for a while, right? Joked Goddess Xiaoya. Remember to come back. Don't get carried away by a certain someone. Yifutian could feel the sweat running down his face. It seemed like Goddess Xiaoya had a deep misunderstanding of him. Just then, footsteps from the outside were heard. Yun Ro and others had come. She looked at Goddess Xiaoya and said, "Teacher, the people of the Chenyue Pavilion and Hanyue Temple claim that Yifutian trespassed into the Moon Clan. They're asking if he's here." Goddess Xiaoya frowned. She turned to Yifutian. "What happened?" "Please forgive me, senior." Yifutian bowed and then proceeded to explain the situation. Yun Ro nodded in agreement. One of our fellow Xiaoya house disciple, Ning Chao Chao, witnessed the entire thing. That's what she said as well. If so, then Chu Lian was purposely giving Yifutian a hard time. Goddess Xiaoya sounded a bit upset. They didn't say anything after what happened last time, but it seemed that the opposing party still held a grudge.
But even so, Chu Lian is a disciple of the Moon Clan, and Yi Futian is an outsider. Yi Futian fought them and entered the Moon Clan by force. Using this as an excuse, there isn't much we can do to fight back, said Yunro. Qin Li should be at the Chenyue Pavilion, correct? Goddess Xiaoya asked suddenly. Correct, nodded Yunro. If so, then you go tell her if they want to start something with Yi Futian, they are welcome to. If they're gutsy enough to pick a fight with a disciple of the cottage, then I'm obviously not going to stop them. If they try to bring up the Moon Clan's reputation, ask them if Chu Lian is allowed to block Yi Futian from coming into the Moon Clan to look for a disciple of my Xiaoya house. Did they ask for our permission before Qin Li entered? Yunro nodded at every word Goddess Xiaoya said. I understand. I will go tell them now. I should go with her, Yi Futian said. Okay.
Yunro, on your way, guide Yi Futian and Jieyu off the mountain, said Goddess Xiaoya. Yes, teacher, nodded Yunro. Thank you, senior. Yi Futian lifted his hands and bowed to her before they left. At the entrance to the Xiaoya house, there were many people waiting. Powerful cultivators of the Qianwei Pavilion and the Hanwei Temple were present. Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li were also among the crowd. When Yi Futian's group approached them, everyone's attention turned to him. Chu Yaoyao took one look at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who were standing side by side, and then thought of Qin Li beside her. Yunro stepped forward and said to the crowd, the situation has been made clear. Yi Futian came to see my junior sister, and the Xiaoya house had agreed to it. He did not trespass into the Moon Clan. As for the accusation that he hurt junior sister Chu Lian, Yi Futian has stated that she was deliberately trying to give him a hard time and not allowing him to enter clan territory. This was why he made a move, and that was personal between the two of them. If Chu Lian or anyone else has something to say about that, they can go directly to Yi Futian. The Xiaoya house is part of the Moon Clan, so obviously, we won't be interfering in their personal business. Those from the Hanwei Temple and the Chenyue Pavilion frowned. Based on her attitude, it was obvious that Yunro was not happy about this. Take things on directly with Yi Futian? What about the cottage? Yunro took the Moon Clan out of the equation and claimed that it was personal business. This was pushing everything onto Chu Lian. Chu Lian is a disciple of the Moon Clan. What's the problem with her stopping an outsider from entering? Someone from the Hanwei Temple asked coldly. If Yi Futian was here for someone in the Hanwei Temple, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But he came for someone at our Xiaoya house. Since when did we need permission from the Hanwei Temple? Yunro's tone was still soft and gentle. The Qin's royal grandson is also present. Did anyone come to ask the Xiaoya house for permission when he entered clan territory? Qin Li's eyes widened. Yunro had put him on the spot. I was simply making an example. I don't have anything against you. Please forgive me if I have caused you any inconvenience. It's fine, Qin Li answered nonchalantly with a smile. I have witnessed the ways of the cottage's disciples back in Chaoga City. Everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knows. You were right, though. This isn't a big deal. If Yi Futian is willing to apologize to Chu Lian, then we can all put this behind us. We shouldn't let it hurt the relationship between anyone here. Yi Futian looked over at Qin Li. This guy is becoming more and more of an eyesore. Since when did you have a say in my business? Yi Futian spoke in a cold demeanor. He was not modest at all. Of course, Yi Futian knew that Qin Li's utterance was meant to instigate more problems for him. He knew that it was impossible that Yi Futian would apologize. Qin Li's ultimate goal was to put Yi Futian in a bad light with the members of the Moon Clan. Otherwise, what qualifications did Qin Li have to tell Yi Futian what to do? Qin Li was not a member of the Moon Clan. The royal Qin grandson was definitely not an ordinary identity, but with the cottage's status in the Eastern Barren Territory, a disciple of the cottage wouldn't care about a royal grandson. Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and chuckled. It didn't seem like he was bothered. I was simply concerned. I only want the best for the Moon Clan. Looks like I have overspoken. Yi Futian stared right back. He's a sly one. He always tried to turn people against Yi Futian, but never confronted him directly. On top of the ancient peak in the ancient barren world, many other Moon Clan members heard what Chu Lian said and saw what she did. Do I need her permission to come and see Jieyu? And to use an excuse like dating can affect cultivation? If so, then what is the royal grandson doing here in the Moon Clan?
Don't tell me you came to play. Yifutian's cold eyes swept over everyone in front of him. When his gaze fell on Chu Lian, he said, "It looks to me like you guys have a pretty good relationship. So, why is it a distraction to cultivation when it comes to me? In your heart, you know well whether or not you were purposely being difficult with me. Do you think that everyone is an idiot? If this was the way Chu Lian and the others wanted to do things, then Yifutian was going to let them. Didn't she feel like a despicable person? Yifutian didn't care about his relations with these people. So, what if some people in the Moon Clan didn't like him? Was he supposed to simply let Chu Lian stop him from entering and just go back to the college? Simply because of what they thought? Or was he supposed to apologize and admit that he was in the wrong? Chu Lian and the others didn't look too good. Yifutian continued, "What Yunro said is right. You are welcome to pick a fight with me, but don't claim that I disrespected the Moon Clan as an excuse. Who does Chu Lian think she is? Can she represent the entire Moon Clan? I will take my leave now." Yifutian said his goodbyes and stepped forward with Hua Jieyu by his side. The crowd in front of them very naturally parted to make way for them and watched Yifutian and the others leave. The black-winged eagle followed behind them, flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes swept over everyone. One could feel its disdain with just one look. This dumb creature. Chu Lian was pissed. How dare it look down on them? The disciples of the cottage are domineering as usual. Qin Li chuckled. Everyone around him did not seem like they were in the best of moods. Let's go. Naturally, they were going to have to report this incident to the elders. Chu Yaoyao watched Yifutian's departing figure and felt a mix of emotions. Even though Yifutian didn't know her, every time she saw him, her impression of him deepened. Yifutian obviously didn't care about what Chu Yaoyao and her friends thought of him. Sometimes, when someone came from a different standpoint right from the beginning, it wasn't worth the hassle because it wouldn't change anything. Yunro sent them off the Moon Clan territory and the couple mounted the Black-Winged Eagle to return to the college. In the skies of the ancient barren world, the Black-Winged Eagle soared with Yifutian and Hua Jieyu on its back. It's nice when it's just the two of us. Yifutian looked to the beauty beside him, standing there, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel, her beauty incomparable to any worldly things. There's also a demon beast. Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. Should we roast it for dinner? Yifutian said jokingly. The Black-Winged Eagle jolted in shock. Please don't joke like that. It would scare an eagle to death. Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at him. Yifutian walked forward until he was standing behind her and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Holding the beauty tightly in his arms, he placed his head on her shoulder, tilting his head downward. His nose was in her hair, inches away from her neck. Her sweet scent was an attack on his senses. Hua Jieyu's face flushed red immediately. His actions were so flirtatious. "Jieyu, I missed you so much," Yifutian said softly. "I missed you too," she replied. The Black-Winged Eagle blinked a couple of times. Oh gosh, this was too much even for an eagle. "Jieyu, do you know what my greatest wish is every day?" Yifutian asked. His soft voice was warm and affectionate. Hua Jieyu shook her head. "My greatest wish is for you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes in the morning," he said gently. Hua Jieyu blinked, and when she registered what he had said, she blushed even harder. The color reached her eyes, and she stomped down on Yifutian's foot. In what sounded like a whining tone, she said, "How shameless! Fox, when do you plan on fulfilling my wish?" Yifutian teased her with a smile on his face. "In your dreams," she said. "I do often see you in my dreams." He sighed. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Hua Jieyu couldn't stand him anymore. She wanted to move forward but could not escape the tight embrace of Yifutian. Her body relaxed and leaned into him. It was a scene right out of a storybook. When they got back to the college, Yifutian explained why Lulan Shui had come. This made Hua Jieyu question whether all his words on the way here were paving the way for this. Arriving at the cottage, Yifutian brought Hua Jieyu to the second senior sister. The first thing the second senior sister and Beitang Xinger thought when they saw Hua Jieyu was that she was beautiful. The second thing that came to mind was still that she was beautiful. "So beautiful," Zhuge Hui complimented.
Smiling at Yifutian, she said, "Little brother, how come I feel like everything you told me before was a lie?" This rascal complimented her every day. He told her she looked like a goddess and that there was no one who could compare to her beauty. It turned out he was hiding such a beautiful girlfriend. It was suspicious indeed. How could that be? In my heart, the second senior sister and Jieyu are equally beautiful, Yifutian stated matter-of-factly. Obviously, Hua Jieyu wasn't going to call him out in front of Zhuge Hui. Is that so? Zhuge Hui chuckled at his response. You're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder you tricked the best-looking girl to be your girlfriend. You're indeed my junior brother. Yifutian scratched his head and muttered, Senior sister. There was no trickery going on. It's mutual attraction. Yeah, mutual attraction. The second senior sister was amused by Yifutian's actions and started laughing. Passing by, Xiaoxia and Luofan witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. They then lowered their heads and went on with their own business. What a monster. Hua Jieyu stayed for a meal at the cottage and then headed back to the Guqin Gardens with Yifutian. He was going to head out first, going back to the Kangi Kingdom for a visit before meeting her in the Nanda Nation. The 100 Lands, at the entrance to the ancient barren world ever since the entrance opened over a year ago. This area began to thrive compared to its previously barren state. A city was built from scratch. Emperors of countries all over the 100 Lands had set up quarters in this area. There was no way the area wouldn't flourish. Now, powerful cultivators in all different planes roamed the streets of this city. Whether they were in the Arcana plane or the Dharma plane, they all wanted to test their luck in the ancient barren world. Even though it was possible that they would lose their lives there or might come back with nothing, people continued to go. This was a great opportunity in the eyes of those in the 100 Lands. Just then, a commotion was heard from the ancient barren world's entrance. A group of people could be seen exiting and stepping into the space. Leading them was a middle-aged individual. His aura was outstanding and domineering. He reached out both hands and an energy was released. A force of noble will erupted from him. He looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally. The heavens have not forsaken me, noble. He had finally reached the plane of his dreams. A plane that only emperors could reach. Although he could already feel the power in the ancient barren world, he could not hide his excitement once he stepped out onto this land. Noble. From here on out, he stood at the top of the 100 Lands. He had finally reached the level of his ancestors and had the qualifications to become the emperor of a country. The cultivators behind him smiled. This trip to the ancient barren world had been a dangerous one. Life-threatening situations at every turn. Some of their fellow Arcana plane cultivators were never going to come back, but it was all worth it. This was the chance they had been waiting for. The clan leader was now in the noble plane. After being oppressed for so many years, he was finally now a noble. This middle-aged individual was the leader of the Nanda clan, Nanda Tai. After his outcry, everything fell silent again. His eyes swept over everyone in his surroundings. He said, "Let's go." Then he moved to leave the area. Although he was now in the noble plane, he still couldn't be rash when it came to Yifutian and Luo Junlin, who were disciples of top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was unfortunate that he wasn't a noble all those years ago, though it wasn't too late. At least now he was qualified enough to deal with many things. Emperor Luo probably wouldn't dare to mess with the Nanda clan again. "Who is that?" someone asked. "Don't know," replied an emperor in the area. They were all confused by the departing figure. "How many cultivators have made it into the noble plane so far?" an observer questioned. Since the ancient barren world opened, more and more nobles in the 100 Lands were born. A little while after Nandu Tai left, another group exited the ancient barren world. These people had terrifying auras. Just one look was enough to have people trembling in fear. "Are we there yet?" someone among the newcomer group asked. "We've arrived at the entrance to the ancient barren world in the 100 Lands. We'll head to Nanda now," a young man answered. In a flash, they were all on the move, traveling in a certain direction as a pack. Their energy filled the area. There was absolute silence at this moment. Many people looked to the large group in the sky. That was the energy of nobles. Other than the young man, everyone else was a noble. It was impossible that the 100 Lands had such a powerful force. "That looked like the crown prince of Nandu, Luo Junlin," said an emperor.
Everyone's eyes widened immediately. The Nandu nation's Luo Junlin was back? He had joined the Royal Xian Temple, a great power of the Eastern Barren Territory, and now he was back with many nobles in tow. What did this mean? A year ago, Yi Futian joined a top power and many emperors gave in to him and were still in the Kangyi kingdom. Lots of people went to pay their respects back then. They felt that Kangyi was on an unstoppable rise. But what now? Luo Junlin had returned with nobles. This news spread like wildfire throughout the city. People from all countries in the Hundred Lands got a hold of this news and they realized a storm of change was about to hit the Hundred Lands, the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace. In the past year, there seemed to be a force of pressure in the skies above the palace causing the entire area to feel suppressed. There were many emperors in the Kangyi kingdom and also all emperors were willing to ally with them. Yi Futian was also fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. All of this combined caused everyone in the Nandu Palace to feel heavy-hearted. Emperor Luo felt extremely pressured and thus he spent the past year almost entirely on cultivation. He was waiting for an opportunity. When happenings of this past year faded into the past and when he became more powerful, Emperor Luo was going to head to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. There, he was going to get rid of Yi Futian once and for all. He was willing to wait for the perfect time. He was not going to give Yi Futian a chance to grow. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators appeared in the sky above the palace. This got the attention of many in the palace, causing them to lift their heads. When the sight of the youth leading the group became clear, everyone grew excited. The Crown Prince is back. Junlin had returned leading nobles. More people looked up. This was the moment they felt the heavy burden being lifted off. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had returned and he was leading a group of nobles. What did this mean? Immediately, people came running from all directions of the palace. The entire place began crowded and lively. Contrary to the pin-dropping silence it was in before, a figure stepped into mid-air. It was Emperor Luo. He looked to Luo Junlin and the nobles. "Junlin, you're back." "Father," Luo Junlin called out. "This is my teacher, and these are elders from the Royal Xian Temple." The Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, Hiyulu. He had come in person to see Luo Junlin kill Yi Futian. If Luo Junlin couldn't kill Yi Futian, then he would watch Luo Junlin be killed. Emperor Luo's heart pounded. He had heard from Luo Junlin last year that his teacher was the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple, a big shot in the Eastern Barren Territory. And now he was here in person. "Greetings, fifth lord." Emperor Luo was very polite. He placed himself below the other party. Even though he was an emperor, he was nothing when in front of a person of high status from the Eastern Barren Territory. Hiyulu simply glanced at him. "Let's go down." "Yes, teacher," nodded Luo Junlin. He was not in the best mood right now. He had been watched for days now. There was no way he could escape this battle. There was a light in Emperor Luo's eyes. Luo Junlin's teacher didn't seem too happy. "Where's Miss Shiro?" Emperor Luo asked his son. He knew that Shiro was the fifth lord's daughter and Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was very polite to him when they had met. He quite liked this future daughter-in-law. "Father," called Luo Junlin. He watched as Hiyulu stopped in his track and glared coldly at Emperor Luo. This caused the father-son duo to shiver. They had a bad feeling. Could it be that Luo Junlin came back because something happened? Hiyulu descended and walked into the palace with the Luos following behind him. There was tension in the atmosphere. Luo Junlin saddled up beside his father. "Father, Yi Futian challenged me to a battle here in Nandu." Emperor Luo's eyes sharpened immediately. Yi Futian challenged Luo Junlin to a battle? It had only been a year. Was Yi Futian able to fight against Luo Junlin now? On top of that, he had been the one to initiate the challenge. Did this mean Luo Junlin was the passive party? "Where's Shiro?" Emperor Luo used spiritual energy to project his message. He could feel something was amiss. "Shiro," Luo Junlin was muttering. "Shiro went up against Yi Futian for me. She has died because of Yi Futian's clan. I will avenge her." Emperor Luo halted abruptly, heart pounding loudly. All the color left his face. Shiro was dead. And her father, a big shot in the Royal Xian Temple, had come here with Luo Junlin, who was the passive party in a challenge with Yi Futian. Of course, he knew what this meant.
Was Yu Futian now capable of causing the death of the daughter of a royal Xian temple lord? What's more, Yu Futian set the battle in the Nanda nation. Why? Emperor Luo thought of a lot of things at that moment. He thought back to when both Luo Junlin and Minister Hua reported to him about Yu Futian. He had then nonchalantly written up the imperial order and sent it directly to Donghai City. He had said that everything under the heavens belonged to him. In Nandu, his will was the will of the heavens. He wanted Yu Futian to be a study attendant, essentially a servant, and Hua Jieyu to be the crown princess. Now, in merely 2 years, he felt shivers hearing Yi Futian's name again. Others in the palace did not know why Luo Junlin had come back. They were still in heated discussions regarding this topic. Everyone seemed so excited. The news of this continued to make its way out of the palace. Not long after, Minister Hua stepped into the imperial palace. He moved rapidly and had a commanding presence. His eyes were sharp and a smile was spread across his face. Was the crown prince back with a group of nobles? This was exciting news. At the same time, there was a remote courtyard located at the border of the Deep Palace. It was a rundown location that looked like it hasn't been cleaned in a long while. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in such an extravagant palace. Just then, an extremely beautiful female walked into the courtyard. The guards outside bowed and greeted Princess. The female was the Princess of Nandu. She was no longer the little girl she was before. She had blossomed into a captivating beauty with a hint of indifference and grace. Inside the rundown courtyard, a figure sat quietly on an old rocking chair. He seemed so relaxed and dazed as he looked up at the sky. It didn't seem like he noticed the princess' arrival. "Teacher, I'm here to see you," she called out. The figure seated in front of her was the Nandu nation's Minister Zhua. He was placed on house arrest in the palace. "Child, I told you not to come as often anymore. Wouldn't want His Majesty to get upset," said Minister Zhua. "My older brother came back from the royal Xian temple with a bunch of nobles," she said. "I saw." His tone was still so calm. He did not seem fazed. "Teacher, do you still believe in your prophecy?" she asked. "If you apologize to my father, I can put in a good word to get him to forgive you too." Minister Zhua chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl, this isn't a good sign for Nandu. Just look at the sky." Saying this, he reached his arm to point at the sky. "So red, blood red." She took a look and sighed inwardly. "Take care, teacher." Then, she turned to leave. The princess had been trying her best but never managed to persuade anyone. Minister Zhua was still smiling up at the sky. "The evils we bring ourselves are the hardest to bear." The news quickly spread all over the 100 Lands. On the second day of Luo Junlin's return, many emperors from surrounding countries came to pay the Nanda nation a visit. Even when Hishiro had come, many of them arrived to see her. Now, nobles from the royal Xian temple were here, and the rumors even said one of them was a lord of the temple. In the past year, many emperors became close with the Kangi kingdom. They were afraid that Emperor Luo might hold a grudge against them for that. There was no way these emperors from the 100 Lands knew what was going on at the center of the Eastern Barren territory. They also didn't know why Luo Junlin came back with the nobles. Ever since Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple and the door to the ancient barren world opened, the 100 Lands have been in a state of unrest. Nobody wanted to get sucked into the storm and potentially lose their lives. Everyone wanted to move up in life. In a situation like this, how could they not visit when a big shot from the royal Xian temple was here? Thus, the entire Nanda palace, no, the entire imperial city was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. It was as if the Nanda nation was welcoming the peak period of their country. Nanda had its reputation ruined during the Tingfeng banquet over a year ago. Now, the crown prince was back. Was he finally able to make the country proud? Emperor Luo welcomed the visiting emperors like nothing was wrong. They drank and chatted. Through Luo Julin, he got an understanding of the whole situation. However, he did not announce it to anyone. There weren't even that many people in the palace that knew. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Kangi kingdom was the complete opposite of that in Nandu. After getting the news, everything became tense. This was especially true in the Kangi palace. Many people felt just a bit worried. Luo Junlin was back with nobles. It was obvious that he came prepared. They were definitely not here in the 100 Lands for an innocent visit. So why were they here? To destroy Kangi? Had something happened to Yi Futian in the Eastern Barren territory? Some people thought so. Others thought it might be possible that Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and the others who left for the Eastern Barren Territory weren't favored by elders of their clans. So, perhaps they didn't have any say, unlike Luo Junlin. Therefore, he was able to get nobles on his side and get them to return with him. This was very possible. After all, Yi Futian and the others were still at lower levels of cultivation. Luo Junlin was levels above them and even got the daughter of a high authority figure to be his girlfriend. Presently, in the Kangyi Palace, Emperor Yi frowned at the news he received. Father, after a thorough investigation, the big shot is a lord of the Royal Xian Temple. It's the father of Luo Junlin's girlfriend. He is also his teacher, said Yi Danshan. Is Luo Junlin already able to mobilize power like that? Emperor Yi was worried. If these people made a move on Kangyi, they wouldn't be able to fight it. Father, should we send people immediately to investigate the situation at the center of the Eastern Barren Territory? Asked Yi Lingxi softly. If they really wanted to make a move, then it's already too late. I hope Futian and the others are fine. Emperor Yi thought of Yi Futian and the others, they're outstanding cultivators, so they should be fine. Brother Yi, a voice rang out suddenly. A group of people flooded in. They were the emperors of Yunchu, Yen, and various other countries. They had promised Yi Futian that they would stay in Kangyi and listen to Emperor Ye's orders. Emperor Yi frowned at the sight of them. How dare they barge in? They weren't usually like this. Brother Yi, I heard that Luo Junlin came back leading a group of nobles from the Royal Xian Temple, said Emperor Chu. And? Emperor Yi lifted an eyebrow at him. Brother Yi, under these circumstances, we would like to leave Kangyi temporarily. You wouldn't mind, would you? Asked Emperor Chu. In a situation like this, if the Royal Xian Temple made a move on Kangyi, they would most likely go down with the country. Emperor Ye's gaze sharpened immediately and said coldly, when Yi Futian made you guys stay, it wasn't so you could vacation here. It was to prepare for any danger. Now that it has come, you want to leave. Why had Yi Futian ordered the emperors of all these countries to stay in Kangyi? It was a defense measure against Emperor Luo, of course. Now that Luo Junlin was back with a group of powerful cultivators, many people thought they would target Kangyi. So, Emperor Chu and the others wanted to leave? Brother Yi, you see the situation right now. If the people Luo Junlin brought back really attack Kangyi, then for us to stay here would be waiting for death. We're better off observing from afar, and then, if needed, we will come to your aid. You should be understanding of this, stated Emperor Yen. It was obvious none of them were willing to take a risk. When Luo Junlin charged over with the nobles, it was going to be the end. And what if I say I can't be understanding? Emperor Yi said with a smile. It is truly disappointing that you would be so unreasonable, Emperor Chu replied. If Brother Yi is unwilling to think for us, then I don't see the point of this friendship. Friendship? Emperor Yi laughed sarcastically. Don't you guys forget the reason why you stayed. You were the ones who begged Yi Futian. You guys gave yourselves up to Kangyi as an act of redemption. Back then, the 6 emperors allied with Yi Shiro and Luo Junlin, demanding that Yi Futian's friends and family be relinquished. They wanted to kill Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian came back on the Kunping and the emperors came to ask for forgiveness on their own accord. They wanted to talk friendship now? When they had just given themselves up to be controlled by Kangyi, they acted with the utmost respect. They agreed to whatever Yi Futian said, and were polite with Emperor Yi, referring to him as His Majesty. But after some consideration and some time together, Emperor Yi didn't feel the need for them to address him as so and reverted to addressing each other as Emperor. He had become friendly with his fellow emperors. But now, thinking of this, Emperor Yi said again in a cold manner, you guys were the ones who were willing to give up power. That was the only reason why Yi Futian let you all off the hook. It seems like you have forgotten this in just a year's time. So, then do as you please. Also, you better pray that Luo Junlin and his people are absolutely sure they can take on Futian and the others. Otherwise, if Yi Futian and his friends come out unscathed, I will be the one praying for you guys. Praying that when you come to our doorstep begging for forgiveness once again, he'll let you all go a second time. Did they want to be fence-sitters? Everyone knew how to do that. But this wasn't that simple. They had threatened Yi Futian's family. He only decided to keep them in Kangyi because he was worried that there would be nobody to protect the country once he left. But they wanted to leave now, immediately after Luo Junlin returned? They sure knew how to switch sides for their own benefits. Emperor Chu's group looked at one another and shared a common look in their eyes. Naturally, they understand what Emperor Yi meant, but the problem was they were in imminent danger while the threat of Yi Futian was not immediate. How should they decide? Of course, it was to take care of the immediate danger. The other choice was to stay here with the Kangyi people and lose their last fighting chance when Luo Junlin attacked. In all honesty, they also wanted to wait and get a clear understanding of the situation, or they could travel the long distance to the center of the Eastern Baron territory and investigate. However, danger was too close. Rumor had it that emperors of many other countries had already arrived in Nandu and were having a jolly good time socializing with Emperor Luo. The 100 Lands were already stirred up by the situation and everyone was talking about it. It was said the Nandu nation could mobilize its troops at any time. Plus, it wouldn't take long for the nobles to arrive in Kangyi due to the proximity between the two countries. There was no time, the lesser of two evils. This was a simple choice to make. Emperor Ye's words hit a sore spot for the emperors. If they left now and Luo Junlin couldn't get rid of Yi Futian, they would still be in danger. There was only one way out. They had to pick a side. They had already decided to leave for Nandu. Once they got there, the emperors were going to apologize and beg for forgiveness. They were forced to stay in Kangyi, against their will. Would Emperor Luo be understanding of them? Under these circumstances, should they do something to prove their sincerity? The emperors looked at one another and sent secret messages telepathically. Emperor Yi raised a brow, seemingly noticing that something was amiss. He turned to Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi. You two should step out. Yes. The royal Yi siblings could feel the weird atmosphere as well and prepared to leave. Attack! Right after Emperor Yi had spoken, the 6 emperors made their move abruptly. Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi's faces fell and they tried to retreat. But these were nobles, it wasn't that easy to escape them. The pair of siblings were captured in the blink of an eye. Presumptuous! Emperor Yi yelled furiously. Sword Qi filled the air and covered the entire area in a matter of seconds. However, the emperors of Yunchu and Yen stood as a blockade in front of Emperor Ye's children. They gave off a similar burst of wild energy. Emperor Chu said, "Forgive us, Brother Yi. We don't have a choice. We'll be borrowing the prince and princess." Emperor Yi moved his arms about and Sword Qi blanketed the sky. The 6 emperors froze. Emperor Chu said, "Brother Yi, don't push us. Would the palace be able to withstand it if we fought? 6 against 1. There was no questioning the results and many people in the palace would die. Father, called out Yi Danshin. We'll go with them. He knew well and clear of the situation they were in. If anybody made a move, the Kangyi palace would be in danger. Father, send someone to the Eastern Baron territory. Nothing will happen to us, said Yi Lingxi. The two of them were furious too. These bastards actually had the nerve to betray Kangyi. Yi Futian was the only one they could believe in now. He wasn't going to let this go. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, and the other 2 were their friends. The 2 royal children saw for themselves how well the group did in the ancient Baron world. Even though Luo Junlin had the upper hand right now, as long as Yi Futian wasn't dead, the 2 of them would be fine. Danshin Lingxi. Emperor Yi turned green while his eyes burned red with rage. Brother Yi, we have no other choice. Farewell for now. The 6 emperors left in a flash and made their way out of the palace in no time. Then they went to get their families. When they had surrendered to Kangyi, one of Yi Futian's conditions was to have the royal families from these countries move to Kangyi. But now that the 6 emperors chose betrayal, their families were a direct threat. The Kangyi palace was in an uproar. Emperor Chu and the others had actually betrayed them. They also took Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi. Was it so they could go seek refuge with the Nanda nation? Emperor Yi stood there with a darkened expression. Sword intent flowed around him, almost suffocating. Naturally, he knew why Emperor Chu took Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi as an offering to the Nandu nation to make amends. The emperors understood that since they had chosen to betray Kangyi, they must make their way back to Luo Junlin. There was no going back after this. They had to mend their relationship with Nandu. When the news got out, the imperial city of Kangyi was in an uproar. The reactions were as strong as an earthquake. Dark clouds shifted and spread in the skies above the imperial city. Could it be that the rumors were true? Luo Junlin was bringing people to attack Kangyi? In the imperial city, the Lins were a powerful family. Kangyi's #1 beauty, Lin Yuyao, lifted her head to the skies. The news that trickled out from the palace shook the city. It was only natural Lin Yuyao would find out. The figure of a handsome young man came to mind for her.
Luo Junlin had made a fierce return. What about him?
Where was he?
She hoped that nothing had happened to him in the Eastern Barren territory. She was worried. Presently, no one knew how things would turn out under these circumstances. The Nandu nation was lively. Emperors from all over had arrived. All the while, the Kangyi kingdom was met with stormy skies. It seemed like in the span of a single night, the two countries had swapped positions. And what would be their fate?
Yifutian had no idea what had happened in the Kangyi kingdom, and nobody knew that Luo Junlin's return with the nobles would cause so much commotion. When he made the 6 emperors pledge their allegiance to Kangyi, it was indeed to protect the country. It was to give Kangyi the power to speak up to the rest of the 100 lands. He never anticipated any of the present events when he did what he did back then. The 6 emperors had betrayed Kangyi, and Yifutian's past decision had created a direct threat to the country.
Presently, Yifutian was still on the way back. There was a long way back to the 100 lands. They passed by many deserted areas. Took a long time even for nobles. In the cloud-ridden skies above the barren lands, a Kuanping soared with wings that looked like the clouds in the skies.
It was the Kuanping from the Lu kingdom. Yifutian didn't choose to depart from the ancient barren world. Hua Jiyu, Yuxing, and himself were in the Dharma plane, while his master, Hua Folu, and the others were in the Arcana plane. There were also the 9 nobles.
If they left from the ancient barren world, they wouldn't have been able to travel together. Thus, they decided to travel the distance to meet up first. On the way, they passed by the east of the Eastern Barren territory. That was where the Lu kingdom and the Fuyun sword clan were located.
Lu Feiyang, Lu Chenyu, and Yi Wuchen brought a lot of their own people to travel with them. Up ahead on the land below them was an enormous, magnificent ancient city. Looking down from the skies above, the ancient city looked white, like it was sculpted from white jade. "Son, this is Lulan City." On the Kuanping, a noble of Lulan pointed this out to Yifutian. "Yes, but we're in a rush now, so we won't be stopping. We'll come again if we get the chance next time." Yifutian nodded at the noble. Lu Feiyang smiled at Yifutian.
They all knew how Yifutian became the son of Lulan out of nowhere. What a son he was to skip over the city just like that. "All right?" The noble nodded in return. They listened to the Empress' order and followed Yifutian. Obviously, they would do what he said. As long as he didn't ask them to cause harm to Lulan, Yifutian's every word was their command. The Kuanping continued to advance on their rush journey to the 100 lands, passing directly over Lulan City. In the Lulan Palace below them, the Empress sat in an ancient meeting hall. Just then, a graceful female approached. She bowed and greeted, "Empress, Lan, there is something I need to bother you with. You'll have to take a trip," said the Empress. "All right?" The female nodded. "The son, Yifutian, will arrive in the Nandu nation a short while later for a battle. Bring a group of Lulan's most powerful nobles over to greet the son. Other than that, if he is victorious, you guys don't have to do anything. But if he loses, I don't wish for anything to happen to him," said the Empress. "I understand." This young lady was the Empress' most trusted subordinate. She had been with the Empress for many years, through thick and thin. She was known as the person only lesser to the Empress. Lan left the hall and the Empress sat back in her chair. Her eyes drifted outside. They would pass by Lulan on the way to the 100 lands from the Eastern Barren territory. But that rascal, Yifutian, felt prejudice against her. He was definitely not going to come. However, she didn't care. To her, it didn't matter what he thought of her. The imperial city of the Nanda nation was immersed in a joyous atmosphere, especially the imperial palace. Many people were looking forward to the Prince Luo Junlin leading an army of cultivators and attacking Kangyi. According to His Majesty, this day was not far away. Within a few more days, they would eliminate Kangyi and kill Yifutian. Due to the overwhelming announcement, people from different parts of the Nandu nation came to the imperial city one after another. People from all the major cities had come to observe the situation. In the imperial palace, there was a continuous stream of people entering to pay a visit. They included the leaders of various families in the Nanda nation. The Nanda clan had also sent someone to the palace to send their congratulations. Suddenly, Outside the imperial palace, a group of people descended from the sky. They were the emperors from the Yunchu nation, the Yan kingdom, and so on. They were still holding Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi in captivity. There were many people outside the imperial palace, some of which recognized them and exclaimed uncontrollably, "They are Emperor Chu and Emperor Yan." That's right. Didn't they submit to the Kangyi kingdom?
Why are they at the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace now? Everyone's eyes sparkled. Then they saw the emperors holding Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi in captivity. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they had vaguely guessed what was happening.
Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangyi were planning to change their master now. Emperor Chu said to the guard of the imperial palace, "We would like to meet Emperor Luo. We have brought with us the Prince Yi Danshan and the Princess Yi Lingxi of the Kangyi kingdom. Please wait for a while," the guard said, feeling very pleased. Over these days, many emperors had arrived. Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangyi that time were surrendering at the moment. It was all thanks to Prince Luo Junlin who had brought such prosperity to the Nandu nation. Before long, Emperor Chu, as well as the other emperors, was invited into the imperial palace. In the palace of the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo was drinking tea and chatting with many other emperors. They sat on the ground and appeared to be very relaxed. Noticing the arrival of the 6 emperors, Emperor Luo glanced at them and smiling, he said, "Why are you here? Brother Luo, last year we fought together. However, because of the situation at that time, we had to submit to Kangyi. Fortunately, the prince has finally made his grand return now, and we no longer need to live a petty life under the Kangyi kingdom. We have brought the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom here to visit you," Emperor Chu said. Many other emperors looked at him.
He had said everything in such a beautiful way. Furthermore, he was actually so calm and thick-skinned. "Why did you bring the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom to Nandu?" Emperor Luo asked emotionlessly. "I think you should settle this yourself." After he finished speaking, he continued drinking his tea quietly as if he was a mystery. At the moment, he was sneering in his heart. The 6 emperors were people who would bend with the wind. That time, when the Kangyi kingdom was strong, they all wanted to enter and enjoy the benefits. Now when Luo Junlin had just returned, they received the news and came here to observe the situation. Since this was the case, he would fulfill their wish. He did not say anything about the situation in the Eastern Barren territory, and also did not mention the challenge. He deliberately created a false impression that Luo Junlin had brought the cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple here to destroy Kangyi. He wanted to see how these people would react. As for the consequences, he was no longer bothered at the moment. If Luo Junlin won the challenge, Yi Futian would die, and the Kangyi kingdom would, of course, be destroyed. Everything would happen naturally. If his son, Luo Junlin, lost, then all these happy clowns would be buried with them. "Brother Luo, what do you mean?" Emperor Chu asked. Emperor Luo was still drinking his tea and did not say anything, allowing Emperor Chu to take his own understanding. He would not mind it even if Emperor Chu got the meaning wrong. Seeing the scene, the eyes of the 6 emperors sparkled, after which they glanced at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Emperor Luo had asked them to settle everything themselves. How should they handle it? Was it not enough to bring them here? Suddenly, an emperor sitting opposite Emperor Luo asked, "Brother Luo, when do you plan to send the army and eliminate Kangyi?" "There is no need to hurry. In a few days' time, Yi Futian will come here and die. After he is killed, we will destroy Kangyi," Emperor Luo said emotionlessly. His tone was very casual, as if the Kangyi kingdom was insignificant. All the emperors smiled and said, "With such an outstanding descendant, you will become the king of the 100 lands in no time." Hearing all these compliments, Emperor Luo seemed very calm. However, the 6 emperors, including Emperor Chu, could not keep calm. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. The news actually came from Emperor Luo himself, and the Kangyi kingdom might be destroyed anytime. Fortunately, they had come to the Nandu nation to apologize. There was still a chance for redemption. "Kill yourselves." Emperor Chu looked at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Immediately, the faces of the two turned pale as they stared at Emperor Chu. "You are an emperor after all. Are you actually so despicable?" Yi Danshan said, staring at Emperor Chu. "Slap!" Emperor Chu raised his hand and slapped Yi Danshin on the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a cold expression on his face, Emperor Chu said, "I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Do it yourselves." Some sadness appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She was so young and did not want to die. "Are you not afraid of his revenge?" Xianxia said, looking at Emperor Chu. "Didn't you hear the words from Brother Luo?" Emperor Chu sneered. Xianxia smiled and said, "Although I do not know what happened, what does Luo Junlin, the prince of the Nandu nation, have to compare with Yi Futian? Furthermore, there is still Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Hua Jieyu. You will definitely regret it." A cold aura was emitted from Emperor Luo, and a murderous intent filled the place. Xianxia closed her eyes and a figure appeared in her mind. She was not resigned to her fate. Was she going to die like this? She did not want to die. Why did fate make fun of her like this? "Stop!" someone shouted coldly. Then, Emperor Chu saw a graceful lady in a red shirt walking towards him. She looked at him coldly and said, "You are an emperor after all. This is too mean." That time, he surrendered to Kangyi Pedali. Now, he had brought the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom here to submit himself. In order to survive, he was really using all kinds of methods. Emperor Chu was humiliated like this and his face darkened. However, he knew that the lady before him was the princess of the Nanda nation, Luo Meng'en. Therefore, he did not say anything and only looked at Emperor Luo. "Father, can you give them to me to handle?" Luo Meng'en said, looking at Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo glanced at his daughter, and then said to Emperor Chu, "What do you think? We'll follow the princess's wish." The few emperors nodded. "All right," Emperor Luo said and looked at his daughter. He knew well that if Yi Futian won, he would surely die, and it would be over for the Nandu nation as well. However, today Emperor Chu and the rest had brought Yi Danshin and Xianxia here. He was the bad guy, and his daughter saved them. He wanted Yi Futian to owe his daughter a favor. "Follow me," Luo Meng'en said, looking at Yi Danshin and Xianxia. The two glanced at each other. Then they followed Luo Meng'en and left the place. Emperor Chu actually really wanted to harm them, and the princess of the Nanda nation saved their lives. After the three left, Emperor Luo looked at the 6 emperors and said emotionlessly, "How about a drink together?" "Thank you, Brother Luo." Delight could be seen on the few emperors' faces. They walked forward one after another and sat down on the ground. The many emperors started to chat casually, discussing the future situation of the 100 lands. There were even a few emperors who hinted that they would honor the Nanda nation as the king of the 100 lands in the future. They knew that they could not do anything to stop the Nandu nation from sending out the army and defeating the Kangyi kingdom. Instead of being passive, they might as well be more active, which could perhaps bring them more benefits. When Emperor Chu stepped into the Nandu nation imperial palace, a Kuanpeng was flying quickly in the sky above the Kangyi kingdom imperial city. "We're finally here." Yi Futian looked below him. Buildings and clouds flashed past them as they rushed directly towards the imperial palace. Masteress will visit Uncle Yi first, and then go to Donghai City," Yi Futian said, looking at Hua Fenglu. "It's your call," Nandu Wanin said, smiling. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded gently. They could already see the imperial palace below them. At the moment, the atmosphere in the palace was still very tense. Emperor Yi had already sent someone to the Eastern Barren Territory, but he would not be able to make it in time, because they did not have much time left. Even with his own speed, he would need several days to go to the Eastern Barren Territory and come back, not to mention his man. There was more and more news coming from the Nandu nation so that Emperor Luo could send out his army anytime. Under such a circumstance, it was clear how desperate the people in the imperial palace were. However, suddenly, a whizzing sound erupted from the sky, and a gust of violent wind blew across. Many people raised their heads in astonishment. Then they saw a Kuanping. Its cloud-like wings extended as it descended slowly. At this instant, everyone held their breaths and wild joy filled their minds. The Kuanping arrived, so did Yi Futian. In the imperial palace, everyone's heart beat rapidly as they awaited Yi Futian's arrival. Emperor Yi had naturally seen it as well, and his eyes sparkled. He flashed and turned into a sword, ascending into the air. On the back of the Kuanping, Yi Futian and the rest smiled and looked at Emperor Yi. "Uncle Yi," Yi Futian shouted with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, Hua Foglu, Yi Xiang, and the rest also shouted. They had a good relationship with Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi smiled and nodded at everyone. However, his smile was somewhat forced as if something was bothering him. Futian. Emperor Yi's tone was very low and the usual warmness in his voice was completely missing. Noticing the difference, Yi Futian and the rest knew at once that something was amiss. Withdrawing his smile, Yi Futian asked, Uncle Yi, what happened? Luo Junlin returned to Nandu with many cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple, saying that he would send an army to attack Kangyi. The 6 emperors are traitors and brought Danshin and Lingxi away. They have probably already offered them to Emperor Luo, Emperor Yi said in a low voice. Boom! Just as Emperor Yi finished speaking, a freezing aura erupted from Yi Futian's body immediately, and his face turned extremely cold. The 6 emperors had forced Emperor Yi to hand over his family members. However, because of the situation in Kangyi, when the 6 emperors begged them and chose to surrender, he still gave them a chance, asking them to stay in Kangyi for 10 years. Now, the 6 emperors actually betrayed them directly and also took away his friends Yi Danshin and Yi Lingxi. His mood at the moment could be well imagined. Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Sword will was emitted from his body and a murderous intent filled the place. Uncle Yi, come here, Yi Futian shouted. Emperor Yi knew what Yi Futian wanted to do. He flashed and landed on the back of the Kuanping. Senior Kuanping, please go there at the fastest speed, Yi Futian said. The wings of the Kuanping trembled and its large body flashed out like a bolt of lightning, sending a gust of violent wind towards the ground. The people in the imperial palace all felt that they could not stand firmly. Then, they saw the Kuanping shoot into the clouds in an instant, flying off into the distance. At the moment, many cultivators were gathered outside the Nandu Nation imperial palace, staring at the majestic palace. There were many emperors inside the palace, including the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like who had come to apologize. Nandu was a cultivator from the Nandu clan, whose leader had just entered the noble plane. However, Luo Junlin had returned, and they had to observe the situation first. Because of their leader's current level, they were thinking about whether the Luo family could return the Nandu nation to them after dominating the 100 lands or perhaps give them another kingdom, such as Kangyi. Nandu came here to send his congratulations and at the same time gather more information. More than a year ago, the Kangyi kingdom and Yi Futian were so glorious. However, all of this turned out to be illusory and was about to become history. Greetings, Minister Hua. Suddenly, Minister Hua walked out of the imperial palace. I heard that the leader of the Nanda clan has entered the noble plane. Congratulations, Minister Hua said emotionlessly, feeling somewhat envious. Nanda Tai actually stepped into the noble plane before he did. All thanks to your support. When can I meet His Majesty and the Prince? Nandu asked. His Majesty is now chatting with various emperors while the Prince is cultivating with the people from the Royal Xian Temple. You can follow me and take a walk around the palace, Minister Hua said. Nandu nodded and said, All right then. Thank you. Then the two walked towards the palace. Suddenly, a fierce whiz was heard in the distance, accompanied by many exclamations, causing Minister Hua and Nandu to stop and turn around to take a look. There, a giant was charging directly towards the palace at an astonishing speed. It seemed to be a Kuanping. Kuanping. Minister Hua's look turned serious. More than a year ago, Yi Futian rode a Kuanping to return to Kangyi. Now, a Kuanping appeared in the sky above the Nanda nation. Was he here? Apart from him, many people outside the imperial palace raised their heads and looked at the sky as well, all feeling shocked. It was actually the legendary demon Kuanping. The enormous Kuanping flew towards the imperial palace directly. Finally, the group of people on its back became visible. Their leader was a handsome man with an icy expression. He was, of course, Yi Futian. That time during the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian behaved extremely frivolously. There were too many people in the Nandu nation who knew him. Yi Futian is back. Everyone was very surprised. Furthermore, he was going towards the Nanda nation imperial palace. Minister Hua frowned. After the prince returned, His Majesty said that after a few more days he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi. Indeed, Yi Futian was here. It seemed that His Majesty and the prince knew about it all along. Nandu's eyes sparkled. He did not only see Yi Futian, but also the charming and elegant lady beside him. She was Hua Jieyu,
a junior whom the Nanda clan had put in a lot of effort to train. Also, Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin were all there. "Stop them," Minister Hua commanded coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the guards ascended into the air and blocked the path to the imperial palace. They looked at Yi Futian and his team and shouted, "Stop! Enter!" Yi Futian said. The Kuanping's wings trembled and its huge body charged forward. Needless to say, the guards were all sent flying away directly. Following a loud rumble, the gates of the imperial palace collapsed due to the collision. Behind them, countless people witnessed the scene and felt flabbergasted. Did Yi Futian just break into the palace? "How dare you!" Minister Hua flashed and blocked in front of them. His look was extremely cold. "Kill everyone in the way," Yi Futian said. The silver snow guards behind him released their noble auras and stepped forward. Minister Hua was very shocked. Seeing the incoming silver snow guards and the Kuanping, he did not dare to intercept and backed away immediately with his look turning very black. How did he dare to block? At the moment, many important people from the Royal Shen Temple were inside the imperial palace, including the Fifth Lord. Why did Yi Futian dare to break in by force? Even if he had nobles with him, he should not be so bold. The Kuanping flew past Minister Hua. Standing on its back, Yi Futian glanced at Minister Hua. His extremely freezing look caused Minister Hua to feel cold throughout his body. Yi Futian's look made him feel that he was looking at a dead person. It was as if in Yi Futian's eyes, Minister Hua was already non-existent. Nanda Yu's heart raced wildly. Not long ago, he was still thinking that Yi Futian and the Kangyi Kingdom would probably both be eliminated this time. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was here, and he broke into the Nanda Nation imperial palace by force. But did Emperor Luo not say that he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi? Why did Yi Futian still dare to do so? Did Yi Futian really not get any help from his clan? Then where did those nobles come from? "Let's go," Minister Hua said coldly. He continued moving forward, following the Kuanping. At the moment, the various emperors who had been drinking tea inside the imperial palace had noticed the sound outside. Emperor Luo's look turned cold, for he knew that Yi Futian had come. Only he knew the reason for Luo Junlin's return. He did not tell anyone else and even announced to the public that he was going to kill Yi Futian and annihilate Kangyi. However, Yi Futian was now here. It was really funny that those foolish emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like heard the rumors and wanted to surrender to him. But he would obviously not care about the fate of those emperors. During that time, these people who would always fall on the side of the stronger had already betrayed once. Since they were willing to come here, he welcomed them warmly. Clearly, he was not bothered about the consequences. What is happening? All the emperors were astonished. What happened? Emperor Chu's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Emperor Luo stood up and smiling. He said, "Brothers, you should get up and welcome the guests." After he finished speaking, he started walking forward. Before him, a Kuanping suddenly appeared fiercely. On its way, many people wanted to stop it but did not dare to do so. Therefore, they could only watch the Kuanping flatten many buildings and eventually reach the place. Yi Futian appeared on the Kuanping. The emperor from the Yunchu nation froze and his heart trembled violently. Yi Futian once again rode the Kuanping here. The scene was extremely similar to the one that happened more than a year ago. Moreover, this time, there were more powerful cultivators beside him. "Where are they?" Yi Futian asked coldly. He did not say anything unnecessary and questioned the emperor directly. Seeing the scene, Emperor Yi was very surprised. On their way, Yi Futian's look was very cold as he was in a bad mood, while Emperor Yi was also worried about Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Thus, the two were not in the mood to chat about the things that happened in the Eastern Barren territory. He was therefore unclear about the situation as well and only followed Yi Futian to the Nanda nation. From the way that they entered the imperial palace, it seemed that Yi Futian was not afraid of Luo Junlin at all. So did Emperor Luo purposely spread the rumors these few days? Seeing Yi Futian's look, the six emperors looked at Emperor Luo one after another. Emperor Luo stared at Yi Futian. At the same time, Yi Futian was also looking at him. The two stared at each other, and this was the first time that the two really stood opposite each other. Although they had already met on the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian was still too weak to stand opposite him at that time.
However, at the moment when Yi Futian looked at the once all-powerful emperor who changed his fate with just an edict, there was only coldness in his eyes. In the past, Emperor Luo was far more superior than him. He could not even reject an order from Emperor Luo. However, now he had seen too many nobles. Yi Futian, did you just break into my imperial palace like this? Emperor Luo was looking at the handsome young man in front of him and also recalled the events in the past. The young man whom he was not bothered with, and whose fate he once thought he could easily change, was already famous in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment. He could even force He Shiro, the daughter of the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple, to die. How ironic that was. Do you want your whole family to die? Yi Futian's tone was extremely icy. He was not polite at all as he threatened directly. Just as he finished speaking, everyone present was astounded, especially the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. The sentence was like a bolt out of the blue. Yi Futian asked Emperor Luo if he wanted his entire family to die. How contemptuous and arrogant that was. It was precisely the meaning behind such arrogance that really caused all the emperors present to feel a wave of coldness fill their bodies. Yi Futian came here in such an overpowering way, and he definitely knew that Luo Junlin was here. Therefore, what did it mean when he dared to speak to Emperor Luo in such a way? At this instant, Emperor Chu's face turned extremely pale. He felt that he might have made a fatal mistake. Apart from the emperors, Minister Hua and Nandiyu also felt frozen after hearing Yi Futian's words, as if Yi Futian said that line not only to Emperor Luo but also to them. Where are they? Yi Futian continued in an icy tone. Emperor Luo's expression became as awkward as it could possibly be. The young man whom he could once eliminate with just an order was speaking to him with such a tone at the moment. Do you want your whole family to die? Yi Futian, how dare you, someone suddenly shouted coldly. Luo Junlin and the people from the Royal Xian Temple had arrived. A trace of hope was rekindled in Emperor Chu's heart as he prayed that Luo Junlin could deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin. Just as Luo Junlin stopped and was about to speak, Yi Futian said emotionlessly, "Do you believe that I can kill you right now?" The cottage had its own rules. He Shiro bore the full responsibility for his attempted assassination and killed herself. Thus Luo Junlin was not punished. Yi Futian knew that Luo Junlin had played some dirty tricks, but he still did not rely on his seniors in the cottage to kill Luo Junlin directly. Instead, he gave Luo Junlin an official challenge and a chance to take revenge. The loser would die. However, if Luo Junlin and the Nandu Nation did not follow the rules, then the challenge would be unnecessary. Luo Junlin's face turned pale. He knew that Yi Futian would really dare to do so. Yi Futian dared to kill him, but the people from the Royal Shen Temple did not dare to kill Yi Futian. The reason was simple: the cottage was stronger. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status in the cottage was way higher than his own status in the Royal Shen Temple. Therefore, even if Yi Futian really killed him, the Royal Shen Temple would hate Yi Futian, but nobody would dare to take revenge for him for the moment. If the previous line from Yi Futian had caused the mood of Emperor Chu and the rest to worsen to the extreme end, then this line caused the 6 emperors to become extremely desperate and regretful. Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin if he believed that Yi Futian dared to kill him immediately. Who was killing who after all? All the emperors felt extremely cold. They could vaguely feel that they may have been deceived by Emperor Luo. Now that they thought about it carefully, Emperor Luo had indeed been deliberately announcing the news all along. In reality, after the people from the Royal Shen Temple arrived, they stayed in the Imperial Palace and did not really show up. They did not come here to eliminate Kang Yi. But was Emperor Luo the only person to put the blame on? Hearing that the people from the Royal Shen Temple had arrived at the palace, the various emperors came to visit themselves. They were the ones who could not retain their composure, and many other emperors actually did not come. Why could they not keep calm? That was because they wanted to benefit from the situation. The important people from the Royal Xian Temple had arrived, and the Prince of the Nanda Nation had also returned. Under such a circumstance, Emperor Luo chatted with them and remarked casually that he was going to obliterate Kang Yi. Would they suspect anything? No, they believed it firmly. Therefore, the rumors kept spreading. Until this moment, when Yi Futian rode the Kuanping and broke into the Nandu Imperial Palace by force, something seemed to be broken. Nanduyu's heart trembled gently. If Yi Futian could kill Luo Junlin,
Then how about the Nandu clan?
He looked at Yu Futian and Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. This unparalleled couple was almost taken to pieces that time, as Hua Jieyu was almost sent into the imperial palace. They used their lives to resist. Because of this, Hua Jieyu almost died.
Thinking of this, terror and coldness started to fill Nanduyu's heart. Yu Futian's dominance broke the fantasies of all the people present. You are really arrogant, someone from the royal Xian temple said coldly. Yu Futian threatened to kill Luo Junlin openly, and was not bothered about the royal Xian temple at all. This is the resentment between me and them. It's none of your business. Yu Futian glanced at the people from the royal Xian temple. They gave a cold humph but ultimately did not say anything. Indeed, they had no reasons to meddle in the resentment between Yu Futian and these emperors. If the people from the royal Xian temple were to intervene, they would not be standing opposite Yu Futian alone, but against the entire cottage.
It's funny how these weak idiots actually kidnapped Yu Futian's friends to go to Nandu. Pathetic indigenous nobles. Yu Futian's words caused Emperor Chu and the other 5 emperors to feel a chill running down their spines. They trembled and really felt fear. Yu Futian said to the nobles from the royal Xian temple that they were not in a position to intervene in the matter. What did this mean? I will ask you one last time. Where are they? Yu Futian's voice was extremely cold. This time he was really angry. They're with me, someone said suddenly. Luo Mengyan was already here not long ago. Seeing Yu Futian's overpowering attitude, she was similarly shocked.
She walked forward, staring at Yu Futian. This man, who had punched her when they first met, no longer had the immaturity he had when was younger. At the moment, his temperament was more elegant and his look was more handsome. He had ridden a Kuanping to this place and brought many powerful cultivators with him. However, he was here to take back what they owed him. Yu Futian was naturally able to recognize Luo Mengyan as well. She was about 18 or 19 years ago, the age when a lady was the most beautiful. The previously capricious princess seemed to be more sensible and charming at the moment. She stood gracefully at her spot and her tall stature was almost perfect. She was still wearing a flame-red attire and was very eye-catching, but her previous self could still be faintly seen in her eyes. Give them to me. Yu Futian was, however, not polite at all as he glanced at Luo Mengyan emotionlessly. Luo Mengyan gazed at him and said stubbornly, "How can you speak to me like this?" Yu Futian frowned. It seemed that she had not changed after all. Stepping forward, some coldness spread from Yu Futian's body. "Do you want to hit me again?" Luo Mengyan stared at Yu Futian with her water-like eyes. Her wronged look caused a strange expression to appear on the face of everyone. Why did they feel that the princess of the Nandu nation was once bullied by Yu Futian? Yu Futian had indeed beaten Luo Mengyan several times. The first time was during a friendly fight in the Donghai Academy, while the second time happened in Qizhou. That time, Luo Mengyan wanted Qin Yi to become her servant, and she was punched by Yu Futian once again. She even complained to Minister Zhua. Seeing Luo Mengyan's look, Yu Futian also felt somewhat weird. Although Luo Mengyan was capricious, he did not have a poor impression of her. Nevertheless, she was the daughter of Emperor Luo and her position was destined. Futian. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the distance. It was from Yi Lingxi. She and Yi Danshan rushed towards Yu Futian and Yi Lingxi said, "Futian, the princess is not involved in this. She saved us." Lingxi Danshan. Noticing that the two were safe and sound, Yu Futian finally set his mind at ease. He approached the two and said, "Are you injured?" "No. It's just that someone with surname Chu slapped my face," Yi Danshan sneered, looking at Emperor Chu. He and Yi Lingxi had always believed Yu Futian, but they still did not expect Yu Futian to reach so quickly. He wanted to see for himself now how Emperor Chu could escape this time. Yu Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. His look actually caused Emperor Chu to feel frozen, for he saw a murderous intent. "She saved you?" Yu Futian asked, looking at Luo Mengyan. "Yup. After we were brought here, Emperor Luo asked them to settle us themselves. He wanted to kill us, but Princess Luo stopped them," Yi Lingxi said softly. "Just now, they were already desperate and almost died, and Luo Mengyan saved them. Although they were enemies, Yi Lingxi was still grateful to Luo Mengyan." Yu Futian nodded lightly, after which he said to Luo Mengyan, It seems like I misunderstood you. Thanks. Luo Mengyan smiled, but her smile was dreary and self-mocking. Did he merely say that this is a misunderstanding? From Yi Futian's look and tone, she could feel an obvious sense of distance. He, whom her father wanted to kill but her master valued, really came back in a domineering way, just like what her master had prophesied. Would there really be a disaster for the Nandu nation? Very well. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. A cold smile could be seen in his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's sneer, the 6 emperors' faces instantly turned pale. Brother Luo. Emperor Chu looked at Emperor Luo, wanting to ask for help. At the moment, only Emperor Luo and the people from the royal Xian temple could save them. Seeing the scene, Yi Futian sneered. Did they still want to count on Emperor Luo now? Yi Futian, go out of my palace to settle the resentment between you and them, Emperor Luo said coldly. Shut up. Yi Futian glanced at Emperor Luo. The 6 emperors were allowed to enter the palace, and yet Emperor Luo asked him to settle the issue outside. Emperor Luo's expression turned very bitter. He was the emperor of Nandu, and this was his imperial palace. At the moment, Yi Futian had shouted at and threatened him multiple times here, and made little of him. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 6 emperors became totally hopeless. They knew that nobody would be able to save them, neither Emperor Luo nor the royal Xian temple could. Yi Futian's dominance was way beyond everyone's expectations. The royal Xian temple did not dare to touch him. It was funny how they thought Luo Junlin had returned in order to kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi. Emperor Luo also said so. But what was the reality? How hilarious. It's all him. We were bewitched by Emperor Chu. Master Yi, please forgive us, an emperor said, pointing at Emperor Chu. Bastard, Emperor Chu roared in anger. He looked at Yi Futian and said, Master Yi, I know that I am wrong. I swear that from now on I will only listen to your orders. Do you think that you still have value? Yi Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. Does he still want to live? During the first time, Yi Futian forgave them. The second betrayal was, however, unforgivable. Emperor Chu looked at the nobles on the back of the Kuanping and became hopeless. That time, Yi Futian needed them to protect Kangyi, and therefore chose to forgive them. How about now? After Yi Futian's return this time, would anyone dare to touch Kangyi again? There would be none. This time, he was not only valued by major forces. Instead, he led many nobles here himself. From today onwards, the 6 kingdoms of yours will no longer exist, Yi Futian said coldly. Kill them. Yes. The 9 Lulan silver snow guards stepped out. They walked forward and instantly surrounded the 6 emperors, holding a silver spear each. Immediately, snow started to fall around them, and an extremely cold aura engulfed the entire place. All the people below the noble plain started to shiver uncontrollably. The 6 emperors were desperate. Each of the 9 nobles before them was stronger than any of them. Emperor Chu did not seem to be resigned to his fate. An extremely violent spiritual qi started to rage, and willow branches danced in the air, striking towards Yi Futian with an incredibly sharp aura. Emperor Chu was still struggling. However, beside Yi Wuxian, a cultivator stepped out. In an instant, sword qi filled the air and turned into an appalling sword screen, enveloping Yi Futian and the rest. The sharp willow branches swayed gently onto the sword screen, and an ear-piercing sound actually erupted, but they could not penetrate the screen at all. At the same time, the silver snow guards moved. Snow danced in the sky and their spears pierced out like dragons. The terrifying snowstorm tried to bury the 6 emperors while an extreme coldness exploded from the silver spears. The 9 spears, along with the snowstorm, finally arrived and a silvery light enveloped the whole space around the 6 emperors. Then, everyone saw a strikingly brilliant, dazzling silvery light. No! Miserable cries erupted. Overpowered in terms of grades, Emperor Chu and the other 5 did not even have the chance to show their powers. The sky-blotting silver light penetrated their bodies like snow and the silver spears passed through their throats, but there was no blood. Their blood and bodies were frozen directly. They stood motionlessly as if they had turned into statues. The 9 nobles flashed and returned behind Yi Futian quietly as if they had not done anything. The cultivators from the royal Xian temple looked at the 9 nobles. Who were they?
Clearly, they were not from the college. Then why were they beside Yu Futian?
Emperor Luo, as well as the other emperors, did not, however, bother about the identity of the 9 nobles. He only saw the death of the 6 emperors. They were killed like ants. At this instant, he felt sad because of the death of his kind. Would his ending be like this? As for Minister Hua and Nandiyu, their faces turned completely pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly, due to either the coldness of the air or the coldness within their hearts. They were emperors, the high-ups at all the places. In the 100 lands, they were kings. However, because of just one sentence from Yi Futian, the 6 emperors all died, turning into frozen statues. Suddenly, Nandiyu thought about Nandatai, who had entered the noble's plane not long ago. An intense fear filled his heart. It was not just Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, and Nandiyu who felt fear. Every single emperor present, who had been drinking and happily chatting with Emperor Luo about the future, felt some coldness fill their bodies. At this exact moment, Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at them casually. His look was filled with iciness and ridicule. Yi Futian obviously knew why these emperors were here. They were probably all waiting for Emperor Luo to destroy Kangyi and really knew how to take advantage of an uncontrollable situation. Unfortunately, they were wrong.
Seeing Yu Futian's look, all the emperors started to hate Emperor Luo. This bastard actually told them that he would kill Yu Futian in a few days' time and attack Kangyi. They were all waiting for their benefits.
However, at the moment, the 6 emperors had been frozen into statues, standing at their spots. This scene was too much. Turning his head, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin and said, "There are 4 days left. You can start to prepare for your funerals." After that, he turned around and said, "Let's go." There were only 4 days left before the scheduled battle between him and Luo Junlin. He would let Emperor Luo spend the 4 days full of anxiety. The Kunping ascended into the air and flew off into the distance. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, countless people stared at the departing Kunping, and their hearts trembled fiercely. Yi Futian had broken into the palace by force and left in one piece. The cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple did not manage to make them stay. "That's Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi," someone said. Everyone also noticed the 2 on the back of the Kunping. The 2 were brought into the palace by Emperor Chu, and now they were brought back by Yi Futian directly. What did this mean? Yi Futian came to the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace for them and successfully brought them back. What exactly happened in the palace?
Nobody knew. At the moment, the palace was in dead silence. The 6 frozen statues stood there, and their throats all had similar wounds. Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin were speechless. Yi Futian asked them to prepare for their funerals. The people from the Royal Shen Temple gave a cold humph, after which they left. The various emperors did not continue to flatter. At the moment, they were only thinking about how to redeem themselves. What did the look from Yi Futian before he left exactly mean?
Would he come back to get even with them?
"I need to go back and inform the leader." Nandiyu suddenly thought of something. Yi Futian had come in such an overpowering way. Once he returned to Donghai, it would be a disaster for the Nanda clan. Luo Mengyan stared at the disappearing figure.
She lowered her head slightly and her eyes were red. A strange feeling developed in her heart. He is back. The master is right. Turning around, Luo Mengyan left the place. Over the year, she had become much more mature. Minister Hua announced this to the public. 4 days later, Prince Luo Junlin will battle with Yi Futian outside the Imperial Palace. Life and death battle, Emperor Luo said coldly, looking into the distance.
In this battle, he will surely slay Yi Futian. His voice was very firm, as if he was giving himself confidence. Luo Junlin could not afford to lose this battle. Defeat would be equivalent to death. He would die as well. Yes. Minister Huan nodded and turned around, walking out of the palace.
Nandiyu also followed him and left. He was already not in the mood to congratulate Emperor Luo. Moreover, he would be trying to kill himself should he do so at the moment. "Everyone, please help yourself," Emperor Luo said emotionlessly.
All the emperors cursed in their minds and hated Emperor Luo to the extreme. "This bastard. Brother Luo, we will take our leave first," an emperor said, folding his hands. Although they really wanted to slap Emperor Luo to death now, they would still try not to offend him.
From his words, There would be a life and death battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian. What if Luo Junlin wins?
The various emperors ascended into the air and left one after another, all feeling very terrible. Emperor Luo sneered and glanced at them, after which he looked at the 6 frozen statues. All the emperors had come here willingly. They were merely small-minded people.
Luo Mengyan came to the dilapidated courtyard again. Minister Zhua was sitting there as usual, staring blankly at the sky. Master! Luo Mengyan lowered her head as if she was a girl who had done something wrong. He is back. Minister Zhua muttered as if he was speaking to himself. Yes, he is back. Luo Mengyan lifted her head and looked at Minister Zhua. Much of his hair had already turned gray, and he appeared to be very old. For some reason, she felt very bitter at the moment. Master, you were right.
He not only came back, but the people from the royal Xian temple did not dare to touch him, Luo Mengyan said softly. That time, father suspected that you were being disloyal. But from the look of it, being the emperor of a kingdom will neither be his extreme nor be his target. Her father, Emperor Luo, had to be respectful towards the people from the royal Xian temple, while Yi Futian scolded them directly. What was an emperor to him?
Would her master even betray her father just in order to help Yi Futian become an emperor? Betrayal? Ministers would gave a self-mocking smile. I once wanted to redeem everything, but your father walked towards the abyss step by step, destined to become an emperor? If I did not see her that day, maybe I will think so as well. In life, sometimes such things do happen. You will meet a person whom you are destined to meet at a particular time. That is no coincidence, but rather fate. Her? Luo Mengyan did not understand. Ministers were recalled that fascinating figure in the sky. Her surname was Dong Huang, while his surname was Yi. They met in front of Emperor Yi Qing's statue. The two had a similar temperament. It was like they were born with it. Mengyan, you are already much more mature than 3 years ago, and not as capricious as that time. In the future, you still need to live your life properly, and not under the shadow of this period. Forget what is about to happen. Ministers were urged. Luo Mengyan would not die. She was not a short-lived person. However, she was destined to be alone for her entire life. Although he said this, some things could not be changed by mere words. Luo Mengyan seemed to have vaguely understood something and felt extremely sad. With some tear marks at the corners of her eyes, she said softly, Master, if at that time I was not so capricious, if at that time I could be closer to him, and did not act superior because I was the princess, could I have changed everything? Ministers shook his head and said, Silly girl.
It's not your fault. Luo Mengyan's eyes turned completely red. For some reason, tears started to flow down her cheeks continuously.
The Kunping soared in the sky. Emperor Yi also could not remain calm after the trip to the Nandu nation. Luo Junlin returned to kill Yi Futian? How ironic. Under Yi, you can settle the 6 nations including the Yunchu nation, Yi Futian said. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. Feiyang, you can let Senior Kun send Uncle Yi and the rest back to Kangyi first. I have something to settle in Donghai City, Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang.
There were some things in Donghai which he had to deal with. Do you need us to follow you? Lu Feiyang asked.
Nope. It's some family matter of my master and masteress. I will take care of them myself. The Silver Snow Guards will follow me, Yi Futian said. Okay. Lu Feiyang nodded. Then the group split into 2. Emperor Yi, Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuqian, and the rest would return to Kangyi. Yi Futian, Hua Jiu Yushang, Hua Fenglu, Nandu Wenin Yixiang and Tanglan would go to Donghai.
The Donghai city was quite remote and close to the East Sea. It was the main city of the East Sea prefecture. The news that Prince Luo Junlin had returned had obviously spread to Donghai. However, the impact here was clearly much weaker than the imperial city. The 2 places were too far apart and the people here could not feel the atmosphere there. Only major clans would pay close attention to the situation in the Nanda nation. To the Donghai city, the most significant event recently was that the leader of the Nanda clan had stepped into the noble plain. After the news spread, an endless stream of people started to visit the clan and give them presents, almost destroying the gates of the Nanda clan. In addition, people from many major clans wanted to ally with the Nanda clan through marriage.
They sent their men to marry the ladies in the Nandu clan or sent their princesses to the Nandu clan. In the past, such a thing would definitely not happen. Although the Nandu clan was similarly very strong before this and was indeed the most powerful clan in Donghai, it was still an old royal family. The emperor was suspicious and would surely not allow it to grow excessively. It was therefore not necessarily a good idea to be too close to the Nanda clan. However, the situation at the moment was already different. At the instant when Nandatai stepped into the noble plane, they knew that many things would change. Emperor Luo might need to rely on his powers. Today, a grand banquet was being held in the Nanda clan. All the powerful people from the Donghai city had come here to send their congratulations. Inside the Nanda clan, the banquet seats were filled with people. All the major forces from the Donghua city had all arrived. An example was the Donghai Academy. It was of course led by Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star and the Art Saint. The vice headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, Han Mo, had died mysteriously while chasing Yi Futian. At the moment, the Art Saint had taken over the position of the vice headmaster. Apart from the people from the Donghai Academy, Lord Luo was also here, as well as large clans such as the Lin family. Lin Xie was among the people of the Lin family. She was sitting with her father. Mu Hong, whom Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian had visited before, was also here. He was Hua Fengliu's friend and was in the Arcana plane. That time, he rejected taking Yi Futian in as his disciple. In summary, almost all the important people from the Donghai city were present. Nobody dared to not give a noble some face. A noble was someone who might become an emperor. After everyone had sat down, Nandatai stepped in slowly with a majestic gait and a noble style. He glanced at the crowd with a dignified look and then approached the only seat at the front, after which he sat down. Greetings, Nandu clan leader. Everyone stood up one after another and saluted, appearing to be extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the noble plane, Nandutai's status was already different. Nandutai glanced at the crowd with a sharp look, feeling very pleased. The scene made him feel the honor his ancestors once had, the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. This day was not far away. Everyone, please sit, Nandutai said, waving his hand and fully displaying his style as a noble. Everyone thanked him and then sat down. Nandutai smiled. An emperor was worshipped by everyone just like this. At the moment, he was already a real king of the Donghai city, and the next step would be to become the emperor of a kingdom. He had already reached the required level, and all that was needed was an appropriate opportunity. He glanced at Nandu Wanshan, who was lowering his head, and sneered in his heart. So what if you are a direct descendant of the royal family? At the moment, he was already a true king. After the incident at that time, he did not punish Nandu Wanshan at all, because did not want to cross the line and also did not want another internal conflict. However, at the moment, the so-called descendant of the king no longer needed to exist because he was the king. After Emperor Luo destroyed Yi Futian and the Kangyi kingdom, Nandu Wanshan and his relatives could disappear as well. Since the school of the Emperor Star unified Donghai Academy, it had been taking firm control over the academy. However, as the best place to cultivate in the entire East Sea Prefecture, many young people from various places would still come here to cultivate. The academy was full of lively young people, many of whom were also discussing the situation of the Nanda clan. A noble had actually appeared in Donghai city, causing many juniors in the academy to develop a sense of admiration. At the moment, a group of people with extraordinary temperaments appeared outside Donghai Academy and stepped into it. They were, of course, Yi Futian and his team. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wan walked in front, stepping into the familiar place. They all felt that the things here had stayed the same, but the people had changed. 2 years ago they were cultivating here, but it was as if a long time had passed. They even felt like the environment was already somewhat unfamiliar. Yixiang, Huafolu, Nandawanin, and Tanglan similarly sighed with emotions. They were also part of Donghai Academy in the past, and Yixiang was even the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. Huafolu and Nandawanin had cultivated in the School of the Emperor Star before, while Tanglan had cultivated in the School of the Finance Star. However, was the Donghai Academy now still the same Donghai Academy? The auras of Yi Futian and his team members were too outstanding, and therefore they attracted the attention of all the disciples instantly. especially Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu who were walking at the front. Their looks were really too amazing. They are probably not disciples of Donghai Academy, right? Suddenly, a disciple who was about 18 years old walked past. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, his look immediately froze. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu. He stopped and muttered to himself, "Headmaster Yi." Then he turned around quickly and ran into the distance. Immediately, the news that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had returned alarmed the entire Donghai Academy. Even those young people were shocked after knowing their identities. Are they the ones who caused a great disturbance in the Nanda nation that time? They were from Donghai Academy. After a while, some elders came to the place. Seeing Yixiang, Hua Fenglu, and the rest, they took in a deep breath. "Yixiang," someone shouted. "Where is Yan Xiao?" Yixiang asked directly. "Why are you back here?" someone questioned. "Let's go to the school of the Emperor Star," Yi Futian said coldly. The group continued to walk forward. When they reached the school of the Emperor Star, many disciples had already come down from the mountain and were staring coldly at them. Of course, some vigilance could be felt from the disciples. "Where is Yan Xiao?" Yi Futian asked. "Is my grandmaster buried at the school of the Emperor Star?" That time, he had warned Yan Xiao that his grandmaster must be buried at the school of the Emperor Star. Otherwise, he would let the whole school be buried with his grandmaster. "The school of the Emperor Star is not a graveyard," someone said coldly. "So this means my grandmaster is not buried here." Yi Futian's tone became cold. He started to step forward. "Yi Futian, Nandatai has already entered the noble plane. I advise all of you to leave," someone said. "Nandatai, noble?" Yi Futian sneered. He looked at Xiang and said, "Grandmaster's death was directly caused by Minister Hua and Nandatai, right?" Yes, Xiang nodded. "Okay, Nandatai will be buried with him," Yi Futian said emotionlessly. The hearts of the people from the school of the Emperor Star trembled. Xiang took a step forward and a powerful might spread out. Looking at the people from the school of the Emperor Star, he asked, "Where is Elder Qin buried?" Feeling the pressure from Xiang, the faces of the people from the school of the Emperor Star darkened. But they still did not speak. Bang! Xiang stepped forward and punched out. In that instant, thousands of afterimages burst out from his fist. The expressions of the people in front changed drastically as they tried to block. However, following many loud bangs, they flew out directly one after another and spat up much blood. Their faces turned pale as they gazed at Xiang. The headmaster of the school of the Finance Star was becoming stronger and stronger. "Where?" Xiang stepped forward. After Elder Qin died, the school of the Emperor Star discussed how to bury him. The school is a place for cultivation and obviously cannot be used to bury anyone. Therefore, we cremated Elder Qin's body. His ashes have been placed at the location where he used to live. In this way, we did not bring disgrace to him, someone said. "Ashes?" Yi Futian gave a somewhat dreary smile. He flashed and started walking in the air. Hua Jieyu followed him, and they went to the place where Hua Jieyu once lived, which was also where Elder Qin had resided. When they arrived at Elder Qin's former residence, the place was already overgrown with weeds. The dilapidated courtyard had not been cleaned for a long time and was even sealed up. Nobody cared about the place. In the old house where Elder Qin used to live, there was a cinerary casket. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood in front of the cinerary casket and felt very sad. Tears flowed down from Hua Jieyu's eyes as she said softly, "Grandmaster." Yi Futian's eyes were also slightly red. He still remembered Elder Qin teaching him how to play the guqin at this place during the time. The smile from the kindly elder was so amiable. That day, after waking up in the morning, the elder saw him with Jieyu and blessed them with eternal love. He also recalled the music A Chaotic Nation at the Nanda clan that time. Although Elder Qin was about to die, he played the piece with much vigor and dignity which remained in everyone's memories forever. However, after he died, he was merely placed here alone. Thinking about this, Yi Futian felt an intense sorrow surging up his heart. The elder was laid quietly in the school of the Emperor Star. Most disciples of Donghai Academy probably did not even know that such a person existed. Yi Futian knelt on the ground and started kowtowing at the dust-filled cinerary casket. His head collided with the ground and actually produced a clear sound. With her face wet with tears, Hua Jieyu knelt down and also started to kowtow at the deceased elder. Then, Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanyin walked up as well and knelt down. This was their master. Grandmaster, you like the school of the Emperor Star. I will let you stay here. Although you like a quiet environment, I do not hope that you will still be so lonely after passing. Therefore, I will do certain things. Grandmaster, please forgive me. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the cinerary casket. Donghai Academy should not forget about such a senior. Yi Xiang also supported Yi Futian. Elder Qin had no intention of becoming reputed. Otherwise, he would not have stayed alone in the school of the Emperor Star to practice Guqin, but they could not bear seeing him being still so lonely after dying. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Then, he stood up and walked outside. Some coldness flashed across his eyes. He ascended into the air and flew towards the most central part of the school of the Emperor Star, while the silver snow guards followed him closely. The group reached the top of the glorious palace in the school. Below them, there was a straight flight of stairs that could lead all the way down from the school of the Emperor Star. Yi Futian, how dare you? Seeing Yi Futian being so rude, many people from the school of the Emperor Star came to scold him. I'll give you an hour. I'll scram. From today onwards, the school of the Emperor Star will no longer exist, Yi Futian said coldly. His voice spread towards the distance, causing many people to be astonished. During the time when Yi Futian was younger, he stood at the gates of the school of the Emperor Star. He played Decree of the General and allowed everyone to witness his unparalleled elegance. Today, he stood on top of the school of the Emperor Star and announced that from that day on, there would be no more school of the Emperor Star. Arrogant. An Arcana Plane cultivator stepped forward. Immediately, Silver 9 glanced at him and a noble-level ice intent bloomed. With just one look, the Arcana Plane cultivator stopped in the air. Then snow covered his body and he turned into an ice statue in midair. Accompanied by a clear sound, the frozen statue exploded and his body was crushed directly with it. Immediately, the looks from all the people in the school of the Emperor Star froze and their faces turned pale. The 9 cultivators stood behind Yi Futian and an extremely terrifying coldness spread from them. That was the aura of nobles. They were 9 nobles. Seal the school of the Emperor Star with ice, Yi Futian said coldly. The 9 nobles stepped forward and walked towards different directions. An intense coldness engulfed the entire school and snow suddenly started to fall from the sky. Every piece of snow was filled with bone-penetrating iciness. When the snow landed on the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star, they actually felt that the coldness was seeping into their bones. Soon, the school was filled with heavy snow. It's so cold. All the disciples of the school of the Emperor Star were shivering. Even those who were cultivating were forced to stop due to the coldness, after which they walked out of their places. Then the cultivators from the school rushed down the mountain one after another. Go to the Nanda clan and inform the headmaster, someone said. The snow was getting heavier and the place was also getting colder. Below the school of the Emperor Star, the disciples of Donghai Academy rushed over one by one and raised their heads to look at the snow-filled sky above the school. They all felt a horrifying coldness surround them. Gradually, the school of the Emperor Star seemed to be covered with a silvery layer and became crystal clear. Air. The disciples of Donghai Academy all seemed to be flabbergasted. Are they going to freeze the entire school of the Emperor Star? This is crazy. Yi Futian stood at the peak of the school of the Emperor Star. Around him, an endless amount of snow danced and turned into a snowman. Then, he used spiritual qi as his sword and actually started to carve in the snow. He closed his eyes and the image of the elder playing the guqin appeared vividly in his mind. His sword danced in the air continuously and snow filled the entire place. Slowly, a statue depicting an elder sitting cross-legged and playing the guqin appeared before him. The statue was very large, and its height reached 10 meters. With Yi Futian's carving, he gradually started to look more lively. Yi Futian was an inscriber and could naturally carve. Time passed by slowly. The school of the Emperor Star was already fully covered with ice, and the huge statue was finally completed. The kindly elder was sitting there quietly, and his callus-filled hands were placed on the strings of the guqin. However, Yi Futian did not stop. He continued to carve a crane which stood beside the elder with its head raised high.
Hua Jiu, Hua Fo Lu, and the rest all watched in silence. The statue really resembled the actual person in terms of appearance and expression. Then, Yi Futian took out Elder Qin's ashes and buried them below the statue. He turned around and said to Silver One, "Senior, I hope that the statue will remain here forever." Silver One walked forward. Then, an extremely frightening coldness erupted from his body, and a snowstorm raged in the air. A powerful spell was cast and gushed towards the statues. Very soon, the two statues were covered by a silvery layer and looked crystal clear, as if they would remain frozen for thousands of years. Walking back, Yi Futian glanced at the frozen school of the Emperor's Star, after which he said, "We will go to the Nandu clan now and bring Nandu Tai and Yen Xiao here. I want them to be turned into ice statues and kneel down in front of Grandmaster to repent forever. And also Minister Hua and Emperor Luo. These were the culprits who had caused his Grandmaster to die. He would bring them here, every single one of them." The Nandu clan was filled with guests who were chatting and laughing casually. The grand banquet had drawn most of the famous clans and families in Donghai City. Nandu Tai sat high at the front and felt extremely prestigious. The people who could sit close to Nandu Tai were all power holders of Donghai City, such as the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, the new chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Lord Luo, and the like. "Brother Nandu, congratulations on the breakthrough. After His Majesty attacks Kangyi, and the situation in the Hundred Lands changes, His Majesty will very likely become the king of the Hundred Lands. At that time, perhaps you will have the chance to become the king of a region as well," Lord Luo said suddenly, smiling. "Lord Luo, you are too polite. I will still need you to compliment me in front of His Majesty," Nandu Tai said, smiling. "That's for sure. A noble has emerged in Donghai City and everyone has come to congratulate you. I believe that among the people present now, there are many distinguished ones and also many talented juniors. Using this opportunity, I think that we can ask these juniors to give a performance to liven the atmosphere of the banquet," Lord Luo said. A few years ago during his birthday banquet, there were also juniors who performed to complement the joyful atmosphere. However, Yi Futian appeared at that time and surprised the entire banquet with his Melody of the White Feathers. Then, he defeated Zhou Mu and almost caused Lord Luo to be unable to find a way out of the awkward situation. Luckily, he interfered secretly and the atmosphere of the banquet was ultimately not affected. At the moment, there were so many juniors present. Their performances must be very remarkable. All right. I also want to see for myself the young talents of Donghai City nowadays. If there is anyone with an outstanding performance, I will surely reward the person heavily, Nandu Tai said with a smile on his face. He recalled the junior Hua Jiu of his Nandu clan. She was so outstanding and the Nandu clan had also prepared to use a lot of resources to cultivate her. However, unfortunately, she wanted to be with Yi Futian. Although her talents were exceptional and she had entered a powerful force now, Luo Junlin claimed that he was going to kill Yi Futian and this may affect her. Then various young talents walked up to perform one after the other. Zhou Mu also performed. His drawing was becoming more and more fantastic. Mu Hong also asked his children to perform. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi made an amazing performance as well. "Xia, don't you want to display your skills?" Lord Luo said, looking at Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled, after which she shook her head gently and said, "Lord, I am only mediocre and will not go up to show my inadequacies." Brother Lin Xia is becoming more and more humble. Smiling, Lord Luo looked at Lin Xia's father and said, "Now, the girl is becoming more beautiful and she is at her prettiest age. Does she have a lover already?" Lord Luo, she is focused on cultivation only and does not think about love issues, Lin Xia's father said, smiling. Clearly, he knew about his daughter's thoughts. She already had a person in her heart, but it was destined to be impossible. That person was destined to be in a different world from his daughter. He had told his daughter about this before. Despite that, however, Lin Xie would probably not be interested in the talents of Donghai City. Haha, I think that the disciple of the art saint, Zhou Mu, is not bad. They two also know each other. Brother Art Saint and Brother Lin, what do you think? After drinking a few glasses of alcohol, Lord Luo started to match them randomly. Zhou Mu looked at Lin Xie, who was indeed very beautiful. Of course, she was still not as good-looking as the girl whom he once liked. In the past, he always wanted to chase Hua Jiyu, but the events that had happened afterward had made him more realistic. He and Hua Jiyu were not from the same kind of world. That time, his master failed to chase Nandu Wanin. On the other hand, he did not even have the rights to chase her. Her boyfriend was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Therefore, he was not resistant towards Lin Xie at the moment. Lord, I do not have such a thought at the moment, Lin Xie rejected. Lord Luo was stunned, after which he smiled and said, I was being too gossipy. Lord Luo, it's only because she is still immature. When she grows up, she will know your good intentions. The words from Lin Xie's father were very euphemistic. Lord Luo smiled and nodded. Among the crowd, Xu Yuyan looked at the scene quietly. She was the princess of the Xu family, a large clan in Donghai City, and had been cultivating in the school of the Emperor Star. In the past, her relationship with Hua Jiyu was extremely well. She did not like the banquet today because she did not like how the people of the Nandu clan behaved. However, her father wanted to bring her here, so she had no other choices. I wonder how Jiyu is doing right now. Suddenly, a group of cultivators ran in fast from the outside of the Nandu clan. They rushed here from Donghai Academy to inform their leader. They hurried into the Nanda clan and were about to inform everyone present. However, at the same time, another group of cultivators also arrived outside the Nanda clan. They were, of course, Yifutian and his team who had departed later. Despite that, their speed was much faster and therefore the two groups arrived almost simultaneously. Yifutian, Hua Jiyu, and the rest stood outside the Nandu clan. This noble house still looked very stylish. When Yifutian first came here, Hua Fenglu was the one who brought him in. That time, Yifutian said that one day, the Nandu clan would beg Hua Fenglu to go in. However, at the moment, he no longer needed the Nandu clan to beg them because that would be useless anyway. When the guards saw them, they looked extremely astonished. Yifutian, Hua Jiyu, Nandu Wanin, Hua Fenglu. The many charming faces that appeared before them made them panic. A long rod appeared in Yifutian's hand, the 5-element rod. The rod expanded continuously and a brilliant light flew on it. Looking at the gates of this noble house, Yifutian's body started spinning forward. Then, he lifted the rod and smashed it down fiercely. Following a loud bang, the gates were struck open. He walked forward and stepped into the Nandu clan. The loud noise spread into the Nandu clan. At the banquet, the eyes of many sparkled as they looked at the outside. Nandu Tai asked coldly, "What is happening?" Just as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in hurriedly. They found the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, Yan Xiao, and shouted urgently, "Headmaster Yifutian, Xiang, and they are all back." Boom! Yan Xiao immediately stood up. Many people's hands, which were holding wine glasses, froze in the air. After they recovered from the surprise, they looked outside again. That loud bang! In the distance, a group of people walked into the Nanda clan through the gates. Yifutian was walking in front with the 5-element rod in his hand. Nanda Wanin and Hua Jiyu were behind him. They also did not expect to enter the Nanda clan in such a way. "Stop!" A few guards walked forward, attempting to stop Yifutian and his team from advancing further. However, countless vines swept towards them and they could not escape at all. Immediately, their bodies were lifted and smashed onto the ground forcefully. Dharma! The people from the Nandu clan were shocked. Yifutian was already at the Dharma plane. Still, there were brave guards who walked forward. However, with no exception, they were all blown backward. Yifutian and his team continued to move forward, walking towards the banquet step by step. The banquet was very grand and spread out over a long distance. When Yifutian reached one end of the banquet, he was still quite far away from Nandu Tai. Nevertheless, Nandu Tai could already see them. The people on the banquet stepped back one after another as they watched Yifutian and his team walk forward. The enthusiastic atmosphere just now had totally vanished at the moment. Eventually, Yifutian moved closer and closer to the front of the banquet. Lin Xie stared at the handsome figure, and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. Is he finally back? Recently, there were many rumors claiming that Luo Junlin would kill Yifutian and destroy Kangyi. She did not believe them. Zhou Mu naturally saw Yifutian as well and his face turned pale.
Yi Futian was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Since Yi Futian stepped into Donghai City, his situation became very bleak. The art saint looked at Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin and sighed in his heart. Yan Xiao's face darkened. These people actually broke in just like this. Nandu Wanshan stood up and happiness erupted from his eyes. His sister was finally back. Nandu Tai was still sitting there and stared coldly at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Very lively, just like the other day. Yi Futian smiled, but it was a sneer. He recalled that during the year-end of that particular year, the Nandu clan was also very lively. Many people were here, including Minister Hua and Xiafeng, the former chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Today, everything was just like that day. The place fell into a deafening silence. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and his team. They just broke into the place like this and nobody knew where they obtained the courage to do so. I heard that you have entered the noble plane and set a banquet here. Congratulations, Yi Futian said, smiling at Nandu Tai. Nandu Tai's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian knew that he was already a noble, and still dared to enter like this. He looked at Xiang and then at the 9 figures at the back. Who were these 9 people? That day, my grandmaster played a piece of music here. Today, I will also play one. Yi Futian smiled and continued, to see you off. Nandu Tai stood up and his expression turned extremely cold. See him off? Take him down, Nandu Tai said. Immediately, Nandu Ku stomped on the ground and flew towards Yi Futian. He bent his hands, which were glittering with a sharp, golden light just like the claws of an eagle, and struck towards Yi Futian. Feeling his aura, Hua Fenglu and the rest did not respond at all. With the 5-element rod in his hand, an appalling might erupted directly from Yi Futian's body. He stomped on the ground and looked as imposing as the furious thunder. A terrifying power converged on his body and then he struck the rod forward. The strike seemed to have gathered all the powers from the heaven and the earth. 7th-level Dharma plane. Everyone was astonished. In merely 2 years' time, Yi Futian was already in the 7th-level Dharma plane. More frighteningly, the strike brought with it the powers of wind and thunder. The rod filled the entire sky and seemed to be shattering the earth itself. Bang! Nandaku gave out a miserable cry. The bones in his hand cracked and he was blown backward directly. He held his right arm with his left hand in pain and his face was as pale as a sheet. He was in the Arcana plane. Even though it was only the lower Arcana plane, he was still a strong cultivator in the East Sea Prefecture. However, he could not even take a single hit from Yi Futian. At this very moment, Nandaku recalled the scene when he first saw Yi Futian. That day, Hua Fenglu told him that he would eventually remember Yi Futian's name. At that time, he turned his nose up at it. However, what about now? Uncle. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at Nandu Wanshan. Nandu Wanshan stared at Yi Futian and emotions filled his heart. The previous juvenile was already so strong at the moment. Futian, Wanin Jieyu, Nandu Wanshan shouted. Brother, everything is over now, Nandu Wanin said softly. From her tone, Nandu Wanshan could feel a very strong confidence. He smiled. Was everything really over? Uncle, are you willing to become the emperor of the Nandu nation? Yi Futian asked. Right after he finished speaking, everyone's look froze. Yi Futian asked Nandu Wanshan if he was willing to become the emperor of the Nanda nation. Since when was the emperor of the Nanda nation determined by Yi Futian? Even Nandu Tai, who had already become a noble, did not dare to have such thoughts. Apart from Emperor Luo, there were also cultivators from the Royal Shen Temple who were brought here by Luo Junlin. The Nandu nation might even become the king of the 100 lands. Yet Yi Futian asked Nandu Wanshan so casually. How dare you? Lord Luo stood up. Pointing at Yi Futian, he said coldly, boastful fanatic. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, that time in the Luo palace when I was battling with Zhou Mu, was it you or the art saint who intervened secretly? At that time, he did not dare to ask. However, at the moment he obviously no longer cared about it. I don't understand what you are saying, Lord Luo said coldly. I'll settle that with you later. Yi Futian glanced at him and continued to look at Nandu Wanshan. Uncle, Nandu Tai's immediate relatives will no longer exist after today. I will not let any of those who participated in the event 2 years ago off. As long as you agree, after I settle all the issues, you will control the Nandu nation. The nation clan after the cleanup will very likely still be the king of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian would certainly not eliminate the entire Nandu clan. After all, Hua Jieyu, as well as his masteress and uncle, was part of the Nandu royal family in the first place. Brother, this is the unfulfilled wish of our ancestors. You should take it, Nandu Wanin also said. The conversation between the two caused the faces of all the people around to turn serious. If Yi Futian was only being arrogant, then how about Nandu Wanin?
All right, Nandu Winshan nodded. He was part of the royal family in the first place, so of course he would be willing to control the Nandu nation. Furthermore, he also knew that Nandatai was already planning to deal with him. Over the 2 years, he had been watched all the time. After Nandutai entered the noble plane, he would occasionally glance at Nandu Wanshan with a murderous look. Uncle, that time you and Masteress were both present. Help me to identify all the people who participated in the event that year, Yi Futian said. No problem. Nandu Wanshan nodded again. Of course, he knew that Yi Futian would definitely not let those people off. That day was really tragic for him. Back then, he was only in the glory plane and broke into the Nandu clan alone. He displayed his unparalleled talents in an attempt to obtain support from the Nandu clan, but Nandutai rejected it. Then, Minister Hua and Nandutai gave the order to kill him. That time, Yi Futian was only a juvenile. How sad. On that day, Hua Jieyu was forced to stab herself with a sharp blade. In order to be with Yi Futian, she almost committed suicide. On that day, Elder Qin played a chaotic nation here with his own life. When the music finally stopped, he also vanished, being forced to death.
On that day, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, and Hua Fenglu were all chased and almost died together. If they were not lucky, they would not have escaped alive. Now Yi Futian had returned. How could he possibly let those people off? Yi Futian would surely kill Minister Hua, Nandutai, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, and the like. The cleanup of the Nandu clan was inevitable. Where did you get that confidence? Nandutai stood up.
His noble level might spread out and a terrifying noble will pressured towards Yi Futian. He wanted to see why Yi Futian was so confident. Silver Snow Guards, Yi Futian shouted. Yes. The 9 cultivators walked forward and stopped behind Yi Futian.
Immediately, 9 noble auras erupted simultaneously. In just an instant, a bone-penetrating coldness engulfed the entire place. Nobles. Everyone was terror-stricken. The 9 armored cultivators at the back who were dressed like guards were actually all nobles. Nandutai's face turned very pale and the aura around him withered immediately. Although he was already a noble, each of the 9 people before him was stronger than himself in terms of will and might. How could he even win this? His body trembled slightly as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. No, he was not resigned to his fate. He had just entered the noble plane, which was the level of an emperor. Disable Nandutai and Yen Xiao first. I want them alive, Yi Futian said again. Then some light shone. He sat down cross-legged and his Guqin spirit appeared. He put his fingers on the Guqin and stroked the strings. A sharp noise spread out and even caused space to vibrate. Many of the people present were also guests at the Nanda clan 2 years ago. Immediately, they knew what Yi Futian was going to play. It was the amazing piece that Elder Qin had played 2 years ago, A Chaotic Nation. I will use this piece of music to see you off, Yi Futian said. By seeing them off, he was referring to disabling or killing them.
Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian and sat down beside him, looking quietly at him as he played the Guqin. The jingling music spread out and increased in volume continuously as if he would never give in to fate and was fighting back. The scene 2 years ago appeared vividly in his mind. His grandmaster came here on a crane and told him that he would teach Yi Futian one last piece of music. Even at that moment, his grandmaster was still so gentle and kindly. The 9 nobles walked out in the music. Nandu Wanshan and Nandu Wanin went beside them. Everyone, please cooperate and stay where you are, Yi Xiang said, scanning the crowd present. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely, and nobody dared to move. Today, Yi Futian was here to collect his debt. He was here to collect what they owed him 2 years ago. The sharp music was ear-piercing. Many people from the Nanda clan felt fear after listening to the music, including Nanda Tai. He looked at the nobles walking towards him and then at Nandu Wanin, after which he said, "Wanin, how have I been treating you?" Nandu Wanin glanced at him coldly and said, "That time, you destroyed my life. Although I hated you, I still chose to stay in the Nanda clan because my surname is Nandu. Nevertheless, I do not wish that my daughter will follow in my path. However, you wanted to control Jeyu's life again. I said that I would betroth Jeyu to Futian. What did you do?" Yi Futian came alone to the Nanda clan, wanting to redeem everything at all costs. You still had a choice at that time. If you chose to support him back then, you would have become the king of the Nanda nation. However, what did you choose? Kill. You wanted to kill Yi Futian, and almost forced Jeyu to death. It is unforgivable, Nandu Wanin said coldly. Disable him. Wanin, I'm your uncle. Nandu Tai watched as the aura from the 9 nobles engulfed his body, and the frightening coldness froze everything. He was overpowered by their noble wills and their levels, and could not resist the domineering will at all. The difference was simply too big. He felt that he could hardly move. His body was about to be frozen and his will extinguished. No, I am a noble. Nandu Tai trembled. He was not resigned to his fate. The tingling music reached his ears and sounded so ear-piercing. At this very moment, Nandu Tai recalled the day when Elder Qin played A Chaotic Nation. He recalled the unbending young man 2 years ago who was so outstanding. However, he still did not choose Yi Futian, because he thought that killing Yi Futian in order to spare all later trouble was much easier. However, how about now? The cold spear stabbed Nanda Tai's body slowly, nailing him against the throne. Against several high-level nobles, he could not resist at all. Following a muffled humph, Nanda Tai's pale face was filled with pain, regret, and fear. Yi Futian said that the Nanda clan would still exist. Nanda Wuxian would become the emperor and control the Nanda nation. That was the position that he had longed for. He thought that after entering the noble plane, he would become the emperor. It seemed like a pleasant dream. He smiled drearily. If he had decided to support Yi Futian and Hua Jiu back then, would the Nandu nation be his leader? Looking at Nanda Tai, who was nailed onto the throne, the faces of all the people from the Nanda clan turned pale and were filled with terror. Xianxia was even more frightened. He knew clearly that while Yi Futian might spare the others, he would certainly not be able to run away. Buzz! Xianxiao's body flashed out in an attempt to escape. However, a noble stepped forward. Ice filled the entire sky and froze his body directly. The entire region of space was frozen and Xianxia turned into an ice statue. The noble walked forward and punched the ice statue. The ice crushed and Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down from the sky, feeling as if all his organs had been destroyed. In just a short while, Nandu Tai, the leader of the Nanda clan, and Xianxia, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, were disabled. Apart from the music, the whole place was in a complete silence. The banquet seemed to be so ironic at the moment. Today, all the powerful people from Donghai City came here to congratulate Nandu Tai's breakthrough into the noble plane. However, they were actually here to see him get disabled. Fear filled the face of Lord Luo. He looked at the scene in horror and his face turned pale. Apart from him, Mu Hong also felt extremely scared at the moment. That time, Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian came to him and wanted him to take in Yi Futian as his disciple. He rejected it and his daughter mocked them. Later, his children had some conflicts with Yi Futian. However, the young man whom he had rejected taking in as a disciple was no weaker than him at the moment. He defeated Nandu Ku instantly with just one strike. His background was even more frightening. He could let 9 nobles listen to his orders. How pathetic. The person whom he rejected as a disciple and mocked in his heart that time was so strong now that he could not even resolve things. Lin Xie stared at Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin, and looked very lost. He was becoming more and more outstanding. That time on the Tingfeng banquet, he was already brilliant enough. However, after 1 year, he had become a legend. Lin Xie's father looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. This girl is going down deeper and deeper. In the future, how can anyone else interest her? Xu Yuyan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. She recalled Hua Jiu's look when she was thinking about Yi Futian back then in the School of the Emperor Star. Like a girl in love.
That time, Shu Yun laughed at Hua Jieyu.
Now that she looked at the two again, they were really a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Perhaps only they would look harmonious when they were together. I really do bless them. The music continued and its volume increased rapidly. Around Yifutian, miserable cries broke out constantly.
Nandu Wanshan and Nandu Wanin had brought the 9 nobles and started the cleanup.
Those who participated in the battle 2 years ago were all killed. Those who participated in the event but not the battle were all permanently disabled. A vigorous cleansing began in the Nanda clan. Today, all the important figures in Donghai City were present.
They were all testy as if they were sitting on needles. One could imagine how they felt inside. The music was still loud and strong, melding perfectly into the scene. The world seemed to be unsettled. Not only did Yifutian want to cleanse the Nandu clan, but he also wanted to kill Emperor Luo and replace him with Nandu Wanshan. The latter was the king of Nandu. So what if his cultivation wasn't enough? Nandu Tai was nailed to his seat. Seeing everything happen, his heart was in pain. Yifutian kept playing quietly, not even looking at him. Now, Nandu Tai understood that he was definitely going to die. He looked at how Yifutian and Hua Jieyu matched each other. Actually, Nandu Tai had wanted to bless them before, but he wasn't that powerful. When he saw how extraordinary Yifutian was and Emperor Luo's decree arrived with Minister Hua, he could only try to kill Yifutian. What would have happened if he believed Yifutian would gamble everything? That day, Elder Qin and Yixiang successfully helped them escape. If the Nandu clan's power was added to that, they could definitely succeed. At that time, he might have accomplished his goal of sitting onto the Nandu nation's throne. But now it was all just a dream.
He closed his eyes, the music entering his ears. His heart was already filled with despair. Xianxia was the same. Disabled of his cultivation, he stared at Yifutian with hatred. Back then, Yifutian and Hua Jieyu had studied at the Donghai Academy.
Hua Jieyu had been at the school of the Emperor Star too, but now they were at this level. Let us two fight, Hua Fenglu said to the art saint. All right, the art saint nodded. His battle with the Guqin devil would continue. The two controlled themselves from being affected by Yifutian's music and started fighting. One played music while the other painted. The cacophonous music painted a chaotic image. Zhou Mu was lost without his youthful charisma. His old opponent was way out of his league now. He couldn't even gaze up at Yifutian while on his tiptoes. After a long while, the Guqin devil and art saint's fight came to an end. This time, Hua Fenglu disabled the art saint's life spirit. He thrummed the instrument's strings lightly and then stopped. Looking up at his old opponent, he said, "You should know how you defeated me back then. I know it's not your fault. The school of the Emperor Star wanted you to win, so you did. Teacher couldn't do anything and always felt guilty, even sacrificing himself for my daughter and student." The art saint chuckled dryly. Of course he knew, had always known. This was why he never felt joy or bragged about defeating Hua Fenglu. It hadn't been a glorious fight, but had become a classic battle that everyone in the Donghai city knew about. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know the fight from back then had been rigged. Hua Fenglu had never talked about it publicly or explained anything.
Everyone thought he had lost. Now that he defeated the art saint, he revealed the truth. Finally, Yifutian's music stopped. The cruel pressure gradually lifted. The Nanda clan was in ruins. Many strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star had suffered as well.
Uncle, the Nandu clan will be yours, Yifutian said. Take these two to Donghai Academy. With that, he turned to walk away. There were many familiar faces here today, but he wasn't in the mood. The group returned to the Donghai Academy with Nandu Tai and Yen Xiao.
The school of the Emperor Star, sealed with ice now, was magnificent. It looked like a miraculous scene. The disciples of the academy were all grouped there, looking at the ice mountain and the statue of the old man playing the guqin at the peak. Many people didn't know who he was. They'd only heard from others that this was a senior who played a chaotic nation 2 years ago, sacrificing himself to save Yifutian. They're back. The crowd came to life. Yifutian's group returned powerfully in the air with Nandu Tai and Yen Xiao captured. Many people trembled at the sight. Nandu Tai was now a noble. Yen Xiao was the controller of the Donghai Academy. These two could be said to be the most powerful of Donghai City. Now they were being taken to the school of the Emperor Star as if they were nothing. After that, they were forced to kneel before Elder Qin's statue. Yi Futian, just hurry up. Elder Qin is my senior brother after all. Your master, Hua Fo Lu, calls me Uncle Master too, Xianxia said fearfully. He was afraid now. Not only was he about to die, but Yi Futian also wanted him to kneel before Elder Qin forever. Even death couldn't atone for his sins. He would be spit upon for eternity. Yi Futian ignored him. Did he only know of their relationship now? After Grandmaster had died, his body had been burned and bones buried in the courtyard. No one cared for him and weeds abounded, turning it into an abandoned land. When did Xianxia ever think of his senior brother? His people had killed his senior brother. Grandmaster, the Luo family and Minister Hua will kneel here to repent after this. Looking at the statue, he said coldly, "Seal them." The silver snow guard nodded. Horribly cold aura descended upon the two. The extreme ice spell fell onto Nandutai and Xianxiao. No? Nandutai and Xianxiao trembled in fear, but to no avail. They quickly became two ice statues, kneeling before the other statue to repent. Yi Futian stared at the statues for a long while without speaking. Returning to Donghai City this time, he'd resolved some matters. Now only Luo Junlin and his father and Minister Hua were left. They were the true masterminds. Senior Yi, who will take care of Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. I will, Yi Xiang said. I'll stay here. He'd seen the world but discovered that one's talent was truly destined. He was old and had reached his limit. He planned on staying here and teaching the younger generation. Hopefully, greedy forces like the School of the Emperor Star wouldn't appear anymore. Schools were places of education. It was the place to contribute to the later generations. He was willing to stay here and contribute his own strength. Yi Futian froze. Tang Lan and Yu Shang walked up, calling, Master, Father. Yi Qingshuan's eyes froze too. Yi Xiang chuckled. What? I'm old and can't mess around with you all. Yu Shang, I'm handing Qingshian to you. My life is worth it because I can have such an extraordinary disciple. Are you crazy? Yi Futian said, staring at him. What are you thinking? How can you improve in a small place like Donghai City? Yi Xiang glared at him. What do you know? Donghai City is a small place. That's why I must stay. I've learned much these 2 years and can open up the minds of many youths here so they won't be restricted to this small world. They should have a wider view of their life. Plus, with your example, I can brag forever here to motivate the youngsters. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew how Yi Xiang was. Since he'd decided no one could change his mind. Then come find us when you're tired of it all. Yi Futian didn't try persuading him anymore. All right, you dare say this now that you're independent. Just don't act like you don't know me in the future, Yi Xiang said, shooting him a look. How could I? Yi Futian rolled his eyes. Yi Xiang turned and stepped forward. Countless eyes below the School of the Emperor Star fell upon him. He gazed down at the crowd and said, I am Yi Xiang, headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. I've decided to return to Donghai Academy. Headmaster Yi. Headmaster. Many of the old members of the School of the Finance Star were excited. Was their headmaster really returning under these circumstances? I know that you all have many questions about what happened today. Some are furious too, Yi Xiang said to everyone. 2 years ago, my disciple Yi Futian fell in love with Hua Jieyu, a disciple of the School of the Emperor Star. I'm sure you have heard how talented they were at that time. Later, Minister Hua forced the School of the Emperor Star onto the other schools because of his relationship with the school. He wanted to control the entire academy. Yi Futian and I left. Then, Emperor Luo released a decree to make Yi Futian the Crown Prince's servant and Hua Jieyu the Crown Princess. The evilness should go without saying. Who can bear it? The Nandu clan and headmaster of Emperor Star worked together for power and ambition. They wouldn't care about some measly youths. We fought back, and for this, Elder Qin even played his last piece and died. I was wounded as we escaped. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu almost died but thankfully survived and escaped. I'm sure you've heard of what happened afterward. Yi Futian and Yu Xing returned during the Ting Feng banquet of Nanda Nation. Who in Nanda can be compared to them? The later events proved this as well. No one in the 100 lands can be compared to Yi Futian, let alone in Nandu only. Now, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu have become disciples of top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory.
These two had been so close to being killed by Nandu and the school of the Emperor Star. How can an academy like this call itself an academy? Xiang asked. I'm back, not because I want the power. Yi Futian and Yu Shang are both like my disciples.
I cultivated with them in the Eastern Barren Territory. The benefits compared to the Donghai Academy should go without saying. However, Donghai Academy is my home. Half of my life was spent here. I hope to see it flourish, I hope to see it grow, I hope to see a new Donghai Academy. Therefore, I will stay. Right now, Xiang was full of just. All the disciples were silent. After that, a voice said, "Greetings to Headmaster Yi." Greetings to Headmaster Yi, more people said. The voices shook the sky. The world was just and just people would win hearts.
The disciples of the Donghai Academy were young, but they still knew right from wrong. Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star had given up his status and risked his life to bring Yi Futian into the Nandu clan and fight against injustice. Now Yi Futian was successful. Yi Xiang could live comfortably, but he gave it up and returned to Donghai to educate the later generations. Yi Xiang was a true man. Nandu Wanshan would rectify the Nandu clan. Yi Xiang would reorganize the Donghai Academy. Nandu Tai, the one that everyone congratulated when he entered the noble plane, was dead. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, was dead. They had turned into ice statues to kneel before Elder Qin. Lord Luo and the Art Saint had been disabled. Many strong cultivators of the Nandu clan and schools of the Donghai Academy were killed or disabled. All of this had happened in one day. The entire city was in upheaval. Nothing this big had happened in Donghai City before. The last big event was probably when Emperor Luo's decree arrived at Donghai 2 years ago. What happened yesterday was a continuation from 2 years ago. Yi Futian's name rang throughout the city once again. Countless years ago, people heard of Yi Futian's name because he was the Qin Devil's disciple and had defeated Zhou Mu, the disciple of the Art Saint. Since then, their hearts trembled whenever they heard his name. After the emperor personally sent out a decree, Yi Futian had refused and escaped. At the Tingfeng banquet, everyone learned about Yi Futian's staff and Dharma and Yusheng's roar. After that, the rumors about him were from the faraway Kangyi kingdom. Apparently, he had been accepted as a disciple by a top disciple from somewhere very far away. Now he was back, bringing nobles with him. His one word killed Nanda Tai, who had entered the noble plane, and Yan Xiao, headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star. He said he wanted Hua Jieyu's uncle, Nanda Washan, to be the Nanda clan's leader. Right now, he was in the abandoned Guqin Gardens. His grandmaster's matter had always pressed down on his heart. Now it was resolved. His uncle and Yi Xiang would take care of the Nandu clan and Donghai Academy too. A breeze blew past the Guqin Gardens. The group sat in the courtyard with a heartwarming atmosphere. Master-Mistress, let's live here for a few days. Then we'll go directly to the Nandu nation and resolve that, Yi Futian said. Donghai City was part of the Nandu nation, after all. He wouldn't return to Kangyi until he took care of Emperor Luo. All right. Hua Fenglu and the others wanted to stay a few days too. There's something I don't understand, Yi Futian said. How did Han Mo, vice headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, and Xiafeng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, die? Yi Xiang didn't know about this either, and he'd investigated. None of them had killed Xiafeng and Han Mo. According to Yi Xiang, they'd gone after them.
It is indeed strange. Hua Fenglu didn't know. Yi Futian gazed at the swaying willows outside the courtyard. He thought of the old man who swept the garden and understood something. But he didn't understand why the man didn't appear at the Nanda clan if he'd always been there. Would Godfather really not reveal himself if he wasn't in mortal danger? Did Han Mo and Xiafeng die because they'd really threatened his life? If Godfather had done it, then where was he now? Was he still watching Yi Futian? The next day, Nanda Wanshan came to the Guqin Gardens to tell them about the Nanda clan. The first steps had been completed. With the Silver Snow Guard's help, he now held all the authority in the clan. Those elders weren't stupid. If they followed Nanda Wanshan, it meant they would have Yi Futian behind them. Yi Futian could also help the Nanda clan retake the Nanda nation. How could they not support Nanda Wanshan?
After all, Nanda Wanshan was a direct descendant of royalty. Other than Nanda Wanshan, Shu Yuyan also came. She chatted with Hua Jieyu and teased Yi Futian. Lin Xie came too. She said that she would go to the imperial city right now. She wanted to witness the fight between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. She would cheer Yi Futian on. The promised date was finally here. Today was the day of the final battle. Today, Nandu Nation's imperial city was filled with strong cultivators. According to the citizens of the city, many mysterious cultivators would arrive. They were extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. Those people would most likely come from somewhere far away. Rumor said that they were super forces from the Eastern Barren territory. Ever since Yi Futian broke into the Nanda Palace to take Xianxia and Yi Danshan away, there were all sorts of rumors in the palace. Some said that the Yunchu nation emperor that had taken them to the Nanda Palace had submitted to the Nanda nation. But Yi Futian was back with a force at the same level as Luo Junlin's royal Xian temple. Therefore, the emperor of Yunchu was forced to hand them over. This was also why Yi Futian and Luo Junlin would fight. Emperor Luo announced publicly that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and end everything. He seemed to be very confident in Luo Junlin. The people of the imperial city all believed him. After all, Luo Junlin was the legendary crown prince. He had double life spirits. Not only that, his cultivation plane was higher than Yi Futian. No matter how talented Yi Futian was, he couldn't catch up. Yi Futian had probably been forced to accept this battle. However, there were also whispers that Yi Futian had entered the Nanda Palace, killed the 6 emperors, and taken the people away. Many scoffed at this, though. How could he kill 6 nobles? However, many high-status people knew this was true. The regular citizens wouldn't know what happened in another kingdom, but the emperors of the 100 Lands obviously knew. Today, many strong cultivators descended in the cities surrounding the Nanda Palace, including those from the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone was discussing who would win. There was a roofless wine shop near the palace. It was filled with people because the Kangi kingdom had arrived. The Kunping landed with Emperor Yi. Yi Futian wasn't here yet, so they waited. "That's Yi Wuchen," someone said, looking at a youth amongst them. Yi Wuchen had become quite famous in the imperial city due to the Tingfeng banquet. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu had extraordinary qualities too. Everyone started discussing that these people were most likely from the Eastern Barren territory. At this time, a group came from the distance. They stood out from the crowd with sharp auras. Everyone had an ancient sword. The crowd moved aside subconsciously, letting them through. After arriving, they glanced at Yi Wuchen. The leader had cold eyes. He was Zhisong, pride of the Fuyun Sword Clan's first summit. Li Daoyun was his junior brother and had asked him many questions before. He often helped Li Daoyun. But after Li Daoyun accepted Yi Wuchen's challenge and was killed, the first summit couldn't say anything. However, Yi Wuchen acted on his own accord and was very close to Yi Futian from the cottage. Zhisong had warned him before, but Yi Wuchen ignored him. Everyone knew about the rivalry between the Fuyun Sword Clan and cottage though. In addition, the girl Li Daoyun had liked, Lu Chenyu, was now very close to Yi Wuchen. They were sitting together right now. Under these circumstances, the first summit obviously was upset with Yi Wuchen. "You came from the Kangi kingdom. Are these your family?" Zhisong asked Yi Wuchen. "Is there a problem?" Yi Wuchen looked up at him. Zhisong was a swordsman from the first summit. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th summit. Of course, he couldn't compare to Zhisong's cultivation. He'd been a swordsman for many years and was known as number 1 of their generation. The Fuyun Sword Clan is a sacred place for swordsmanship in the Eastern Barren territory. I don't wish to see it used in a place like the 100 Lands as a weapon to fulfill one's personal greed, Zhisong said. "I can't control Yi Futian, but the Fuyun Sword Clan cannot be disgraced like this." Yi Wuchen's gaze was sharp as he looked to Zhisong. He naturally never thought to use the Fuyun Sword Clan's strength to bring Kangi to power. Yi Futian hadn't done so either. He'd always wanted to resolve the Nanda problem with his own means and never used the cottage's name. However, the assassination in Chaoga City told them all that even if he didn't, the others might. Shiro and Luo Junlin were examples. For more than 1 year, the Nandu nation had used the royal Xian temple to threaten Neji. If Yi Futian hadn't become known in the ancient barren world, what would have happened? After that, Shiro and Luo Junlin still didn't give up. They tried to kill Yi Futian, which was why he challenged Luo Junlin now. Zhisong's words had double meanings. He was warning Yi Wuchen while also mocking Yi Futian. He looked down on Yi Futian for taking advantage of his position. If it has nothing to do with you, you naturally can show off your character and make yourself seem proud and upright. Yi Wuchen chuckled but didn't say anything else. Zhisong wasn't Yi Futian. His family hadn't been threatened. He was a bystander so he could act like this. Fake, Lu Feiyang muttered. He'd personally seen Shiro bring people to Kangyi. At that time, the Kangyi kingdom had felt such despair. If he and Yi Futian hadn't arrived, what would have been the consequences?
This didn't happen to Zhisong, so what right did he have to judge?
Zhisong gazed at them. Beside him, Chiao said, I would like to see what would happen if Yi Futian lost this time. He won't. Yi Wuchen was obviously more confident in Yi Futian than others. A 7th-level Dharma plane against the Arcana plane, Zhisong said indifferently.
Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple isn't that much of a failure. Everyone's hearts trembled. This group seemed to come from the domineering Fuyun Sword clan. Yi Wuchen was cultivating there too. That's what I think. At that time, another voice spoke.
Another group arrived and everyone moved to the side. The two at the front were very stunning. The young man had a powerful aura and the woman had unparalleled beauty. She was like a fairy. Everyone's eyes focused on her, sighing inwardly at how beautiful she was. It was Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao. After Yi Futian left the Moon Clan, Qin Li became much prouder. He went to the Moon Clan with gifts and Chu Yaoyao's master, Yan Feihong, was already swayed. Xiao Yueju's attitude when Yi Futian went to the Moon Clan directly led to this.
Yan Feihong agreed to Qin Li's marriage with Chu Yaoyao and allowed the latter to cultivate at the Dongqin Academy for a while. This news caused a ripple throughout the Eastern Barren territory. People wondered if the Moon Clan would ally with the Qin dynasty. Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao walked over now, gazing at Zhisong, Yi Wuchen, and the others. Chuckling, Qin Li said, Luo Junlin isn't the best of the Eastern Barren territory, but he is still a genius from the Royal Xian Temple and he Yulu's personal disciple.
With such an advantage in plane, there is no reason he will fail. Emperor Yi and Yi Lingxi frowned. These people were clearly all from top forces of the Eastern Barren territory like Yi Futian. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to make such comments. But from their tone, there wasn't much chance for Yi Futian to win. You also thought this when Yi Futian challenged Qian Shanmu outside the Dongqin Academy, Yi Wuchen said calmly without looking at Qin Li. The man had said many things, judging Yi Futian many times. He was humiliated every time but never learned his lesson. Of course, Yi Wuchen knew that they were enemies, so Qin Li naturally wished for Yi Futian to lose. Qin Li didn't mind Yi Wuchen's jab.
Smiling, he said, Yi Wuchen, people would think you're a disciple of the cottage. It's so lively here. There was a chuckle. The strong cultivators of the Ji family from the ancient barren world had come. Others descended from the sky. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were here. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamrua appeared together, causing many gasps. Chu Yaoyu was already beautiful. Qin Mamrua was another beauty but in a different style. The building instantly became filled with talents and beauties. Even more terrifying, the strong cultivators behind these people were probably nobles. The restaurant not far from the palace instantly became so lively. All the strong cultivators from the Eastern Barren territory grouped here. When the people around the palace heard about this, they rushed over to witness this scene. Emperor Luo also came with Minister Hua. Arriving, Emperor Luo gazed at everyone and greeted them. You all have come from a faraway place. As the leader of the Nanda nation, I must fulfill my duties as a host. This place is very crude. Please follow me to the Nanda Palace. Though he was an emperor, he still had to lower himself before these people. Sure. Qin Li smiled and nodded. His attitude surprised many people. Was this person against Yi Futian? Everyone now knew about Yi Futian's relationship with Emperor Luo. If he acted closely with Emperor Luo, what would Yi Futian think? Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua obviously cooperated with Qin Li. Many walked over to Emperor Luo, making him look powerful. The spectators were confused. It seemed that Yi Futian wasn't well off in the Eastern Barren territory. Otherwise, why wouldn't these people care about his feelings? Senior brother, shall we? Chiao asked Zhisong. Seeing this, Emperor Yi furrowed his brows. He wasn't familiar with the powers of the Eastern Barren territory and didn't know what was happening. Didn't he say he won't get involved in the 100 Lands? Yi Lingxi asked softly. What did Zhisong say earlier? He didn't want Yi Wuchen's sword to be used in the 100 Lands. Even though her voice was soft,
Qiao still heard her. His eyes flashed and turned to her. Is it your place to speak? The first summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan had always disliked Yi Wuqian. Now, a girl beside him had comments too. Yi Wuqian arched an eyebrow. He could tell that Qiao was targeting him. Otherwise, he had no reason to humiliate Xianxia. He stood, sword intent wrapping around him. What, you want to fight me? Qiao looked at him. The surrounding people all stopped, looking intrigued. Was this an inner fight of the Fuyun Sword Clan? Wuqian. Emperor Yi placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop. He knew that they were all disciples of the Fuyun Sword Clan. He didn't want to make Yi Wuqian's life in the clan difficult because of this. Yi Wuqian's expression was cold while Qiao looked at him with a smile. Xianxia said, "It's all right. Let's go," Xianxia said. Qiao chuckled and the first summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan left, following Emperor Luo. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua and many others followed as well. The Ji family smiled and went to join them. The people around them looked at Emperor Yi and whispered. Many followed Emperor Luo away. The crowd here thinned. Just then, a group of strong cultivators arrived in the sky. It was Yu Futian's group. In the sky, Yu Futian was going straight to the Nanda Palace. When he was about to arrive, he saw the huge Kunping below and the group heading towards the palace. His eyes flashed. Down, Yi Futian said. They went to the restaurant. Sensing something, many people looked up to see Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the others. Yi Futian. Many were surprised. Sadly, those people had just left. Otherwise, there would be a show to watch. But with so many disciples of top forces here, probably nothing will happen. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked, sensing the odd atmosphere. He looked to the distance and seemed to see Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, and the others. Those guys are so arrogant, Lu Feiyang scoffed. He quickly recounted what happened. Yu Futian's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised at Qin Li. That guy was always here and Yi Futian started disliking him more and more. However, the conflict between Fuyun's first summit and Yi Wuqian seemed more glaring. Otherwise, Xianxia and Qiao wouldn't act like that. Uncle Yi, did the imperial advisor come? Yi Futian asked Emperor Yi. Yes, he is at the inn. Emperor Yi nodded. Good. Take him to the palace. Uncle Yi, I'll go now, Yi Futian said. His body flashed and the group headed towards the palace. Nanda Wenshan and many of the Nanda clan came as well. The group whooshed past. In the front, Emperor Luo's group was powerful too. Those following him looked back and saw Yi Futian's group in the air. Their expressions changed. Emperor Luo stopped and turned too. Seeing the people, his eyes turned cold. He knew what had happened in Donghai City but could do nothing. Now, Yi Futian brought the Nanda clan over. What did this signify? Yu Futian. Qin Li and the others looked up. The people behind them were intrigued. Was he finally here? These people had been invited by Emperor Luo into the palace. Yi Futian must be upset now. They didn't care though. While everyone looked up, Yi Futian acted as if he didn't see them. He passed right above their heads. At that moment, the smiles of Qin Li and the others froze as they watched the people go past without looking at them. This was different from what they had imagined. What is he doing? Qiao furrowed his brows. Upset. Yi Futian had gone right past their heads. Yi Futian continued forward. Before the Nanda Palace, the guards all moved aside when they saw him. Soon after, Yi Futian stood in the empty space before the palace. Emperor Luo and the others arrived, staring coldly at him. So many strong cultivators were gathered. They all stared at Yi Futian. Lock the palace. Do not let anyone in, Yi Futian said. Yes. The 9 nobles nodded and spread outside the palace. The crowd was shocked. Qin Li and the other powerful figures were about to enter the palace with Emperor Luo, but Yi Futian stood there and ordered to lock the palace. What did he mean? Was he going directly against the top forces? Many people had sharp gazes. Was Yi Futian really that powerful to do this? The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun Sword clan frowned. Qin Li sneered and said, Yi Futian, Emperor Luo invited us into the Nanda Palace as guests. What are you doing? Today is my battle with Luo Junlin to resolve matters of the Nanda nation, but you are with Luo. What are you doing? Yi Futian asked in reply. Do I need your permission to stand with someone? Chiao asked. He thought the people of the cottage needed to mind their own business. From this moment on, the Nandu Palace no longer belongs to the Luo family. It is returned to the Nandu clan. My uncle is the descendant of the Nanda nation's royalty and will inherit this palace. From now on, no one is allowed to step foot inside. Just with them. Chiao gazed at the nobles around Yi Futian. No. Yi Futian stared at Chiao and said coldly and proudly, because I am a disciple of the cottage. Chiao's eyes hardened. Those from the Eastern Barren territory understood the weight of those words. Yi Futian's meaning was clear. If the other forces would get involved, then it was no longer Yi Futian's personal matter. He would use his identity as a cottage disciple. Disciple of the cottage. The people of Nanda didn't understand. They were curious as to what the cottage was. What if I want to go in? Zhisong looked at Yi Futian. As a swordsman of the Fuyun Sword clan's first summit, he also had his pride. You can try, someone in the crowd said. A few people walked out. The one at the front was a handsome scholar in a pure white robe. It was Gu Donglu from the cottage. Behind him were Shuiyi and Luo Fan. The three nobles of the cottage had appeared in Nanda Nation. Gu Donglu had come personally. Zhisong stared at Gu Donglu. This man had defeated Lu Nantian at the Dongqing Academy. No one could defeat him except those legendary figures of each top force. Since Gu Donglu was here, everything was settled. Qin Li and the others all shut up. Ever since that fight, Gu Dongluo's status in the Eastern Barren territory was undisputable. The people of the Nandu nation looked at the newcomer, wondering who he was. The palace instantly silenced with his arrival. Even those from the top forces didn't dare talk back to him. Third senior brother. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Donglu. He knew how significant it was for Gu Donglu to come personally and felt warm inside. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Futian's senior brothers had arrived. Today is the fight between my junior brother and the Nandu nation. Anyone from the Eastern Barren territory who interferes will become the cottage's enemy. Gazing at everyone, Gu Donglu continued calmly. Next, you can just watch. His calm voice was filled with indescribable dominance. The top forces of the Eastern Barren territory were only allowed to watch. The people of Nandu were all shaken. Yi Futian's senior brother seemed to be more powerful than all of them. Had they thought incorrectly earlier? The cottage wants to be in charge of even us? Qin Li asked. The Fuyun Sword clan agreed with his question and looked to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu gazed at him. Yes. His reply was only one word. Qin Li's smile froze while everyone else looked at Gu Donglu. The cottage's style was so familiar. The atmosphere tensed. Qin Li didn't continue. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, but he wasn't at the same level as Gu Donglu. His father would be more suitable. At this moment, a group of figures arrived inside the palace. It was the strong cultivators of the Royal Shen Temple and Luo Junlin. After He Yulu brought them over, he guarded Luo Junlin as he cultivated. He disliked Luo Junlin greatly now, but he still hoped Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian. He gazed at Gu Donglu. Had the third disciple of the cottage come? If it wasn't the cottage, Yi Futian wouldn't force Shiro to die. It was also because of the cottage that he couldn't even avenge for his daughter's death. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin both went into the air. More and more people gathered over. There were countless strong cultivators now. Royal Shen Temple, step back, Gu Donglu said coldly, gazing at the people around Luo Junlin. He Yulu's eyes flashed and hardened. I will watch here, he said. Step back. Gu Donglu repeated, his tone colder. He Yulu's anger flared. The others from the Royal Shen Temple were also furious. My second senior sister is gentle and kind, so only one person died at Chaoga. My third senior brother isn't so easy, Luo Fan said coldly from the back. The Royal Shen Temple dared to protect the person who tried to kill his junior brother? If it had been Gu Donglu instead of Zhuge Hui at that time, things would have been different. They weren't familiar with first senior brother, the Sword Saint, but they obviously knew Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglio's personalities. Both were obedient to the teacher, but Zhuge Hui was a woman, after all. She was naturally softer. Gu Donglu was more overbearing. The surrounding people all looked at Luo Fan. Since when was their second disciple gentle and kind? That woman had smashed the gate of the Dongqing College when she arrived and threatened to stop the battles. The royal Xian temple all looked uncomfortable. Yulu waved his hand. I'm sure the cottage will keep their promise. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin had promised that whoever lost would die. The cottage could change this rule, so he was afraid. He took the royal Xian temple back, stepping out of the range. The space was empty and ready for Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. Will your people retreat too? Luo Junlin asked Yi Futian. Don't worry. I need to finish some things. Yi Futian chuckled and looked to Emperor Ye's side. Imperial advisor, he called. A man walked out from beside Emperor Yi. When he saw Emperor Luo, his eyes hardened. It was Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of Nandu. What's going on? Many of the Nanda nation were confused. Mo He shot into the air and went to Yi Futian. He was blind but very sensitive. Facing the people of the Nanda nation, he said, I am Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of the old royal family of Nandu. This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. He was from the old royalty and had been the imperial sorcerer. Luo Tianyi was once the guard of Emperor Nandu. Mo He said calmly. That year, His Majesty Luo Tianyi and I entered the ancient barren world together. Luo Tianyi sneakily killed His Majesty and blinded my eyes. He stole His Majesty's fate and entered the noble plane. He claimed to be emperor and stole the throne. Emperor Luo's face was livid. Nonsense, he uttered. Senior, please go back, Yi Futian said to the imperial advisor. Looking at Emperor Luo, he continued, we can worry over the validity of that later. But what about Donghai City? I conferred a title upon you, but you refused. What can I say? Emperor Luo said. Good. It seemed that you blessed me, Yi Futian said, smiling. In that case, I will bless you too. After you die, you can kneel before my grandmaster and repent for eternity. You! Emperor Luo's expression was ugly. Yi Futian hadn't even fought with Luo Junlin yet, but wanted to kill him? Take him down, Yi Futian ordered coldly. Silver snow guards instantly stepped forward to Emperor Luo. A horrible iciness descended. Thinking of how the other 6 emperors had died, Emperor Luo trembled. He reacted quickly too. He shot into the sky, wanting to transform into lightning and escape. But then a figure shot up too, standing right before Emperor Luo. It was an icy girl. She looked at Emperor Luo and he felt coldness seep in from head to toe. Then he turned to ice, transforming into a statue in the air. The girl grabbed in the air and brought Emperor Luo's ice body to Yi Futian. A group of nobles appeared behind her. They all had terrifying auras. The silver snow guards froze, surprised at her appearance. The sudden changes came too quickly. In only one moment, Emperor Luo was captured and defenseless. The woman who had captured Emperor Luo bowed to Yi Futian. I am Lan. Greetings to the sun. Greetings to the sun, the other nobles said, also bowing. Yi Futian was surprised. They called him the sun, so they must be sent by the empress. That woman had sent such a strong force here. Yi Futian. Luo Junlin's aura was going wild as he glared at Yi Futian. They hadn't even started, but Yi Futian already acted? You're breaking the rules. Hiyulu frowned. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin and said to Hiyulu, Luo Junlin is a disciple of the royal Xian temple, so I followed the rules of the Eastern Barren Territory to challenge him. Whoever dies will lose. My grudge with the Nanda nation is another matter. With that, he looked to Emperor Luo. The man's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't care. Do you feel hopeless? He asked. He had dreamed that Luo Junlin could defeat Yi Futian and he could continue to rule. It was just a dream. Even if Yi Futian lost, it would have nothing to do with Emperor Luo. Yi Futian would treat him how he'd treated Yi Futian before. Disable him, Yi Futian ordered. Yes. Lan nodded. She hit Emperor Luo's body with her palm. At that moment, horrible icy intent ate into Emperor Luo's body. He yelled as the coldness entered his bone marrow. He shook with deep, deep fear. He was an emperor but was now being disabled. Even now, he couldn't accept this. He was the leader of Nandu, he was an emperor. Countless eyes fell on him in confusion and shock. Was the emperor of the Nandu nation really being disabled just like this? The battle hadn't even started yet, but Yi Futian had disabled an emperor. No one had thought of this, including Emperor Luo. No! He could feel the coldness damaging his organs. His brows were covered in white frost. Feeling the loss of power, he was in despair.
At this moment, he thought of a scene from before. He was writing a decree in his library. At that time, he had been an emperor that ruled over the land. Now, the situation was flipped. Yi Futian didn't give him any chance at all.
Him too. Yi Futian pointed at Minister Hua, who was completely dazed. He knew his fate when he saw Emperor Luo disabled. He didn't even dare to escape. If he tried, Yi Futian would notice him. With a plop, he fell onto his knees. He was at the peak of the Arcana plane and shouldn't be so cowardly. But seeing Emperor Luo disabled right before him, he was completely shaken. Fear won over his pride. I was just following orders. Please forgive me. Minister Hua begged on his knees.
Yi Futian stood in the air looking down coldly. Following orders?
It was a laughable excuse. Without any mercy, Minister Hua was disabled just like Emperor Luo. Of course they were in despair. Yi Futian had experienced that despair before. When Xiafeng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, had announced the decree, it was like being struck by lightning. No one could imagine how hopeless he had felt. Now it was payback. An eye for an eye. Countless eyes from the Nandu nation looked to the disabled Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. It didn't feel real. There was no way to fight back. With one word, Yi Futian disabled an emperor and minister. They inhaled sharply and looked to Yi Futian. He was so domineering in his revenge. Back then, Emperor Luo hadn't given him any way to fight back. Now he made Emperor Luo feel the same despair. Everyone thought that Yi Futian would resolve his problem with the Nandu nation after his fight with Luo Junlin. However, he didn't give Emperor Luo any shred of hope, just like what Emperor Luo had done before. Yi Futian had thought about returning with absolute power. However, the assassination told him that Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo still wanted him dead, even when he was in the Eastern Barren territory. Thus, he decided not to play with them anymore. Since they acted that way, it was easier. He'd wanted to use the cottage's power to challenge Luo Junlin. After killing him, he would kill Emperor Luo with the Kangi Kingdom and the other 6 emperors to fully resolve the matters with Nandu. With the cottage present, no forces of the Eastern Barren territory would get involved. However, things didn't go as he'd planned. The other 6 emperors had betrayed them, but the nobles of ancient Lulan listened to him. This way, things were even easier. He's so serious.
It seems that what happened really is a thorn in his chest, Luo Fan murmured in the crowd. He'd never seen Yi Futian like this before. Imagine if it happened to you, Shui whispered. Since they'd come to Nanda Nation, they naturally knew what had happened before.
It was unforgivable for an emperor to bully a youth. Yeah, I'll be harsher. Luo Fan nodded. Gu Donglu looked calmly to the palace. Yi Futian had a cold aura now. His attractive features emanated a cold cruelness, similar to Gu Donglu.
Their teacher had once said that being murderous would hurt themselves. However, he also lived by another phrase, kill all evil. Emperor Luo was the ruler of the Nanda nation but treated Yi Futian so horribly. He clearly was an evil person to play with a youth's fate.
He didn't have any pity at all. An emperor like that deserved to be killed. Even if Yi Futian lost today, Gu Donglu would have killed Emperor Luo. There was so much evil in the world that one couldn't rid it all. But since it happened to someone beside him, he would act as the judgment and rid the evil. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo with no pity. There was only coldness. Did you think this day would come when you sent out that decree? He asked. Emperor Luo was still trembling.
Of course, he didn't think that one day Minister Zuo would be right. This was a calamity for the Nanda nation. He didn't believe in fate, but in the end, fate still played him. Do you regret it? Yi Futian gazed at Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. An emperor and minister were being toyed by a youth. Regret?
Of course they regretted it. Everything was over. Minister Hua still remembered the scene when Yi Futian stepped foot inside the Nanda clan. He had been sitting high up, watching the brilliant youth burst in. 2 short years later, it was the other who was playing with his fate now. Can we start now? A dark voice said. Yi Futian looked over to Luo Junlin. The aura around Luo Junlin was chaotic right now. He witnessed everything but couldn't change anything. Back then, he was the high and mighty crown prince. His single utterance could determine Yi Futian's fate.
Now, Yifutian had the cottage and many nobles to work for him. He could determine the Nanda nation's fate. Now, only Luo Junlin had the opportunity to kill Yifutian. Yifutian was calm. His white robe and black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. At this moment, the chaotic world seemed to quiet down. Only these two facing each other existed. Luo Junlin was a legendary crown prince of the Nanda nation. He had double life spirits and became the crown prince as a youth. He was the future emperor of Nandu and worshipped by countless. Some people were born to be great. He was one of them. He definitely displayed his brilliance before. He was the first of the 100 lands to make people from the Eastern Barren Territory come and take him as a disciple. It had been such an honor when the royal Xian temple came for him that day. Every emperor came to congratulate him. If Yifutian didn't exist, Luo Junlin would absolutely become the legend of the Nandu nation. However, the heavens seemed to purposely create an opponent for him. The youth from Donghai City had rejected the decree and fled for his life. He'd entered the Kangyi kingdom. When he'd returned, he stole the spotlight of the Tingfeng banquet with his staff and dharma. Even though Luo Junlin had been accepted by the royal Xian temple, he still couldn't steal Yifutian's thunder. After that, forces of the Eastern Barren Territory went to Kangyi to fight for people. Apparently, Luo Junlin and Shiro were there too. The battle between Luo Junlin and Yifutian seemed to be fated, destined since their first meeting at the Donghai Academy. Luo Junlin was royalty, but Yifutian displayed the aura of an emperor. Thus, they stood before each other today. Yifutian waved his hand. The silver snow guards around him retreated, emptying the space. Only the two stood proudly above the Nandu nation. A wild aura burst forth. Noble intent exploded. Luo Junlin had entered the Arcana plane 1 year ago. Now he was in the 2nd level. Though he was only in the 2nd of the 9 levels of the Arcana plane, he was still 4 levels higher than Yifutian at the 7th level Dharma plane. There was also the big difference of plane. How could Yifutian make up for this? Even now, Luo Junlin couldn't understand where Yifutian got the confidence from, other than having the cottage behind him. The difference in plane was also why Zhisong, Qin Li, and the others thought Yifutian would lose if the cottage didn't interfere. Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple wasn't useless. He wasn't a regular cultivator of the Arcana plane. A regular Arcana cultivator without noble fate from the ancient barren world would be much weaker. Faced with someone with noble intent, the difference in plane would be wiped out. The next moment, Luo Junlin released his dharma. It was a huge stone phoenix dozens of meters long. It pressed down on the sky with terrifying red light streaking across its surface. Flames flowed through the brilliant feathers like lava. One could feel various types of noble intent from Luo Junlin. He had twin spirits. The phoenix and stone figure were dharmas created from his twin spirits. The moment they were released, Yifutian felt scalding heat and horrible pressure. Spiritual chi of the world flowed violently towards Luo Junlin's body and the stone fire phoenix. At this moment, Luo Junlin was like a true king ruling the world. So powerful. Countless eyes fell upon Luo Junlin. Yifutian had disabled his father today, pressing down everything. Right now, Luo Junlin probably had fury burning like the phoenix. His eyes seemed to contain fire as he stared at Yifutian. Horrible power weighed down on Yifutian. Countless eyes fell upon him, watching the handsome figure stand facing the wind. The next moment, dazzling light shot out. It was his noble fate. The red fire noble fate and purple lightning fate danced and roared wildly in the air. After that was sharp golden fate, heavy earthen fate, green wooden fate, a ripping gale, and extremely icy frost intent. 7 beams of colored light rose right into the clouds. Yifutian was now bathed in full attribute noble aura. He was young, but he was like a noble. His body seemed frail but was extremely impressive. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo, and the others all looked at him. His talent was truly monstrous. No wonder he'd broken so many records of the ancient barren world and was invited personally by Gu Donglu. But could his talent make up for the difference in plane? Boom! An extremely wild aura burst from Yifutian as he released his dharma. The horrible apparition of the divine ape appeared behind him. It was covered in shocking light. Gold and dirt yellow light flowed across. It also glimmered with purple electricity. The powerful divine ape's body was like a dragon. It also had dazzling golden feathers behind him that covered the sky. The wings should be from the golden rock, but it transformed in Yi Futian's dharma. It was huge and beautiful, fitting perfectly with the divine ape. One's impression of the dharma was that it was beautiful and powerful. It seemed to contain many top forms. Yi Futian's body seemed to meld into the dharma too, as well as various noble fates. This dharma, many people were speechless. His power seemed untouchable. Junior hasn't had a true fight since entering the cottage. We'll be able to see his true abilities today, Luo Fan said, smiling. Yi Futian was well known throughout the Eastern Barren territory. However, he'd used rhythmic sorcery against Xian Shanmu and instantly defeated Qin Meng. Today's battle with Luo Junlin would allow them to finally see Yi Futian's combat ability. Gu Donglu stared forward. He was excited to see Yi Futian challenge an Arcana Cultivator from the Royal Shen Temple as a 7th-level Dharma plane. Luo Junlin stepped forward. The stone phoenix flapped its wings. Soon after, sharp meteorites appeared in the sky. Fire wrapped around the meteorites, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Die! Luo Junlin uttered coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. This spell was the meteorite attack. The moment he spoke, countless sharp flaming meteorites fell from the sky. A wind spell followed, wrapping around the mountain-like boulders and hurling them towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up. Each meteorite was thousands of pounds and had sharp points at the bottom. It would be horrible if he was hit. Yi Futian reached out. Wind and thunder converged in his palm. A horrible gale wrapped around and purple lightning danced. Even his eyes seemed to shine with purple light. Wild spiritual chi formed a frightening image in his palms. It spun like a windstorm. A shocking spell was about to be born. Everyone discovered with surprise that 2 different spells emerged from Yi Futian's hands. A horrible windstorm was created on his left hand. On his right hand, a terrible lightning dragon was forming. It seemed to have been carved. Endless lightning transformed into a chain that swung towards the falling meteorites, locking them in lightning. The wind and lightning dragon was still growing wildly. Our junior can inscribe? Shui Ye's eyes flashed. Yi Futian used his spiritual energy and powerful sense of spiritual chi to inscribe in the air without an inscriber's pen and paper. He released a spell that was above his plane. An inscriber who could inscribe in the air was similar to a summoner. When their spiritual energy and sense of spiritual chi were powerful enough, they could inscribe spells in the air. Of course, it would be much slower. Casting a spell of the same level could be instantaneous. But to inscribe a spell above one's level, one needed to gather stronger spiritual chi and control it with extreme spiritual energy. Any mistake could cause the entire spell to fail. Boom! Extremely terrible weight descended under Luo Junlin's control. Instead of dodging the attack, Yi Futian gathered his spell. He was crazy. Yi Futian stepped in the air and welcomed Luo Junlin's spell. Then he threw his hand forward. A real dragon and elephant seemed to roar. This hit landed squarely on the sharp boulder. The next moment, a purple dragon appeared. It filled the entire sky and wrapped around all the falling meteorites. A true dragon appeared as well. It ran past, crushing everything. Thunder Dragon spell, Dragon Elephant Roar martial arts technique, Shui said. He'd read tens of thousands of books and knew millions of spells. He'd transcribed practically every spell in the book cave of the cottage. The spell Yi Futian used, Thunder Dragon spell, was in the Arcana plane. The Dragon Elephant Roar was a powerful martial arts technique. He had combined martial arts and sorcery, casting both at the same time. They complemented each other and created even more power. The overlapped attack was much stronger than a scattered attack. The falling meteorites instantly shattered or cracked. Now, the spell in Yi Futian's left hand was activated. A horrible wind swept past, destroying everything. The meteorites in the sky all turned to dust. Nice, Luo Fan praised. Yi Futian's reaction was practically perfect. There was a big difference in plane, but he'd resolved the attack. He was flawless in both sorcery and martial arts. Added to his full attribute talent, he was a genius talent. Luo Fan felt some pressure as the senior brother. Xian Shanmu, Qin Mamrua, and the others all watched seriously as well. They were slightly surprised. It was their first time seeing Yi Futian fight with his full ability.
Qin Li had said that Yi Futian had never proved himself in battle. Today, they saw his combat ability. He'd displayed his monstrous talent in one attack. Luo Junlin looked coldly at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian dared to challenge him, he would naturally be able to take more than one hit. Luo Junlin was prepared for this. Wild flame spiritual qi gathered. The stone phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. Lava-like flames flowed through the air towards Yi Futian, burning the sky red. It seemed able to burn everything. Liquid firelight appeared in the vast sky. Yi Futian's surroundings were all covered. He was now in a fiery red world. Luo Junlin's Dharma seemed to come to life and attack endlessly. Yi Futian released his sun Dharma. It hung high in the sky. There seemed to be a divine tree inside the sun with twisted roots. He himself seemed to transform into a furnace that could burn everything. Runes of fire wrapped around him. He released his wild noble intent and stood there, watching the incoming fire. Lava-like flames dropped onto him. He seemed to be inside the sun, feeling the horrible destructive power. Even though he cultivated fire spells, he still couldn't overlook this attack. But his own power and the flame intent wove with the sun Dharma to create a shield. The divine tree extended, absorbing the incoming flame power. The sun grew more dazzling and gradually expanded. Luo Junlin's fire attack was ineffective against Yi Futian. It even felt like it was strengthening Yi Futian's fire. Yi Futian stepped forward and passed through the fire. He went towards Luo Junlin. He was so overbearing and ignored everything. The stone phoenix flapped its wings hurriedly. A spell shot towards Yi Futian like a sharp knife. Yi Futian slapped forward. Like a burning handprint, he swept past everything and burned the sharp knife. Many people were shocked. Luo Junlin's fire attack seemed to be helping him instead. The stone phoenix returned to Luo Junlin's side and didn't continue attacking. Luo Junlin stared at the approaching Yi Futian. Animosity grew. No matter how powerful Yi Futian was, Luo Junlin was in the Arcana plane and didn't fear the Dharma plane. The stone phoenix Dharma seemed to meld into him. Beautiful wings appeared behind him. Yi Futian stood in the sky and looked down on Luo Junlin. His eyes were wild. 1,000 mirror images. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, a water elemental spell was born. It transformed into countless mirrors that reflected upon Yi Futian. Then he moved. In a moment, thousands of images appeared around Luo Junlin. They were all reflections of Yi Futian. It was impossible to determine which was real. Even worse, the sky within range of the spell turned into a mysterious mist. It covered his aura so Luo Junlin couldn't use it to find Yi Futian. As Yi Futian moved, the countless images in the sky surrounded Luo Junlin. It was dizzying. Luo Junlin's wings flapped and he rose up. Boom! Yi Futian cast a spell that transformed into a mountain that smashed down at Luo Junlin. Under the 1,000 mirror images spell, endless mountains seemed to be coming at him. Luo Junlin's wings turned into blades and swept past. Wind tore through the sky, passing through the mountains. They were apparitions instead of a real attack, but he had to clear them all. At the same time, Luo Junlin used a spell to smash the illusory images, but his spell went straight past. The 1,000 mirror images was a water elemental spell. It had no attacking power but was also unable to be destroyed directly. Boom! With a huge boom, the solid attack came and shattered under Luo Junlin's spell. But at the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. Crack! Purple light filled the sky and the lightning dragon unfurled. The lightning dragon spell erupted once again. Thousands of dragons seemed to go to Luo Junlin. His expression was ugly. With the 1,000 mirror images spell, every attack multiplied. They were fake, but he had to react. Otherwise, the real attack could hurt him. A boundless storm gathered around him, enveloping him and tearing apart everything else. The true lightning dragon descended upon the windstorm. Lightning and wind intertwined. Luo Junlin's windstorm continued rising, trying to escape from the spell. Yi Futian wouldn't allow it. Endless vines curled towards him. At the same time, the dragon elephant roar was activated and charged towards Luo Junlin. Trapped by the spell, Luo Junlin could only defend instead of attack. He was in the Arcana plane but was restricted by Yi Futian. This shocked many people. Yi Futian's every attack was filled with noble intent and reached the Arcana plane. It was as if he was truly in the Arcana plane rather than Dharma.
Qinli stared at the battlefield, looking uncomfortable. He'd wondered if Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian, but the latter's abilities were beyond his expectation. Luo Junlin was restricted in every aspect and his features twisted. He stopped trying to burst free. Endless spiritual qi gathered around him. His dharma entwined with his body. Bits of stone appeared. He seemed to be turning into a stone figure and kept expanding. Soon, a stone giant more than 100 meters tall appeared. The surface burned with horrible flames. However, the giant's eyes were Luo Junlin's. He didn't fight back and just allowed the spells to fall on him. The giant stone man shook and the spells kept damaging the surface rock but couldn't hurt him. The broken stone skin quickly recovered as if it was undying. "How can you defeat me?" Luo Junlin roared. He swept his arms across, almost filling the entire sky. But at that moment, inside the 1,000 mirror images, a staff appeared before Yi Futian's might body. It kept enlarging. The divine ape melded with Yi Futian's body. He grasped the staff with immense strength. Unparalleled power gathered in his body. Everyone saw a beautiful scene. Inside the spell, thousands of figures twirled the staff at once. The wind and clouds howled. The world changed. This scene was too beautiful. Shining with the light of divine ape's figure, Yi Futian played out thousands of illusory figures with his long staff. He had a very mighty aura. Luo Junlin was in the sky too. While observing the countless illusory figures, he internalized his dharma into his body. Soon, a good amount of magma erupted from the crevices on his enormous rock-like body. He reached out his large rocky hand and a horrible noble intent soared into the sky. He folded his hands and roared angrily. Numerous flaming meteorites fell from the sky, turning the entire sky red. Bang, bang. Some of those meteorites falling down in a certain place were all crushed. Luo Junlin looked there and found one of the 1,000 figures was real. Only the real one could have such a strong force. Simultaneously, the thousands of figures targeted the rocky body. Yi Futian kept twirling his staff. Spiritual qi of the world converged like terrible waves, getting strong and stronger. Luo Junlin still looked indifferent. The world around him changed, creating continuous heavy pounds. The strong cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate better with the natural world. The plane was also known as nature and man as one. Luo Junlin lifted his palms and pounced toward Yi Futian's real body. The flames on his palms dazzled like a noble handprint, extending endlessly and crushing everything. Yi Futian suffered the horrible gravity pressure brought by the handprint. Clearly, Luo Junlin was oppressing him with a gravity spell. Worse was that the flaming rocks from the sky kept falling down on him, seeming to bury him in this space. The Royal Xian handprint. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all surprised. The Royal Xian handprint was an aggressive spell combining martial arts with spells. It was very fierce. As long as the handprint was thrown out, the target would be trapped in a space of extremely scary gravity. Everything around would fall down on the target automatically. Right now, Yi Futian was the target at the center of the attacks. Countless flaming meteorites crushed fiercely toward Yi Futian, but he seemed to not be worried at all. His body seemed to have a magical rhythm. Every blow of his staff shattered the incoming meteorites. Though he hadn't reached the Arcana plane, Yi Futian still had the power to gather the power in the world and resonate with the natural world as a strong cultivator in Arcana plane could, nature and man as one. What a fierce attack! People were amazed by Yi Futian's dancing body and magical rhythm full of strength. The flaming meteorites all disappeared, but Luo Junlin's large handprint followed. The entire sky darkened. Endless horrible pressure crushed down like a coffin to bury Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt like there was a king in that handprint sitting high on the throne and scorning him. The scene didn't stir Yi Futian's heart. Taking advantage of the time, he threw out his staff to rip the sky apart. All of a sudden, the divine ape roared, shaking the world. Rumble! There was a horrible explosion. Then the huge palm print was split from the middle. Huge meteorites kept blasting, but a very strong force came down to Yi Futian's staff. The staff trembled. His body was forced back. Luo Junlin's ferocious eyes stared at Yi Futian. He slowly folded his palms and endless spiritual qi gathered around him. Another wave of boulders fell down from the sky. A giant illusory stone figure appeared behind Luo Junlin like the king of stone. A second handprint was sent out. At this time, two king figures loomed simultaneously over the numerous falling meteorites pouncing toward Yi Futian at the same time. He Yulu looked at this battle indifferently. This time, Luo Junlin would definitely kill Yi Futian. The ape roared angrily. Yi Futian's aura grew more fierce and aggressive. When the attack came, he waved his staff and split the air. A crack appeared in the sky. The meteorites and handprint were totally demolished. With another roar, more illusory king figures appeared in the sky and sent out more handprints. By comparison, Yi Futian's body was very small. Though he had the divine ape as a guard, he seemed to be almost buried. This time, Yi Futian stood still. His dharma broke out into the sky. An extremely enormous figure of an ape appeared behind him. With seemingly endless strength, he twirled his staff and auras of the world all gathered to the staff. No matter how strong the attacks were, he just stood still in place. The noble handprints came down upon him but all shattered. He just couldn't be defeated. Poof! People were shocked to find that Luo Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was burning too. An incomparably frightening aura loomed and rose up. He folded his palms again. Blood kept rushing out from his mouth. The whole world was shaking. Countless nobles appeared in the sky. How can it be? The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all stunned by this scene. This was the true Royal Xian handprint, but only cultivators of the Noble Plane could use the Royal Xian handprint. Those below the Noble Plane could only create the embryonic form as Luo Junlin had at first. It was the limit. However, the kings in the sky were all real, looking down at Yi Futian. The spiritual qi around Luo Junlin all resonated with his aura. Horrible airflow came and trapped Yi Futian in the midair. So powerful. At this moment, all the spectators looked up at the heart-shaking scene. The kings in the sky glared at Yi Futian, seeming to crush him beneath their feet. Very good. Qin Li grinned hideously. He glanced at people of the cottage, wondering whether they would help Yi Futian. If they acted, they would be the enemy of the Royal Shen Temple. But certainly, if Yi Futian won this battle, the Royal Shen Temple would not be happy either. The plight the cottage faced now was what they had been plotting. The age of the cottage and the college should come to its end. Gu Donglio's group watched the battle. Junior Yi had done his best. His every blow was of the Arcana plane. His dharma helped him become stronger and stronger. Even the world was shaken by his staff. But unexpectedly, Luo Junlin used the Royal Xian handprint, risking getting hurt or ending his own life. But if he succeeded, this blow could be fatal to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo and Minister Hua closely stared at the front. Die. They'd been disabled, but they still wanted to witness the death of Yi Futian. In the vast space, countless eyes stared at the scene. The sky was chaotic, the airflow was terrible, and the power was destructive. It had never been expected that the battle could be so fierce. Yi Futian looked up at those illusory figures. Endless spirit gathered and entered his body. He could feel the threatening pressure in his body. Even at this moment, he didn't give up. His eyes were extremely calm and fearless. His staff kept spinning. There was some unknown power growing in his body. His blood seemed to be burning and boiling. His veins and bones were snarling. The ape's roar and the dragon's growl shook the ground. A beam of sacred light appeared above Yi Futian and soared into the sky. His noble fate pierced into the sky. Everything in the sky bathed in the light and converged to produce a beam of more dazzling light. What is that? People stared at Yi Futian's body curiously. His noble fate seemed to be activated, becoming more dazzling and dreadful. At this time, Yi Futian became a true king without the help of noble intent. His body spun and his staff twirled. The sky changed color and his noble fate turned into beams of light. Light rushed into the staff. Then all the power in the world gathered here as if he was the sovereign of the world. Bang! Yi Futian stepped heavily in the air while the ape ascended. The staff slashed through the air. I'll kill you! Luo Junlin raved toward Yi Futian. He spat out more blood. The kings in the sky sent out more threatening handprints, wanting to kill Yi Futian on the spot. The giant ape and Yi Futian acted as one, raising the staff together. Everywhere the staff swept, those meteorites were shattered. Yi Futian descended above Luo Junlin. He glanced at Luo Junlin indifferently. His staff slashed down. This was the fourth hit of the 9 heavenly attacks. The staff slashed down with the imperial tactics. All the dreadful royal Xian handprints were split by the staff. The flaming staff slashed down toward Luo Junlin below. Seeing the staff getting closer and closer, Luo Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of despair. The staff loomed and he roared angrily, "I will not accept." Bang! The stone figure shattered. Luo Junlin's body burst into ashes as well, seeming to disappear. In the sky, only one handsome figure stood there proudly with a mighty illusory figure of an ape behind him. He seemed unshakable, as if what people saw was not a strong cultivator in Dharma plane but an emperor of the world. The turbulence in the sky dispersed and the meteorites disappeared. Yi Futian withdrew his noble fate so that others could not sense his emperor's intent. Though he'd activated the imperial tactic, he covered that with his noble fate. Therefore, others would regard it as some kind of strong spell. With rumbles, some meteorites fell onto the imperial palace on the ground. However, people still looked up to the figure in the sky, unwilling to look away. Luo Junlin was so strong. He even used the royal Xian handprint. Nobles had been everywhere. Everybody thought that Yi Futian would be killed, but Yi Futian had killed Luo Jun with one blow. Luo Junlin was killed on the spot. Countless people had gathered outside the imperial palace, but there was only a deafening silence at the moment. Today, in the sky above the Nandu Nation imperial palace, Prince Luo Junlin battled Yi Futian and was killed. At this instant, many people from the Nanda Nation recalled the scene when Luo Junlin became a disciple of a powerful cultivator from the royal Xian temple. He was extremely glamorous and various emperors came to Nandu to congratulate him. Today, however, the legendary prince of the Nandu Nation only managed to make another person famous. He was the unparalleled young man who came from Donghai City and was forced to leave his hometown by Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo. When he returned, many nobles listened to his orders and called him the Sun. When his senior stood beside him, nobody from the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to touch him. He was only in the Dharma plane and crossed 4 levels to kill Luo Junlin. If Luo Junlin could be called a legend, then what about Yi Futian? The Nandu Nation is totally over. Everyone had this thought in their minds. It was already certain that the rulers of the Nandu Nation would change. Emperor Luo was disabled and Luo Junlin was killed. The fate of the Luo family would be changed completely. The people from the Nanda Nation looked at Yi Futian, the miraculous young man who came from Donghai City. 2 years ago, he defied the emperor's order and wrote his own fate himself. In the future, he would be the legend of the Nanda Nation. In addition, with his talents, even the vast Eastern Barren Territory would probably also become a stage for him to perform. The young man who looked like an all-powerful emperor when he fought was born extraordinary. Emperor Luo trembled and his hopeless look gradually turned blank. His son Luo Junlin had been a genius since he was a child and had twin spirits. In reality, this was also true indeed. How many people in the 100 Lands could win him in the battle just now? However, destiny was just so cruel. Since Luo Junli was so talented, why would a person like Yi Futian exist? Why would such a person be born in Donghai City? His mind was filled with regret. If everything could start all over again, he would go to Donghai personally and kill Yi Futian. However, it was already too late to regret at the moment. He regretted but could not change anything. At this very moment, he recalled many things in the past. That time, he planned a trap and killed the Emperor of Nandu in the ancient barren world. Taking away the Emperor's noble fate, he eventually managed to enter the noble plane and took over his position, becoming the Emperor of a kingdom. He went against God's will and changed his own destiny. He was not resigned to his fate and changed it himself. In the end, however, everything was still lost. Compared to the young man standing proudly in the air, he seemed so petty at the moment. The Emperor was but an ant. A tear actually appeared at the corner of Emperor Luo's eye. It was not that he was not strong enough, but instead, he felt that the world was really unfair and everyone's fate was unpredictable. He had paid a lot to reach the position he was at now. However, his most talented son was killed and he was disabled, and an inevitable death awaited him. Thinking about his entire life, he was not resigned. He Yulu from the royal Xian temple clenched his fists firmly as his face turned gloomy. He was unconcerned about Luo Junlin's death. Although his daughter, Hishiro, had begged him before dying, he had already given Luo Junlin a chance.
As long as Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian in the battle, he would try his best to protect him. However, he failed himself and did not manage to kill Yi Futian. Compared to Luo Junlin's death, he was more concerned about the fact that Yi Futian was still standing there in one piece. Not only was he alive, but he also displayed an astonishing combat power and attracted everyone's admiration. Luo Junlin was his disciple, so he obviously knew how strong his disciple was. Even though Luo Junlin was weaker than those top geniuses, he did not know if any other young person in the Eastern Barren Territory could cross 4 levels and kill Luo Junlin like what Yi Futian had done. At least, he did not know such a person. This was the best chance they had, and yet Luo Junlin did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In the future, even if the Royal Xian Temple wanted to take revenge, they could not fight against the cottage. How about another assassination? That depended on whether they could pay the price, and the answer was obvious. Let's go. Turning around, Yulu walked away and showed no signs of wanting to stay. Luo Junlin was already dead. What did the other issues of the Nandu nation have to do with him? The people of the Nanda nation watched as the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple took their leave. They knew that the Luo royal family was totally done for. The Royal Xian Temple abandoned them and left. Luo Junlin was killed, but they did not say anything at all. Nobody knew the exact reason, but at least they knew that the people from the Royal Xian Temple were weaker than the people in Yi Futian's clan. Previously, Gu Donglu had warned the people from the Royal Xian Temple to back away, and nobody dared to disobey him. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air, attracting everyone's gaze. He walked up to Emperor Luo, who also raised his head and looked back at him. At this moment, Emperor Luo felt somewhat dreary. As an emperor, he once viewed Yi Futian as an ant. Now, however, Yi Futian was far superior and was looking at him from above. Yi Futian. Suddenly, everyone heard a clear voice. Yi Futian turned his head and saw a charming figure, Luo Mengyan, the princess of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian looked at her calmly. I won't ask you to let him off, but the tragedy at that time was caused by him, my brother, and Minister Hua. Many people from the Luo family are innocent. Can you please let them off? Luo Mengyan did not show up just now, and she also did not plead Yi Futian to forgive her father, for she knew well that this was impossible. A person should pay for what he had done, but it should not involve the entire Luo family. In the future, the direct descendants of the Luo family shall be ordinary people, Yi Futian said. All right. Luo Mengyan felt very sad, but she still nodded. That time, the order from her father involved all the relatives of Yi Futian, and an elder whom Yi Futian respected a lot was killed. Later, her father and brother also went to Kangyi and threatened Emperor Yi to hand over Yi Futian's master and masteress. Now, Yi Futian decided not to kill every single one of them. What else could she say? Silver 9, bring the 2 of them to Donghai City and freeze them in front of the school of the Emperor Star. I want them to kneel down before my Grandmaster's statue to repent, Yi Futian said. Yes, son. Silver 9 nodded. Then, he brought Emperor Luo and Minister Hua and left the place. The emperor and the minister were carried off by him just like 2 ants. The emperor of a kingdom would kneel down before the school of the Emperor Star, causing many people to sigh. Donghai Academy would probably become famous in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian walked back and stood above the imperial palace, scanning the crowd. The hatred between him and the Luo family finally ended, and he also completed what he had been bothered by for a long time. He wished that his grandmaster could now rest in peace. Luo Tianyin stole the Nandu nation, and it shall now be returned to the Nandu royal family. My uncle Nandu Wunshan, a descendant of the former Nandu royal family, will be the emperor of Nandu in the future. The sin that Luo Tianyin has committed will not involve anyone apart from those directly in the Luo family. Next time, if I can become powerful enough, I will also try to help the Nanda nation. I hope that Nanda can become more and more prosperous, Yi Futian said loudly. Then, he looked at Nandu Wunshan and smiling, he said, Uncle, I will leave everything else to you. After he finished speaking, he smiled and backed to the side. Nandu Wunshan took a deep breath and walked forward. He went to the spot above the crowd and felt very emotional. In the past, his ancestor had been killed. Now, the Nandu nation was finally returned to him. He recalled the scene when he first met Yifutian. That day, in the Luo Palace, he was extremely suave and shocked everyone with his melody of the white feather. That time, Nandu Wenshan already somewhat admired Yifutian. However, he did not expect Yifutian to create such a miracle in only 2 years and help him get back the Nandu nation. Some elders of the Nandu clan trembled in excitement. The nation was finally returned to them. Fortunately, Yifutian did not hate the entire Nandu clan because of Nandu Tai alone. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Hua Jieyu was firm enough, otherwise, they would not be able to get control over the nation. Greetings, Your Majesty. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, many courtiers bowed to salute. The guards also knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing a group of people taking the lead, more and more people started to salute Nandu Wenshan. They knew that while Nandu Wenshan's level may not be very high and he was not even a noble, he would sit firmly as the emperor because of Yifutian's presence. Nobody would be able to change this. Emperor Luo ended up like this. Who would still dare to touch Nandu? The earth-shattering voice echoed in the sky. In the imperial palace, the faces of the people from the Luo family turned pale, and there were even some who started to escape. Yifutian landed on the ground. He stood beside Hua Jieyu, and Hua Jieyu held his hand. The two gripped each other's hand firmly and smiled at each other. Both of them could finally set their minds at rest. The problem in the Nanda nation which had been bothering them for a long time was finally over. Futian, thank you. Hua Jieyu's voice was as gentle as water. She knew that Yifutian chose to forgive the Nandu clan and let her uncle become the emperor not because he had any special feelings towards the Nandu clan. Nandu Tai had treated him poorly. How could he have any affection for the Nandu clan? He did everything only because of his affection for her. Do you want to marry me in return? Yifutian smiled and looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu blushed and widened her eyes at Yifutian. This guy. Everything just ended and he is already starting to show his real self. No problem. Hua Jieyu gave a charming smile. I'll take it for real. Yifutian also smiled. Beside them, Hua Folu and Nanda Wenin smiled as they looked at the two, after which they glanced at each other. In the eyes of the other, they could both see relief and joy. The two had really grown up and had surpassed them. To Hua Fenglu, Yifutian was his disciple and also his son-in-law. Yifutian was no different from his own children. He recalled the scene when his life spirit was destroyed in Qingzhou, and Yifutian carried him to Donghai. The two relied upon each other for life. Now, he felt that all bitterness had ended and sweetness had begun, as everything was over. At the moment, he only had one wish, that Yifutian and Hua Jieyu could be happy and safe for their whole life. He already had such an amazing daughter and son-in-law. What else could he ask for? Qinli, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mamrua, and Zhisong all looked at Yifutian. They each had different expressions on their faces and all felt somewhat shocked. Although today's battle did not happen in the Eastern Barren territory, many people still witnessed it. From then on, nobody would question Yifutian's combat abilities. Looking at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu who were standing together, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly and felt a complicated emotion surging in her heart. Turning around quietly, Qin Li and the rest were ready to leave. When Qin Li passed by Zhisong, he smiled and said, "Together." Zhisong looked at Qin Li, after which he nodded. "All right." Then the people from the Eastern Barren territory left the place one after another. Still, there were many people in the crowd who were staring at Yifutian. Emperor Yi Danshan, Yi Lingxi, and Lin Yueyao were also here. Clearly, she would not miss the occasion. At the moment, she was smiling very brightly as she blessed the couple in her heart. A bright smile appeared on the faces of Gu Donglu, Shui Yi, and Luo Fan. "He's indeed my junior. He has my style," Luo Fan said with his head held high. "Shameless." Shui Yi looked at him in disgust and said, "You? If little brother is at your level, he will defeat you with just one strike." Luo Fan looked at Shui Yi and said emotionlessly, "Brother, this time sister allowed you to leave the mountain because of little brother. When you go back, you should stay there and cultivate." "I plan to travel around the Eastern Barren territory for a while before going back." Shui Yi widened his eyes at Luo Fan. "Let's go." Gu Donglu said emotionlessly as he turned around.
Luo Fan walked up and asked, "Third brother, do we just leave like this? The issue here is settled and little brother no longer needs us now. We'll let him have his own time here." Gu Donglu continued walking and left the place. With the nobles from ancient Luolan beside him, nothing would happen to Yi Futian. The people from the eastern barren territory did not dare act so recklessly. Gu Donglu, Shuiyi, and Luo Fan's white clothes swayed in the air as they took their leave. Yi Futian glanced in that direction.
He did not go there and also did not thank them. To him, the cottage disciples were all like his family members. However, at the moment, not all those who had stayed behind were happy. Many emperors from the 100 Lands had come here to watch the battle. They all could not keep calm, especially those who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo. They felt very uneasy because Yi Futian had seen them that day. Now that the general situation had already been determined, they no longer had the chance to switch their position.
A few emperors approached Yi Futian and lowered their heads respectfully. "Mr.
Yi, we're here to apologize." Yi Futian stared at them. Immediately, all the emperors trembled with fear. Looking at the scene, many people from the Nandu nation sighed in their hearts. Even emperors felt scared before Yi Futian. "Later, go and find Emperor Yi and the Emperor of Nandu to discuss it," Yi Futian said, waving his hand. He did not have the time to deal with these people.
That time, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like apologized and surrendered, but they betrayed him immediately after Luo Junlin returned. They even used Xianxia and Yi Danshan as hostages. Therefore, Yi Futian was already not bothered with these emperors at the moment. Of course, these emperors had not done anything to him before. Otherwise, he would not choose to forgive them again, just like Emperor Chu. Seeing Yi Futian's cold look, the emperors nodded and said yes. Then they stepped back respectfully. They were also very emotional.
He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator, and yet his status was already above the emperor's. Many strong nobles listened to his orders. Emperor Yi Wuchen and Lu Feiyang walked up to Yi Futian. "Uncle Yi, do you need my help to handle the issues here?" Emperor Yi said. "That would be great," Yi Futian said, smiling. Emperor Yi had been an emperor for a while and would, therefore, be able to settle these issues easily. Meanwhile, he could teach Nandu Wunshan as well. On the other hand, Yi Futian could not bother to deal with these things.
"When are you going back?" Lu Feiyang asked. "After I finish handling everything here," Yi Futian said.
"All right. Now you already have powerful cultivators protecting you. I will stay here for a while and then go back to the Eastern Barren Territory first." Lu Feiyang smiled. Yi Futian nodded, after which he looked at the Imperial Palace. He then walked towards that direction. Next, they needed to put the Imperial Palace in good order. Yi Futian went to a courtyard in the palace. There, he saw Minister Zhua. "You're finally here." Minister Zhua looked at Yi Futian. He stood up and said, "Please sit." "Minister Zhua, you don't have to be so polite," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Minister Zhua nodded. "Do you blame me?" That time, if he had not treated Yi Futian so well and even gave him the decree of the minister, many things would probably not have happened. "Last time when I met the princess, I asked her to tell you that I do not blame you at all." Yi Futian shook his head. "Minister Zhua, do you want to follow me to the Eastern Barren Territory?" Minister Zhua shook his head. "I do not belong there. Although I am an astrologer, I need to hide this ability. Otherwise, there is a high chance that I will die earlier. I will continue to stay at Nandu." "All right, Senior. Can you continue to be a minister and help my uncle?" Yi Futian said. Minister Zhua was a minister and many courtiers were chosen by him. If he was willing to help, it would be much easier to organize the Nandu nation. "Yes, I would serve him," Minister Zhua nodded. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, "Thank you, Minister Zhua." Minister Zhua stared at the handsome young man in front of him. Perhaps even he himself did not know about his future. The Nandu nation faced a major reorganization. In the Nandu Nation Imperial City, Yi Futian's name spread to all the restaurants, inns, and any place where there were people. In just one day, everyone knew about him. However, just when everyone was discussing Yi Futian, he and Hua Jieyu left the place quietly. Even his master, mistress, and Yuxing did not know about it. Of course, the Lulan Silver Snow Guards were still following them and protecting them secretly.
The East Sea was extremely vast. There were ships sailing in the boundless sea. They appeared to be particularly tiny and lonely in the sea, especially when it was nighttime. At the moment, in the sky above the East Sea, a demon was flapping its wings and flying forward. The first light of the morning could already be seen. In the distant horizon, a trace of red light appeared and shone onto the sea. Immediately, the East Sea turned golden. Such a beautiful sunrise. On the back of the demon, a charming lady was folding her legs casually, and her body formed a gentle curve. Under the radiance of the first light of dawn, she looked like an elegant fairy, and nobody would have any evil thoughts upon seeing her. However, suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her slim waist from behind. If anyone else saw the scene, the person would certainly die of envy. Indeed, it's beautiful, but not as beautiful as you, Yifutian said, smiling. Hua Jieyu glanced at him with a passionate look. Are we there already? Hua Jieyu asked softly. Yup, should be reaching soon. Yifutian nodded. The red sun ascended into the sky slowly, and the sea started glistening, producing a fascinating view. In the distance, an island city could roughly be seen. That was the city of Qingzhou. It was Yifutian's hometown, and also where the two of them met and fell in love. Now that all the problems of Kangyi had been settled, Yifutian wanted to go back to Qingzhou and take a look. He wanted to try his luck at his house to see whether his father had returned. The black-winged condor sped up and brought the two across the East Sea. It reached the shore, and without stopping, it headed towards the city of Qizhou directly. This island city was peaceful as usual. Every day it had its own stories. After the monster tied the ear, the city was slowly regaining its vitality as well. Since the Yi house was rebuilt, it still looked quite stylish. When Yifutian arrived and saw the state of the Yi house, a strange expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my bastard father is really back? The black-winged condor landed in front of the house. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu walked towards the house, and the guard outside was shocked by their appearances. At the moment, Yifutian and Hua Jieyu were already no longer the young teenagers they once were. That time, although they were already good-looking, their auras were far weaker than now. Their looks alone were already telling everyone else that they were extraordinary. Furthermore, the demon had a very sharp look. It must be a powerful one. Mr. and Miss, may I know who you are looking for? The guard asked. Are the people from the Yi house back? Yifutian asked. You are referring to Yi Baichuan's family, right? They have already been missing for a few years. My master rebuilt this place, the guard said. Feng house? Yifutian asked. Yes. Do you know my master? Do you need me to inform the people inside? The guard said politely. Is Uncle Feng inside? Yifutian asked. Nope. The lady stays here, the guard said. A strange look appeared on Yifutian's face. It's actually that girl. Never mind then, Yifutian said, smiling. He grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and turned around. Don't you want to meet her? Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at Yifutian. Yifutian pinched Hua Jieyu's hand. This fox is actually teasing me. Are you just going to leave like this? Behind them, a voice spread out suddenly. Yifutian turned around and saw a charming figure running out of the house. Feng Qingxue was already 19 this year. Standing gracefully at her spot, she looked even prettier and her body was tall and sexy. Seeing her, Yifutian smiled and said, Qingxue, you have grown taller. Feng Qingxue looked at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Yifutian was already more mature and also more handsome. On the other hand, the girl who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy was also more attractive and stunning at the moment. Then, am I more beautiful as well? Feng Qingxue smiled. Unlike in the past, she already knew how to control her emotions now. Yes, much prettier, Yifutian said, smiling. Feng Qingxue gave a sweet smile and asked again, Are you still cultivating in Donghai Academy? Nope. Yifutian shook his head. Last time when he came here with Minister Zhua, he was still a disciple of Donghai Academy. Then where are you cultivating? Next time, if I have the chance, maybe I will go and find you, Feng Qingxue asked, smiling. Sure. I am cultivating in the college cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory, Yifutian replied. Hua Jieyu sighed in her heart. She could clearly see the emotions in Feng Qingxue's eyes. However, she probably did not know what the college cottage meant. I'll take note of that, Xianxia nodded.
At the moment, she had not realized that this was probably a place that she would never be able to go. After a few days, there would be news from Donghai City. It would be hard to imagine how she would feel after knowing the truth. I'll leave now, Yifutian said. Okay, bye. Feng Qingxue nodded. Help me to say hello to Uncle Feng. Yifutian waved his hand at Feng Qingxue. Then, he grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and returned to the back of the black-winged condor. The black-winged condor flapped its wings and flew off into the distance very quickly. Feng Qingxue still stood at her spot and gazed blankly at the slowly disappearing figure. The encounter was plain and simple, but she was still somewhat sad. In the sky, on the back of the black-winged condor, Hua Jieyu smiled at Yifutian and asked softly, "Do you miss her?" Seeing Hua Jieyu's mischievous look, Yifutian smiled and nodded. Of course, her body shape was good last time, and it is even better now. Have you noticed how long her legs are? Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes. Then, she widened her eyes at him, looking displeased. Sitting down, she extended her legs that were crossed. A pair of slim and tender legs were presented in front of Yifutian just like this. Yifutian's eyes sparkled and he said, "Fox, let me help you to measure it." As he spoke, he put his hands on her legs. The soft legs were very elastic and felt extremely good. Go away. Hua Jieyu kicked him gently and quickly moved her legs away, her face turning red. Qinzhou Academy was vibrant with many youthful disciples. Today, Qinzhou Academy appeared to be exceptionally busy because it was the day of the spring quarter examination. The disciples of the academy had gathered together for the examination, and the heads of the School of Martial Arts and School of Sorcery had also arrived. At the moment, Qinzhou Academy was particularly lively. The city lord of Qinzhou, Qin Shui, was also here, along with many other high officials of the city. Qin Shui's daughter, Qin Yi, was now sitting beside him. She watched as the young teenagers in the gymnasium displayed their talents and powers. Qin Yi was already 20 years old. Her body, which was already extremely sexy in the past, was becoming even more attractive. She was still teaching in Qizhou Academy and was a goddess in the hearts of many disciples. Of course, at the moment, she already had a boyfriend. He was Lin Qiu, the most talented disciple of Qinzhou Academy over many years. He was also the direct disciple of the headmaster Gu Mu. At the moment, Lin Qiu was sitting beside Qin Yi and Qin Shui. The two did look like a suitable match. Nowadays there are more and more geniuses here. Qin Shui smiled as he looked at the battle platform. Beside him, the master of House of Swordsmen, Lang Qifeng, smiled and said, "Yup. Qinzhou Academy was badly damaged after the monster tied the ear, but the young generations of Qinzhou all started cultivating harder after that. Furthermore, Lin Qiu's talents have also encouraged many." Lin Qiu was just over 20 and had already entered the Dharma plane. In Qinzhou, this was definitely considered as extremely amazing and his talents were outstanding. After all, he has been to the outside world, the Lord of the Metal Pavilion said, smiling. Our Qinzhou Academy has not had such an excellent disciple before, right? Qin Shui's eyes sparkled. Have we not had such an excellent disciple? Smiling, he shook his head and did not say anything. However, two figures appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If they did not leave the academy, they would have become legends of the academy long ago. Of course, they were not meant to be bounded to Qinzhou anyway. General Qin, when will Lin Qiu and Qin Yi be getting married? The Lord of the Metal Pavilion asked, smiling. I'm not in charge of this. You should ask them about their own opinions. Qin Shui smiled, while Lin Qiu looked at Qin Yi. There's no need to hurry. I will serve father for a few more years and will not get married so early, Qin Yi said, smiling. Everyone nodded and did not say anything. The spring quarter examination continued and the academy was very lively. Suddenly, a demon flew past the sky above Qinzhou Academy. It flew towards a particular place in the academy while descending from the sky. Many people noticed the scene. They raised their heads to look at the demon one after another and a strange expression appeared on their faces. There's someone on the back of the demon, someone said. The few pavilion lords of Qizhou Academy squinted as they stared at the diving black-winged condor, wondering about the identity of the people on top.
The demon in the sky was, of course, the black-winged condor which was carrying Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It landed in a certain courtyard.
The courtyard looked somewhat deserted and was uninhabited. It was the place where Hua Fenglu and Hua Jieyu used to live. It was here that Yi Futian once had many warm memories. The two landed on the ground and felt very emotional upon seeing the dilapidated courtyard. Hua Jieyu took a step forward. The stairs and rooms were all filled with dust. She wanted to go in but ultimately stopped. Turning around, she smiled and said, "Let's go." She was only here to take a look. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded. Today, Qingzhou Academy seemed to be particularly lively as the spring quarter examination was being held. They should have been noticed by many just now. The two stepped onto the black-winged condor and were ready to leave. However, suddenly many people ran to them. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, they were clearly stunned momentarily. Yi Futian, the look from Lung Qingfeng, the master of the House of Swordsmen, froze. 2 years ago, Yi Futian had returned here once together with Minister Zhua. Today when he returned again, he was even more mature and handsome. However, he heard the news from Donghai City that Yi Futian was wanted by Nandu. He was unsure about how the situation was like at the moment. Hua Jieyu was back as well. The lady who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy already had a stunningly attractive look now. "Senior, how have you been?" Yi Futian said, smiling. "Yi Futian, today the spring quarter examination is being held in Qingzhou Academy. Why not you go there and help to teach your juniors?" Lung Qingfeng invited. He was not very clear about what happened in Nandu, but he knew that Yi Futian, a former disciple of Qingzhou Academy, had amazing talent. "No, thank you." Yi Futian shook his head. Although he had some memories in Qizhou Academy, he did not have much emotion towards it. General Qin is also there. Leng Qifeng knew that Yi Futian had a good relationship with Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu held his hand and smiling. She said, "Let's go and meet General Qin." "All right then." Yi Futian nodded. "Let's go." Lung Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Then the group walked down the slope and arrived at the gymnasium. When the people in the vast gymnasium saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, many froze. Although the younger ones did not know them, many teachers and disciples of Qingzhou Academy did. Qini was stunned for a while. Then she dashed out and approached Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She looked at the two and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then she said to Yi Futian, "Hey, shouldn't you come and visit me first after returning? Am I not here already?" Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Qin Yi looked at Hua Jieyu again. Smiling, she said, "It seems that you have gotten yourself a beautiful girlfriend. It's no wonder that you have forgotten to visit me. Am I the kind of person that values gals over pals?" Yi Futian said softly. "Humph." Qin Yi smiled and glanced at him. "Let's go and meet General Qin." Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand and walked to the main seats. Qin Shuai stood up to welcome them. After the news from Donghai City, he had always been very worried about Yi Futian. Seeing that the two were well and so outstanding now, he also put his mind at ease. That time, if it was not because of Yi Futian, he and Qin Yi would certainly have a miserable life. "General Qin," Yi Futian shouted, smiling. Qin Shuai patted on his shoulder and said, "Futian, come and sit beside me." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded and sat beside Qin Shuai. Hua Jieyu sat beside Yi Futian while Qin Yi sat on the other side of Qin Shuai. Below them, Lin Qiu's eyes sparkled. He had heard about Yi Futian before but did not know much. After all, in the island city of Qizhou there was limited news that he could receive. At most, he would hear some news from Donghai City. When he saw Hua Jieyu walking towards him, he was immediately stunned. There was actually such a beautiful lady in the world, and moreover, she had cultivated in Qingzhou Academy in the past. If he also started cultivating in Qingzhou Academy a few years earlier. "I heard some bad news from Donghai City about you. Are you okay now?" Qin Shuai asked in a serious tone. "I have solved them all," Yi Futian said, smiling. "That's great." Qin Shuai nodded. "In the future, if you are free, come back more often. Qin Yi also talks about you every now and then." "Did I?" Qin Yi widened her eyes at Qin Shuai. Who would betray his daughter like this? I also miss senior sometime. I miss the days when you were teaching me how to cultivate during lectures. Yifutian said, smiling. How many lessons have you attended? Qin stared at Yifutian in despise. You can continue pretending. Yifutian gave a dry laugh. Did I not attend any? Hua Jiu also gave a charming smile. He was really thick-skinned.
Suddenly Lin Xiu turned around and looked at Yifutian. Smiling, he said, I am Lin Xiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend. Qin Yi mentions about you often, and today I finally managed to see you in person. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Yifutian blinked and smiled. I am Yifutian. I'm really jealous of you.
Senior Qin is the goddess in my heart. Now you have managed to get her. Yes, lucky indeed, Lin Xiu said, smiling. He glanced at Hua Jiu, who was beside Yifutian, and criticized in his heart how hypocritical Yifutian was.
Yifutian's girlfriend had such an outstanding look, and yet he said that he was jealous of Lin Xiu. Ha! In the past, he also thought that he was lucky. Qin Yi was, after all, the goddess in the hearts of many disciples of Qinzhou Academy. She was sexy and pretty.
However, after seeing Hua Jiu, he felt that he was in fact not that lucky. You can continue, a pavilion lord said to the disciples of the academy. The young teenagers of the academy stopped looking at Yifutian and Hua Jiu and continued their examination.
Seeing the lively, friendly competition between the young disciples, Yifutian recalled the fall quarter examination that he once participated. Qin Shui smiled and asked, What do you think? Not bad, Yifutian nodded. However, you should encourage the disciples to go out and see the world outside for themselves. Only when one had traveled to the outside world would one know how small the city of Qizhou was. In the past, his master Huafo Lu was in the Arcana plane. Even though his life spirit was destroyed, he was still the strongest person in Qizhou. Even the headmaster was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. There was such a huge difference between the isolated island city and the outside world. Yifutian and Qin Shui chatted casually.
Of course, most of the time he was chatting with Qin Yi. Slowly, the spring quarter examination was also nearing its end. An elder announced the names of those who would be officially accepted, as well as the ranking of the examination. Many disciples of the academy danced with excitement. Looking at them, Yifutian seemed to have seen his young self. Noticing the end of the spring quarter examination, Leng Qingfeng smiled and said, Futian, do you want to go and say something? No, it's fine. Yifutian shook his head gently. He had no intention to be in the spotlight.
Lin Xiu, go and say something, Leng Qifeng said. Lin Xiu nodded, after which he walked onto the gymnasium and said, Today, I feel very happy to witness the talents of all the juniors during the spring quarter examination. However, learning never ends, and it is even more so for cultivation. As the disciples of Qinzhou Academy, we should not belittle ourselves, but we should at the same time broaden our horizons. Qinzhou Academy once had many outstanding disciples, such as Yifutian. Today it so happens that he is here as well. Does everyone want to meet him? Just as he finished speaking, countless people stared at Yifutian. Yifutian was stunned and he glanced at Qin Yi. What is this guy doing? Qin Yi frowned. Many disciples of the Qinzhou Academy started looking at Yifutian. Brother Yi, why not we broaden the horizon of the juniors of Qinzhou Academy? Lin Xiu looked at Yifutian and smiled. Lin Xiu did this obviously because he was somewhat unhappy. After Yifutian appeared, he noticed the attitudes of Qin Shui, Qin Yi, and Leng Qingfeng. Qin Shui looked as though he really wished that Yifutian would be his future son-in-law instead. Even his girlfriend Qin Yi was extremely warm towards Yifutian. Qin Yi was not so active when she was with Lin Xiu. Until now he had not touched her hands. He was even thinking if there was something going on between the two. Even the master of the House of Swordsmen, Leng Qifeng, treated Yifutian in a very different manner. Was Qin Yi's boyfriend him, Lin Xiu, or Yifutian, after all? Was the most genius person from Qinzhou Academy him or Yifutian? Of course, there was another important reason. Yifutian's girlfriend was actually such a beauty. He had never seen such an attractive lady before. As the genius of Qinzhou Academy, he had been to the outside world when he was young. After his return, he became the disciple of Gu Mu, the strongest person of Qinzhou. He was a talented mandate sorcerer himself and had entered the Dharma plane. Naturally,
Lin Xiu would feel somewhat arrogant. He was extremely unhappy about what happened after Yi Futian arrived.
Therefore, he clearly had to prove certain things. Hearing his words, the disciples of Qinzhou Academy all started to get excited. Even the young disciples of Qizhou Academy were only a few years younger than Yi Futian and had heard about his name.
They really wanted to see how outstanding Yi Futian was at the moment and whether he could be compared to their genius senior Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, what are you doing? Qin Yi was unhappy.
She could naturally see that Lin Xiu wanted to compete with Yi Futian, maybe because their attitudes had caused Lin Xiu to be displeased. However, what was their relationship with Yi Futian?
She and Yi Futian knew each other well in the academy long ago. That time, her father was disabled and many people of Qingzhou Academy all looked at her with much contempt. On the other hand, their enemy, the Murong family, was flushed with success and obtained the position of the city lord, who dared to stand out to make sure that justice was served.
Yi Futian broke into Qinzhou Academy alone and killed the then mighty Murong Qiu, after which he escaped. After he returned, he eliminated the Murong family and allowed her father to become the city lord. Because of all these, her family was able to reach where it stood today.
Did she need to consider Lin Xiu's feelings before deciding how she and her father should treat Yi Futian?
That would be too unfair to him. She had told Lin Xiu before about the things regarding Yi Futian and her father. If Lin Xiu really loved her, he would be able to understand her and should not try to compete with Yi Futian. Lin Xiu frowned. His usually gentle girlfriend Qin Yi actually blamed him openly because of Yi Futian. This obviously caused him to be even more unhappy. Is she trying to protect Yi Futian? Xiao Yi, I only wanted Brother Yi to display his talents in front of the juniors to encourage them. I'm doing nothing else, Lin Xiu said, smiling. How should he display it? Qin Yi said in an unhappy tone. Yi Futian already said that he did not want to go.
Lin Xiu said this directly before obtaining Yi Futian's permission, and this was clearly very disrespectful. How could Yi Futian not know what he was trying to do? How about have a friendly fight with me? Lin Xiu said emotionlessly. Then, he looked at Yi Futian directly and asked, Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Futian found it both funny and annoying. Glancing at Qin Yi, he said, My talents are only ordinary and I obviously cannot beat you.
I admit defeat. How could he go and beat Lin Xiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend? After all, he had to give some face to his senior. Furthermore, it was really an uninteresting thing to compete with someone from Qizhou. Brother Yi, how can you belittle yourself like this? We'll stop immediately after the winner has emerged. Yi Futian was not interested, but Lin Xiu did not want to give up. Does he want to avoid the battle by just speaking? Lin Xiu, this is too much. Qin Yi stood up and her tone was very cold. Yi Futian was already like this and yet he was actually so aggressive. Did he think that Yi Futian was really weaker than him? Lin Xiu frowned and looked at Qin Yi. His look also turned somewhat cold. Who was he? He was the most talented young man of Qizhou and the direct disciple of the headmaster. Furthermore, he knew that a few days ago his master had already entered the Arcana Plain.
Even among the many island cities of the East Sea, only a few could be compared to his master, not to mention Qingzhou. Even if he was to go to Donghai City, he would still be considered as a powerful cultivator. He had once cultivated in Donghai City as well. Qin Yi scolded him openly for another man. It's none of your business, Lin Xiu replied emotionlessly. Qin Yi froze at her spot immediately. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward at once. During the spring quarter examination, a conflict actually erupted between the perfect match Lin Xiu and Qin Yi in the eyes of everyone from Qingzhou Academy. Although this was normal for a couple in love, it was quite serious under such a circumstance. Qin Shui looked at Lin Xiu. In the past, he was the general of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. Seeing Lin Xiu's attitude, he said, Qin Yi, I think you can forget about continuing the relationship with him. Yup. Qin Yi nodded gently. It seemed that they still did not understand each other well enough.
Moreover, they did not have strong feelings for one another. She accepted Lin Xiu as her boyfriend only because she was already over 20. In a small city such as Qinzhou, ladies of her age would usually be engaged. Lin Xiu was indeed considered exceptionally outstanding in Qinzhou, and furthermore, his master was the headmaster Gumu. Everyone thought that they were suitable for each other, and therefore she wanted to try being together with him.
However, in reality, she did not have strong feelings towards him. Lin Xiu wanted to chase her probably because her identity and appearance were suitable for him as well. Both of them only found the other merely suitable. Lin Xiu, from now on, there will be no relationship between the two of us, Qin said, looking at Lin Xiu. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. Qin wanted to break up with Lin Xiu, and she announced this before everyone. Since Lin Xiu tried to provoke Yi Futian, Qin would not be in a difficult position only by ending the relationship with him. In this way, whatever Lin Xiu wanted to do would be irrelevant to her. Yi Futian similarly would not be in a difficult position to respond. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. He did not expect his appearance to cause Qin to break up, but from this incident, it was clear that Lin Xiu and Qin were only reluctantly together. Thus, it was also good that they could realize this. Hua Jieyu held Yi Futian's hand gently and glanced at him. She was glad that they really loved each other. Are you sure? Lin Xiu's handsome face looked somewhat gloomy at the moment. Yes, Qin said. Ha! Lin Xiu sneered. Then, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, Could it be that there is something between the two of you? How dare you? Qin Shui shouted coldly. Lin Xiu was clearly referring to something, and was actually trying to ruin Qin Yi's reputation. Qin also did not expect Lin Xiu to say something so shameless. Her face turned very black. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu in apology and felt that she had been wronged. Yi Futian also squinted. It was all right for them to break up because of a conflict, and he could ignore Lin Xiu's provocation as well. However, Lin Xiu actually wanted to ruin Qin Yi's reputation before everyone. Lin Xiu, stop talking, Leng Qingfeng said. Go down. Lin Xiu ignored him. Smiling, he looked at Qin Shui and said, General Qin, why are you so agitated? You and Yi Futian seem to be very close. Have you ever wanted him to be your son-in-law? Ha, he is but a garbage city lord. So what if he rebuilt the Black Kylan knighthood? His master was a real Arcana plane cultivator and had a very high status. Take him down, Qin Shui said coldly. Yes. Behind Qin Shui, several cultivators in black armor walked forward. However, suddenly, someone said, General Qin, what are you doing? As the voice diminished, a figure walked over. It was Gu Mu, the headmaster of Qizhou Academy. Headmaster, Lin Xiu said something very inappropriate. I was helping you to discipline him, Qin Shui said. I will discipline my own disciple. General Qin, you should not be troubled with that, Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Shui frowned and said, Headmaster, how do you plan to discipline him? Of course I will teach him to speak carefully next time. Gu Mu looked at Lin Xiu and said, You should not have spoken so inappropriately on such an occasion. Master, I am wrong. Lin Xiu bowed at Gu Mu. He could naturally tell that his master was trying to protect him. That's it. Qin Shui's face darkened. General Qin, what do you want then? Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Yi said openly that she would break up with Lin Xiu. Shouldn't she consider Lin Xiu's feelings as well? It is inevitable that Lin Xiu spoke so impulsively. Gu Mu had been cultivating over the years and was disconnected from the outside world. He was very emotionally affected by the events during that time. Finally, he had managed to enter the Arcana plane a few days ago. After entering the Arcana plane, his mentality also changed. He treated Qin Yi quite well and was happy that Lin Xiu was with her. However, Qin Yi did not give his disciple any face because of Yi Futian. Did she even care about his existence? That time, Hua Fenglu had a high status in Qingzhou, and his disciple behaved very arrogantly in Qingzhou Academy. Now, Hua Fenglu had already been disabled, and Gu Mu was in the Arcana plane. How could he allow Hua Fengliu's disciple and daughter to suppress his disciple? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. A conflict actually broke out between the headmaster and General Qin. Gu Mu turned his head and ignored Qin Shui's expression. He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then, he asked Hua Jieyu, How is your father now? Hua Jieyu looked at Gu Mu but did not reply. My master is, of course, doing very well. Beside her, Yi Futian smiled. I have not seen him for very long. If he ever returns to Qingzhou, I would like to have a friendly fight with him, Gu Mu said. Headmaster, you managed to break through? A pavilion lord of Qingzhou Academy asked. Yup, I have entered the Arcana plane. Gu Mu nodded. Immediately, the place turned completely to silence. Qin Shuai's face turned very black and he finally understood why Gu Mu's attitude had turned so domineering. It turned out that he had entered the Arcana plane.
I don't think you will have that chance. Yi Futian looked at Gu Mu with a faint smile on his face. He looked really confident after entering the Arcana plane. Is it? Gu Mu said emotionlessly.
Since I won't have that chance, how about you and Lin Xiu have a friendly fight since you are both here? Lin Xiu stared at Yi Futian. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. He's too weak. Yi Futian, however, did not look at Lin Xiu. He said directly to Gu Mu, how about you give it a try instead? P.S. I saw many questions about why Qingzhou was so closed. When I was introducing the city of Qingzhou, I wrote that it was an unruled island city and had little contact with the outside world. Hua Fenglu was the strongest person even though he was only in the Arcana plane and had suffered a severe injury. Also, not many people knew that he was known as the Guqin Devil. Even Donghai Academy in Donghai City was a legend, not to mention places even further away. The Tingfeng banquet in the Imperial City caused at most a short wave of excitement in Donghai, so they wouldn't know about the changes in the rulers so quickly.
Yi Futian went to Qingzhou right after everything ended, so the news obviously would not spread that fast. Yi Futian's words caused everyone in the vast space to stare at him. They were all stunned. Did he ask the headmaster Gu Mu to fight him? The headmaster already said that he had entered the Arcana plane not long ago. With such a level, he could be considered a legend in Qingzhou. How old was Yi Futian? It was said that he started cultivating at the age of 15 and now he had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 years. He was simply mad. Many people in Qizhou Academy did not like Yi Futian. Hearing his words, their faces turned cold. He was indeed as supercilious as before.
Actually, Yi Futian also felt quite speechless. Was he so incompatible with Qingzhou Academy? When he participated in the fall quarter examination for the first time, he ranked first for the written test. In the fighting test, he wanted Yushang to get first, but in the end, Murong Qiu got it because of the relationship between the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion and the leader of the Murong family. This caused many subsequent disturbances, and he also left Qingzhou Academy because of this. Now when he returned, Gu Mu had entered the Arcana plane and was very arrogant. Did he want to fight with Yi Futian's master? He also asked his disciple to fight with Yi Futian. It was already obvious what he was trying to do. Idiot! In the gymnasium below, Lin Xiu said to Yi Futian, you should look at the situation first before trying to show off. What are you? How do you dare to talk to my master like this? This was Qingzhou Academy after all, and his master was the headmaster. Even though Yi Futian was no longer wanted by Nandu, he was really an idiot to behave so arrogantly in front of the Arcana Plane headmaster in Qingzhou Academy itself. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Xiu and then said to Gu Mu, since you do not know how to discipline your disciple, I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Lin Xiu. Dharma Plane. The looks from countless people in Qingzhou Academy froze. Only Dharma Plane cultivators could walk in the air without using any wind elemental spells. Clearly, Yi Futian was also in the Dharma Plane. He was such a young Dharma Plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mandate sorcerer. Lin Xiu also frowned. Yi Futian was actually also in the Dharma Plane. This caused his face to darken. He was weaker in terms of cultivation talents. Lin Xiu released his Dharma Plane aura. Since Yi Futian was also in the Dharma Plane, he could only prove himself by defeating Yi Futian. Following a splashing sound, many sky vines that covered the entire sky swept towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu wanted to avoid them, but the vines were everywhere and he could not escape at all. Flames erupted from Lin Xiu and a flaming bird Dharma actually appeared, trying to burn the vines away. However, the vines glittered with red light and survived the flames. They wound around Lin Xiu's body firmly and tied him in the air directly. Seeing the scene, the disciples of Qingzhou Academy all turned speechless. Was this their most talented senior Lin Xiu? He actually could not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. You were jealous over a trivial matter, and then humiliated the lady whom you once pursued. I think you should just be an ordinary person, Yi Futian said casually, causing many to tremble. Was Yi Futian going to permanently destroy Lin Xiu's foundations? How dare you? Lin Qiu's expression immediately changed as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. Many sharp blades formed from the vines and pierced into Lin Qiu's body. With his character, it was very likely that Lin Qiu would avenge Qin Yi in the future. Thus, Yi Futian would rather be the bad guy. Anyway, it was not the first time that he acted as the bad guy in Qingzhou Academy. Master, save me! Lin Qiu cried miserably and stared at his master with a horrified expression. Gu Mu's face turned extremely gloomy. A mighty arcana plane aura erupted from him and he said coldly, "Let him go. I said that since you do not want to discipline him, I'll help you do so." Yu Futian glanced at Gu Mu. "You are really daring." Gu Mu continued releasing his arcana plane aura and his face darkened. He did not expect Yu Futian to actually be so strong. However, he still could not tolerate Yi Futian behaving so arrogantly in Qizhou Academy. Sword Qi whizzed in the air and a frightening might engulfed the gymnasium. Gu Mu stepped forward and charged towards Yi Futian directly. "Bring along a terrifying sword will. Headmaster, show mercy." Lung Qingfeng also did not expect the event to go in such a direction. If he knew this earlier, he would not have invited Yi Futian to come and watch the spring quarter examination. With an endless might, Gu Mu's sword charged towards Yi Futian like a bolt of lightning. How could he stop now? However, Yi Futian only stared coldly at Gu Mu. It seemed that there was a reason for the fall of Qingzhou Academy. As the disciple of Gu Mu, Lin Qiu behaved in such a way. Instead of punishing him, Gu Mu only flaunted his superiority as an arcana plane cultivator. How could anyone under his teaching become outstanding? Since this was the case, Yi Futian could only solve the problem of Qingzhou Academy on the fundamental level. "You wanna die?" Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian firmly with a ferocious look. The sharp blades from the vines pierced into his body, and he gave out a miserable cry again. Yi Futian looked at him emotionlessly. "Idiot! Yi Futian!" Gu Mu arrived with an appalling sword will. Suddenly, a noble will enveloped Yi Futian, and his white shirt started to sway in the air. Looking at the incoming sword, he raised his hand and punched in the air. A monstrous lightning dragon actually appeared and the howls of dragons filled the place. Even the color of the sky changed as the dragon penetrated through the sword chi and charged towards Gu Mu. Gu Mu's sword will collapsed wildly. Feeling the frightening, noble-like might, his heart trembled fiercely. How could this be? Countless people froze as they gazed firmly at the scene in the sky. The lightning dragon destroyed everything in its path and its huge head appeared in front of Gu Mu. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards him. Gu Mu's body glittered with lightning. He gave an angry roar and struck out his arcana sword. However, the lightning dragon moved forward with a crushing force and engulfed his sword directly. Then, its monstrous teeth gripped onto his body. An extremely astonishing scene appeared in the sky. Yi Futian reached out his hand and released a shocking lightning dragon, which bit Gu Mu directly. Lung Qingfeng stood up and could not stop trembling. It was as if everything had returned to the day when Yi Futian participated in the fall quarter examination when he used the hand of the dragon. Even time seemed to have stopped. The Qingzhou Academy Gymnasium was in a deafening silence as all the disciples looked at the scene in astonishment. The headmaster Gu Mu, an arcana plane cultivator, could similarly not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. This overturned their knowledge about cultivation. Could any person's talents really be so strong? No. Lin Qiu watched the scene in desperation and his face turned very pale. His master, an arcana plane cultivator, actually could not even take a single blow from Yi Futian. This caused him to feel extremely scared and helpless. Just now when he saw Hua Jiyu, he thought that Yi Futian was very lucky. He believed that his talents were no weaker than Yi Futian, hence he was jealous and the subsequent events followed. All the pavilion lords of Qizhou Academy stood up one after another and their hearts raced wildly. The scene was really too astounding. Nobody expected the young man who had left a few years ago to already be so shockingly strong at the moment. Your disciple was wrong. Instead of punishing him, you actually allowed him to act freely. Since this is the case, you'll follow him together. As Yi Futian finished speaking, the lightning dragon howled fiercely and an endless amount of lightning penetrated Gu Mu's body directly, causing him to glitter with radiance. Gu Mu cried in pain as the lightning dragon brought his body onto the ground. Accompanying a dragon howl, the lightning dragon disappeared. But Gumu lied miserably on the ground like a dead body. Actually, Yi Futian would not have done this just because of the incidents today. However, during that time when Xiafan was flaunting his superiority and disabled General Qin, and when the Murong family was in power, Gumu, the head of the Holy Land of Cultivation in Qingzhou, never once stepped out and said anything. He did not deserve to be in this position. Today, just because he had entered the Arcana plane, he was so supercilious. His disciple tried to ruin Qin Yi's reputation, and yet he was so domineering towards General Qin. This caused Yi Futian to be totally enraged. Hence, this happened. Lin Qiu's face was as white as a sheet. He looked helplessly at his disabled master who was lying on the ground, and his heart was filled with coldness. Following a splashing sound, the vines carried his body and smashed him onto the ground. With a loud bang, he lied with his master, and his meridians were similarly destroyed. In the dead silence, someone in Qingzhou Academy suddenly said, "Yi Futian, even though you hate Qingzhou Academy, this is really too much." The person was a trusted aide of the headmaster Gumu. Was it too much? In the past, maybe Yi Futian would not have done this. However, he had experienced too many things over the years. Luo Junlin relied on He Shiro's powers to deal with Kang Yi, and they even tried to assassinate him. The 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like also betrayed him. Therefore, he knew much more about human nature. Gumu and Lin Qiu behaved like this. When he was here, he could still deal with them. However, what would happen after he left? If Gumu really hated them, he could do much evil before running away. If something were to happen to General Qin and Qin Yi, there would be nothing Yi Futian could do. Even if he was to kill Gumu by then, it would be meaningless. Master Lang, in the future you'll be the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Yi Futian said, looking at Lang Qingfeng. Lang Qingfeng had a good character and could sit well in this position. Lang Qingfeng felt very emotional. He also did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so powerful. However, Gumu was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy after all, and he was disabled by Yi Futian. If he was to become the headmaster, the people of the academy would probably not accept him after Yi Futian left. Someone very close to Gumu said, "We don't accept this. Who are you to decide on the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy?" Yi Futian scanned the crowd coldly. Then he shouted loudly, "Silver Snow Guard." Just as he finished speaking, the temperature in Qingzhou Academy seemed to fall immediately. In the sky, several figures stood proudly and their might enveloped the whole region. When their aura filled the place, the people from Qingzhou Academy all started trembling. The figures that had appeared in the sky were like the kings of the void. Yes, they roared simultaneously. "Who does not accept my decision?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Those who were not convinced looked at the people in the sky, and their hearts twitched. What level were these people? Even the emperor of the Nanda nation was determined by me. Why can't I determine the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Yi Futian seemed to have changed into another person altogether and was extremely dominating. Hearing his words, the people from Qingzhou Academy were all flabbergasted. Could Yi Futian determine the emperor of Nandu? "Jieyu," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at him. Walking forward, she approached Yi Futian. The black wind condor gave a long tweet and came before Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. "General Qin Sr., if you have any problems, you can go to Donghai Academy and find Yixiang, the headmaster. If he still can't solve it, you can go to the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace and look for the emperor who is Jieyu's uncle. He will inform me about it." Yi Futian looked at Qin Shui and Qin Yi. Smiling, he said, "I will take my leave now. Senior, take care." After he finished speaking, the black wind condor extended its wings and flew into the sky. The nobles then followed them and left. In Qingzhou Academy, countless people gazed at the departing figures in the sky and could not remain calm. They would probably not forget about this in their entire life. This bastard. Qin Yi's eyes were slightly red. Why did he have to ask those nobles to show up before leaving? Obviously, she knew that it was all for her. A crystalline tear flew out from the corner of her eye, but her face was still filled with a bright smile. The once young juvenile had already turned into a fully grown eagle. The sky would no longer be able to bind him. When one was only slightly stronger than the rest, perhaps they would be jealous of one and not convinced by one. However, when one was so powerful that the rest did not even dare to be jealous, they could only look up at one in awe and respect.
Yi Futin was precisely trying to leave such an impression in Qizhou Academy. From then on, nobody would dare to disrespect General Qin and Qin Yi. In the end, he still did not manage to meet his family members, but he finally settled everything else here. In the 100 Lands, various emperors went to Kangyi and Nanda to send their congratulations. The emperors who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo all stated that they were willing to be absolutely obedient and accept all conditions. Huafenglu and Nandu Wenin spent a few days in the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace. Then the group returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian first sent Hua Jieyu back to the Moon Clan, after which they went to the Guqin Gardens of the Divine Capital. When Yi Futian and Yuxing finally returned to the cottage, more than a month had already passed since their departure. On Book Mountain, the cottage was peaceful and harmonious as always. Beside the bamboo forest, in front of the small huts.
"Little brother, you're back." Seeing Yi Futian, Beitang Xinger smiled gently. She had 2 lovely dimples on her cheeks. "Yup. After 1 month, you have become more beautiful." Yi Futian smiled. Beitang Xinger was already used to it. Smiling, she said, "Sit down. You returned just in time for the meal. I'll go and call the 4th brother here. Next time I join any place, I will definitely be the youngest." Someone sighed. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the 5th brother who was cooking.
Then he said, "5th brother, why didn't you spend a few more days outside the mountain?" Luo Fan widened his eyes at Yi Futian, who was rubbing his nose in it. At first, he planned to enjoy his time below the mountain.
However, the 3rd brother actually said that without him, nobody would be here to cook for the 2nd sister. This is too miserable and inhuman, Luo Fan thought. "Are you complaining?" Suddenly, a gentle laughter was heard. The 2nd sister came out from the bamboo forest and smiled at Luo Fan. "Sister, please sit. The dishes will be ready very soon." Immediately, Luo Fan was filled with enthusiasm, and his lifeless look from just now was completely gone. Only then did the 2nd sister smiled in satisfaction.
She looked at Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, you didn't bring Jieyu here?" "Sister, Jieyu went back to the Moon Clan," Yi Futian said. "Okay. She can come whenever she is free," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "I heard them talking about your battle in Nandu. Even I regret not going to Nanda myself to watch it." Yi Futian scratched his head and said, "Obviously I cannot disgrace to the cottage."
"Yup. Finally, there is a decent brother in the cottage," Zhuge Hui said. "Come here and sit." Luo Fan's face darkened. The face of Yi Xiaoshi, who was walking over, was also wet with tears. That was the impression their senior had of them. Luo Fan and Beitang Xinger finally returned. The meal was ready and the group sat in a circle. Yi Futian asked, "Where is the 3rd brother?" "He went to cultivate," Beitang Xinger replied. Yi Futian nodded gently. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui seemed to have thought about something and said, "Little brother, I heard from them that your martial arts are significantly stronger than your sorcery?" "Yup," Yi Futian nodded. He obtained the body-enhancing technique from Emperor Yi Qin, and the art of the 9 heavenly attacks was passed to him from the Snow Ape. The spells that he had learned were not as strong, so naturally he would be better in his martial arts. In fact, at a high level, there would be no particular advantage of being a sorcerer or martial arts cultivator. It depended on which area one was more talented at. 4. Go tell Zhong Su that little brother and Yushang will be going to their training field later to cultivate," Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. "Now?" Shui Yi asked. "What do you think?" Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "All right." Shui Yi put down his chopsticks, looking hurt. Then he left the place.
"I have no human rights. I have not eaten yet. The difference in treatment." "Thank you, sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly. The sister was really nice to him. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, Shui Yu sped up with tears in his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, some footsteps approached. Yi Futian turned around and saw a cold-looking figure walking towards him. It was Luolan Shui, the virgin of ancient Luolan. However, to Yi Futian's bewilderment, the pure virgin Luolan Shui was actually holding a basin at the moment. In the basin, there were many pieces of washed clothes. Yi Futian choked on his rice. Cough, cough. Was this still the virgin of ancient Luolan, the cold beauty Luolan Shui? Luolan Shui glanced at Yi Futian and then said to Zhuge Hui, I'll go and dry the clothes in the sun.
All right. After you're done, come and eat with us. Zhuge Hui nodded. Okay. Luolan Shui nodded gently, after which she walked towards the back of the bamboo forest. Beitang Xinger looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the past, she used to do all this.
Little brother, what is it? Zhuge Hui asked Yi Futian, who was choking.
Nothing. I ate too fast. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to eat. Thinking about the imposing manner of the fourth and fifth brothers outside and the things that they had to do on the mountain, Yi Futian was gradually able to accept the truth. The cottage was a special place. Could not be judged in an ordinary way. Maybe, perhaps, washing clothes is also a kind of cultivation. Eat slowly, the second sister said, smiling. Since she will become your servant, I'll help you teach her. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Yi Futian, who had lowered his head to eat, was choked again. His eyes turned red and he was almost moved to tears.
Why was the sister so outstanding?
After Luolan Shui hung the clothes, she returned and stood quietly at the side. Help little brother to fill his bowl first, the second sister said. Okay. Luolan Shui nodded. She looked at Yi Futian and extended her slim arms. Yi Futian passed his rice bowl to her. Luolan Shui filled the bowl with rice and passed it back to Yi Futian. Only then, the second sister said, Sit and eat together. Luolan Shui sat down quietly beside Yi Futian. All this while, Yi Futian had been lowering his head and eating in silence. Little brother, eat more. Zhuge Hui smiled and helped Yi Futian to fill his bowl with meat. Then, she looked at Luolan Shui and said, Little brother is so skinny. You should help him to take more meat. In the future, you'll do all these tiny things.
Don't wait for someone else to tell you that. All right, Luolan Shui continued nodding. Yi Futian continued eating with his head lowered. Luo Fan, Yi Xiaoshi, and Beitang Xinger all tried to keep their faces straight. On the other hand, Yuxing looked at the scene with satisfaction. The second sister is really thoughtful. Futian better be used to this. Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at Yi Futian and Luolan Shui. The little brother was outstanding in all aspects except that he was too kind to beautiful ladies.
Since Luolan Shui requested to be his servant, she clearly had to be ready for it. Zhuge Hui heard that it was the intention of the celestial empress of ancient Luolan. Did she want her daughter to enter the cottage like this and become a disciple? Then she would need to be a servant first. Nevertheless, Zhuge Hui was quite satisfied with Luolan Shui's performance so far. She did not behave like she was a princess at all and was very obedient. Thus, she could be taught slowly and in the future, she would definitely become a competent servant. Shui Yi only returned after they finished eating. Zhuge Hui asked him, Is it settled? Yup. Little brother and Yushang can go to the training field anytime. Shui Yi nodded. Then bring them there now, Zhuge Hui said. All right. Shui Yi nodded. Can I go and take a look? Luolan Shui said softly as she looked at Zhuge Hui. Bring her along, Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. Shui Yi nodded. Then he brought Yi Futian, Yushang, and Luolan Shui out of the cottage. They came to another mountain of the college. This mountain was ruled by Mountain Elder Zongsu and was known as Mount Chong. The mountain was filled with many orderly arranged palaces and attics. An ethereal mist filled the place, making the mountain look like a fairyland. The cottage is probably the simplest among the 9 mountains of the college, Yi Futian thought. Of course, there were only a few people in the cottage in the first place. The Mount Chong training field was a very famous cultivating area in the college. Every day, many disciples would come here to cultivate and train. The arrival of Yi Futian and his team caused a great disturbance at the training field. It was as if the disciples on Mount Chong already knew the news. Clearly, Mountain Elder Zongsu had deliberately told them the message. Standing at the edge of the training field, Yi Futian could not keep calm. This was the first time he came to a place of cultivation in the college. The training field was built using purely white stone. It was in the shape of a canyon which was tens of meters deep. At the edge of the training field, there were a few towering boulders carved into statues which resembled humans. The statues were slanted and faced the training field. From them, a terrifying light was emitted, pressuring the people in the training field. Although Yi Futian was standing on the edges of the field and did not step into it, he could still feel a noble-like pressure. Apart from that, the entire training field was also enveloped in a matrix. Yi Futian could feel a very strong pulling force that was trying to suck him into the canyon. It was an extremely powerful gravity. Many people went around the group and looked at them. Little brother, seems like Mountain Elder Xianxia has already told everyone about it. Now, many disciples are coming to Mount Chong, and they probably all want you, a cottage disciple, to train with them. Take care of yourself. I will not accompany you. Shui Yi patted on Yi Futian's shoulders and smiled. Then he left the place alone, and Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Luo Lanshui were left here. He is gloating, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Then he said, Yu Sheng, let's go down. After he finished speaking, they walked through the air and headed towards the training field. Just as they entered the sky above the training field, they felt an extremely strong gravity trying to pull them down. Immediately, they started to fall at an incredible speed and landed in the canyon like 2 bolts of lightning. The gravity is so strong. Yi Futian stood in the canyon and felt that his footsteps were extremely heavy. Apart from that, the noble might coming from the enormous stone statues above him also made him feel like he could not even move a single step. This was indeed a good place to train their martial arts skills. Luo Lanshui did not go down. She only stood at the edge of the canyon and watched in silence. Apart from her, many people at the edge of the training field looked at Yi Futian. Among them, someone with an outstanding temperament smiled and said, I heard that Yi Futian killed Luo Junlin, who was in the 2nd level of the Arcana plane, when he was only in the 7th level Dharma plane. I wonder how strong Luo Junlin's combat abilities were. In any case, Yi Futian's combat power is certainly very strong indeed. Beside him, another young man smiled. Yup, since this is the case, anyone on Mount Chong who is below the 2nd level of the Arcana plane can go and have a friendly fight with Yi Futian or Yushang if you want to. There's no need to hesitate. The young man smiled. It was a rare chance to have 2 cottage disciples to help in their training. At the side of the field, more and more people gathered above the gorge. These were all disciples of Mount Chong that hurried over after receiving the news. There was a mountain above the training field with a building. That was the cultivation ground for Mountain Elder Xianxia. Right now, he stood at the edge of the mountain and looked down. The cottage had recommended Yi Futian to cultivate at Mount Chong's training field, and he naturally agreed. This could motivate his disciples. Yi Futian obviously noticed all the people who'd arrived, but he didn't care. He tried walking, running, and displaying his martial arts strength in the gorge. He realized that his every move was restricted. Horrible noble might and gravity weighed down. Each move became difficult. The training field was big. There were other cultivators present, all in different planes. Most were above the Arcana plane. It was difficult for someone of the Dharma plane to move here. There were also all sorts of weapons made of white stone here. If I can move naturally in this field, I will definitely have a breakthrough, Yi Futian thought. If he could reach a certain speed and strength under this pressure, what would he be like without the pressure? His abilities would soar. At that time, someone flew over and landed with a boom. A youth appeared before Yi Futian and Yusheng. Duan Lan, 8th level Dharma plane. I specialize in martial arts and would like to exchange experiences. The youth gazed at Yi Futian and issued a challenge. Countless eyes from above the gorge looked over. Someone had started already. Yi Futian, 7th level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said, smiling. He wouldn't refuse. Since the disciples of Mount Chong wanted to use him to train, he would use them too. Duan Lan stepped back and then charged towards Yi Futian. Each step was extremely heavy and mighty. He soon started running. He seemed to contain horrible strength filled with wildness. He punched, fist hurling towards Yi Futian with terrifying power. The might and gravity of the training field seemed to be working for him, melding into the powerful punch. His moves flowed like water, not affected at all. Clearly, he practiced here many times. A dragon and elephant roared above Yi Futian. Seeing the incoming attack, he stepped out and raised a fist, punching over. He wasn't used to the mightiness and gravity here, so his punch was a bit uncoordinated. It didn't affect his speed or power, though. A true dragon and elephant seemed to burst from his fist. The 2 attacks crashed with a deafening boom. Then Duan Lan's fist started shaking. With a grunt, he flew back, spitting out blood. So powerful.
Duanlan stared at Yifutian. Yifutian had Emperor Yi Qing's body-enhancing technique, and the three life spirits were extremely large divine beasts.
He was practically made of steel. One could imagine how powerful he was when adding in the dragon-elephant roar. Boom! Another figure landed. It was Kuashan, who climbed up Book Mountain with Yifutian. He was now cultivating at Mount Chong. His burly body landed before Yushang. "I want to challenge you." "Sure." Yushang nodded. He sprinted forward, creating consecutive booms. Because of the pressure and gravity, his every step seemed extremely heavy, shaking the earth. This sound gave everyone pressure. He gradually sped up and landed explosively before Kuashan with a punch. Accompanied by a huge crash, Kuashan flew back. Many people trembled inwardly. Yushang's strength was perverted. Many people challenged Yifutian and Yushang afterward, and the two defeated them all. They gradually became used to the gravity and their moves became smoother. A group of youths stood above the gorge. "What do you think?" the one in the center asked. "Very strong," the youth beside him answered. Yifutian must have cultivated a body-enhancing technique. He contains extreme power. Yushang's burst power is even more terrifying. This is natural-born talent. His body-enhancing technique isn't any weaker. "Yes, I heard the Yusheng once lifted and took away the demonic tripod in Chaoga. He probably cultivates the demonic method." The one in the center smiled. "You should try." "Okay." The one on the side nodded. He stepped out, walking in the air before landing in front of Yifutian and Yusheng. "It's Xia Hochu." Everyone's eyes glistened. Xia Hochu was in the first-level Arcana plane, but he specialized in strength. He was born with godly power and was a genius of Mount Chong, ranking in the top 5. He was also Mountain Elder Zhong Su's personal disciple. "Xia Hochu, first-level Arcana plane. I'm too used to this training field. You two can fight together." Yifutian had killed Luo Julin, but this didn't affect Xia Hochu's confidence. They were fighting in the training field. Yusheng stepped forward, shaking the earth. He roared and shot into the air. His fists came down at Xia Hochu. Xia Hochu looked coldly at him. Power burst around him, and he stepped forward as fast as lightning. He rushed at Yushang, and the two crashed in the air. With a boom, Yushang flew back. He skidded backward after landing and almost fell. Xia Hochu landed steadily on his feet. Dark gold light gleamed on Yushang's body. He seemed to have a layer of dark gold armor. Horrible demonic might bloomed, turning him into a demonic king. He started sprinting again. Xia Hochu wasn't intimidated. He also ran forward and they crashed again, creating continuous booms. Each crash was terrifyingly strong. Finally, they separated. Xia Hochu's hands trembled. He looked at Yusheng as if looking at an anomaly. Yusheng was covered in dark gold light as if a true demon had taken over. Xia Hochu turned and walked to where the weapons were. He took out a huge mace. It was made of white stone, so it was entirely white. He dragged it across the ground, creating screeches. Looking at Yusheng, he said, "Go get a weapon too." Yusheng's hands radiated with terrifying dark gold light. He stepped forward. Instead of going to get a weapon, he ran towards Xia Hochu. Seeing this, Xia Hochu waved his mace. Wind roared. When Yusheng approached, Xia Hochu flew into the air and slammed the mace down, about to split the earth apart. Boom! Yusheng resisted the mace with his body. There was an earth-shaking force and he flew out. He crashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't seem affected. He climbed up and wiped the blood away. Yifutian frowned. He walked to the weapons and picked up a staff. Felt as if he picked up a mountain. The stone staff was long and felt like thousands of pounds. Yifutian gripped it and yanked it up. He twirled it with difficulty. Now he understood why Xia Hochu could hurt Yusheng with one hit. The weapon was so heavy that it was shocking. If he could get used to it and fight with such large weapons, his power would be unimaginable. "It's useless. You just got here, so you can't be used to wielding such heavy weapons," Xia Hochu said. His confidence was understandable. He was used to the might and gravity of the training field, but Yusheng and Yifutian had just arrived. Yifutian ignored him. He pulled up the staff and started twirling it, going from slow to fast. His moves had a unique rhythm. It sped up bit by bit and felt like it was getting smoother. When the staff swept past, wind whistled around Yi Futian faster and faster. It gradually flowed like water. An extremely large force gathered above him. His noble intent bloomed. A subtle figure of the divine ape appeared. The air popped when the huge stone staff moved, stirring the clouds and wind. Yi Futian went to Xiahou Chu, golden wings shining behind him. The world's might seemed to lie with him.
Xiahou Chu arched an eyebrow. He felt some pressure. A wild aura burst from him. His dharma was a huge demonic ox. When he saw Yi Futian fly over with shocking might, he roared and charged with his mace. The pressure was like a mountain. He burst out with extreme power.
With a boom, the mace was shattered by the staff. The staff continued to sweep Xiahou Chu's body. With a thud, he was flattened. Blood spurted out and many of his bones were broken. Various figures descended. They supported Xiahou Chu and looked coldly at Yi Futian. One stepped out.
Challenge. Do the disciples of Mount Chong like going in rounds? Yi Futian mocked coolly. Sorry, I will not accept now. You, the other, stared coldly at him. I'll play with you all after I get used to this training field. Yi Futian turned to Yusheng.
Let's go cultivate. Yusheng scanned them coolly and left with Yi Futian. Everyone trembled inwardly. Cottage disciples truly were terrifying. They'd just gotten here but defeated Xiahou Chu in the Arcana plane, while only being in the 7th level Dharma plane.
They would become even more frightening after they got used to the field. It took much time. Yi Futian exercised his physical body and strength. 2 months passed without them realizing. He and Yusheng could not overlook the gravity and pressure of the training field.
Their strength had reached the limit. They could imagine how fast and strong they would be outside the training field. In the training field, Yi Futian was practicing fist forms. There seemed to be a fantastic rhythm in his postures. He acted unrestrainedly, like an emperor. The dragons roar, apes growl, and thunder could be heard in his fists, which made him very mighty.
His body moved flexibly like a rock flying in the sky. The strong pressure didn't deter his actions. Finishing the exercise, he lifted his long staff again and began to practice with only his physical strength. Horrible explosions were heard again.
He didn't need to gather power for the 9 heavenly attacks. He only needed pure physical strength to wield the staff and control the rhythm. Without the gathering of power, every move was exhausting to Yi Futian. He needed stronger power. With the extremely heavy staff in hand, it was very difficult for him to practice, especially in the training field. However, Yi Futian practiced repeatedly. Sometimes he was forced to stop and there would be a huge explosion in the air. People constantly looked at him.
Every blow Yi Futian managed to slash out made him stronger. An invisible power was growing stronger and stronger in a horrible way. While he kept practicing with his staff, some dreadful crackling sounds came from his body. The dragon's roar and thunder became more and more sonorous.
His blood seemed to boil crazily in veins. Finally, the sky was shaken by another blow. A stronger momentum appeared above him. His martial arts entered another level, the 8th level Dharma plane. He glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng was looking up at the statues in the midair.
A few days ago, Yusheng had made a breakthrough. Observing those statues could help strengthen mentality. This was what Yi Futian taught Yusheng. This training field was the perfect place for martial cultivators to cultivate. What Mountain Elder Zhongsu mastered in was martial arts. But Yi Futian could also practice spiritual energy by virtue of those statues here. Yi Futian put down the stone staff. Staring at those statues, he began to meditate, which made those statues clearer to him. Suddenly, those statues seemed to come to life. Their faces loomed and an extremely might came down to oppress his mentality. Yi Futian looked very calm. He kept staring at those statues, resisting the might with his mentality. Soon, some sweat oozed on his forehead. The mental deterrence was more painful than physical impediment.
Yi Futian needed to take a break from time to time. After that, he would practice martial arts again. Finally, after some days, Yi Futian, sitting in the valley, had a breakthrough mentally. Both his martial arts and sorcery entered the 8th level Dharma plane.
He was getting closer and closer to the Arcana plane. When he was cultivating in Qizhou City, the Arcana plane used to be a legend to him. Yi Futian stood up and stepped forward with the staff in his hand. He looked up at the edges of the valley and announced loudly, "Anyone of the lower Arcana plane would like to have a battle? I am waiting here." His voice could be heard throughout the whole training field. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. Was he finally going to accept the challenges? 2 months ago, Yi Futian defeated Xia Hochu. After that, everyone wanted to challenge him. At this time, he was still in the Dharma plane but wanted to challenge cultivators in the lower Arcana plane? Yi Futian was so audacious. The lower Arcana plane included levels from the first to the third. In the sky, a man stood proudly and looked at Yi Futian, walked to above the gorge, attracting everyone's attention with his burly body. His short hair made him look very vigorous. He was Mo Bei, a strong cultivator in the second-level Arcana plane. Senior brother Mo, many people exclaimed. Mo Bei was an excellent disciple of Mount Chong. He swooped to the ground with a shocking oppressive force. Yi Futian looked up at the comber and felt extreme pressure as if it was a mountain coming to him instead of a person. Boom! White light dazzled. Mo Bei's legs trampled down like 2 towering mountains, seeming to crush everything beneath his feet. Yi Futian raised his head. His long staff began to spin. The might grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a horrible windstorm formed, seemingly because of the spinning staff. The hideous might pervaded the space. Spirit in the natural world all gathered here. Yi Futian clutched the staff and slashed at the descending Mo Bei. For an instant, the long staff spun and soared like a dragon, while Mo Bei was like a noble statue, treading and crushing everything. When the two collided, a sonorous explosion sound was heard everywhere. Mountains broke down and stones exploded. Mo Bei's body was thrown up high in the sky, faster than how he had come. He spat out a mouthful blood in the air and then fell down like a parachute. Somebody flew out to carry the badly hurt man. Mo Bei spat out more blood and his face was very pale. This frightened people trembled. They didn't expect Mo Bei, who descended with such extreme oppressive force, would be defeated so miserably. Who else? Yi Futian erected his staff by his side and looked up at those people like a king. The might in the valley remained still, but Yi Futian was not disturbed at all. He had been practicing physical strength in the training field. His physique had become very strong. His long staff weighed several tons. Every blow he slashed out gathered all the power. People could imagine how strong he was. In this bout, Yi Futian in the 8th level Dharma plane defeated Mo Bei, a strong cultivator of the 2nd Arcana plane, so easily. Mo Bei was hit squarely by Yi Futian's staff. How could he bear it? Yi Futian's voice rang throughout the gorge, threatening all the cultivators. They all stared at that handsome figure. The disciples cultivating on the Mount Chong were very indignant. This was their place, but Yi Futian made it his own stage. However, Mo Bei was defeated. Very few people in the lower Arcana plane here could defeat Yi Futian. Right at this time, a straight-backed figure descended. With an explosive sound, the whole training field shook. All the spectators trembled too. They looked down at the valley and saw a large figure standing there like a giant. Looking at the figure, Yi Futian was greatly surprised. He had never seen anyone with a larger body than this man. Yushang was burly enough, but this man was even taller than Yushang. He was covered in muscles and stood there like a mountain. Tu Ling is going to fight? People were all amazed by this scene. They turned to a young spectator who folded his hands behind. The young man was the direct disciple of mountain elder Zhongsu, Zhong Lihen, who was the number 1 among those disciples on Mount Chong. He was in the noble plane, was very talented. Tu Ling was the disciple of mountain elder Zhongsu too, but he only followed Zhong Lihen's order. Obviously, Tu Ling's appearance was arranged by him. Zhong Lihen stood there with his hands folded behind. He knew how strong Tu Ling was. He had the strongest physical strength on Mount Chong. Yi Futian challenged the status of Mount Chong. Zhong Lihen believed that Tu Ling was going to let others know how powerful the Mount Chong was. Tu Ling's large body made him look like a muscle mountain. He went aside to fetch a very hideous stone hammer, then treaded toward Yi Futian. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He began to run quickly with his large body. Every step he made shook the valley. Yi Futian felt a fierce pressure from the rival. He wielded his staff again and his body spun. A stunning hit was prepared for Tu Ling. Tu Ling pounded Yi Futian's long staff with his stone hammer. The hammer and staff collided. Bang! A sonorous sound was heard everywhere. Yi Futian was forced back.
He twirled his staff again, wanting to collect strength, but Tu Ling came up with another pound. With a loud sound, Yi Futian's body was thrown away. The long staff supported him so that he didn't fall down. Third level Arcana Plane, you have an inborn strength. Yi Futian looked at Tu Ling. He was a monster like Yu Shang. Bang bang. Tu Ling treaded toward him step by step. Yi Futian stood up. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. It was Yu Shang. With a long lance in hand, Yu Shang descended like a demon and rushed toward Tu Ling. Tu Ling clutched his hammer with both hands and smashed down heavily. Yu Shang was instantly thrown away by the strong force. Such explosive strength. Yi Futian stared at the rival. Tu Ling stood there like one of those statues in the sky. He had an innate large body and power. Tu Ling was much stronger than Luo Julin. People above the valley were watching this battle. They were not surprised. If someone in the Arcana Plane could defeat Yi Futian, it must be Tu Ling. Mountain Elder Zhong Su once said that Tu Ling's strength was stronger than anyone else he had ever seen. However, Tu Ling was not very smart. Bang! Tu Ling stepped toward Yi Futian again. Looking at that large body, Yi Futian yelled, "Hey, big guy!" Tu Ling stopped walking, but his face grew fiercer, as if he was going to swallow Yi Futian up. "Your strength is not bad. What's your name?" Tu Ling glared and treaded toward him. His every step shook the ground. Another pound by the hammer came, but Yi Futian escaped. He sprang up into the sky and stared at the big guy. Tu Ling looked up at Yi Futian. His eyes told of his extreme anger. Another attack was sent out. Yi Futian kept evading the attacks. He didn't intend to confront Tu Ling directly. People became curious. It was a very smart choice to not fight directly. There was a huge difference in level between Tu Ling and him. Even if they were in the same plane, Tu Ling's strength was incomparable. "What a tough guy!" Yi Futian exclaimed, seeing Tu Ling glaring at him. "Dodge? Is that all you can do?" Tu Ling spoke in his deep voice. "In a battle, strength is not everything. I have hundreds of ways to defeat you, but I appreciate your strength, so I don't want to hurt you." Yi Futian had encountered many other talents, but Tu Ling was the first one he had met whose strength could be compared with Yu Shang's. People were made speechless by his words. Yi Futian was forced to dodge in such an embarrassing way. How dare he say something ridiculous like this? Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian with his big eyes. He jumped up and wielded his hammer at Yi Futian. Swathed by a gust of spiritual qi, Yi Futian stepped forward. In an instant, multiple illusory figures appeared around him. Tu Ling's hammer hit those illusory figures. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a long staff slashed down on him. Tu Ling roared and turned around. He threw his hammer out again, but all he saw were multiple layers of Yi Futian's illusory figures. Bang, bang, bang. Within a short period of time, Tu Ling was hit more than 10 times. He fell down on the ground but wasn't wounded. He glared at that figure in the air. "You just can't hurt me." Tu Ling stared at Yi Futian maliciously. "Try this." Yi Futian's body spun and rose up above the valley. He came down to those stone statues and danced in the air. For a moment, the power and pressure contained in those statues were gathered by his waving staff and converged to his body, making him stronger and stronger. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked down at Tu Ling beneath. Then his body rushed down at Tu Ling with lightning speed. Seeing the figure falling from the sky, Tu Ling felt like those statues were alive. The statue's deterrent force entered Yi Futian's body, making him look like a god descending from the sky. The heavy staff, 1,000 times heavier by the gravity spell, chopped down. The air shrieked and a line of light appeared in the air. Feeling the strong power, Tu Ling trembled a little. He roared with anger and wielded his hammer toward the sky. Bang! There was a loud collision. Tu Ling's hammer was cleaved. He closed eyes. The earth was shaking, but he didn't get hurt. He opened his eyes and found that the long staff had brushed past his shoulder. Yi Futian ascended into the sky and smiled. "You are strong, but you can't win with only strength. This is your fatal weakness. Keep working." Then he turned to Yushin and said, "Let's go." Yuxing also flew up and went with Yi Futian. Lulan Shui had already left. Around the training field, many people still looked at that fading figure with some surprise. His last blow seemingly borrowed the deterrent force from those statues above the valley and was very formidable. If Tu Ling really got hit, he would very possibly have died. When Yi Futian and Yu Shang returned the cottage, it happened to be lunchtime. Lulan Shui prepared the table diligently.
Yi Futian wasn't used to this. Junior Yi, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu are your good friends, right? Luo Fan asked. Yi Futian was confused about his question but nodded and said, yes, we are very good friends. Things in the Eastern Barren Territory are a little bit different now. Recently, the Qin dynasty has been very active, Luo Fan continued. Yi Futian felt something ominous and asked, is there anything to do with Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu? After returning from the Nanda Nation, Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan directly went to the Dongqing College for cultivation. Her romantic relationship with Qin Li is said to be confirmed. Besides, the Qin dynasty also established diplomatic relations with the Royal Shen Temple and the Fuyun Sword Clan. The two forces all have sent some disciples to Dongqing College for cultivation. Luo Fan continued slowly. When the Dongqing College was found, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan persuaded many forces' disciples to cultivate there. It is very popular now. Not long ago, the Qin dynasty claimed that they would go to the Lu kingdom for a marriage proposal. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the Qin emperor, will marry Lu Qinyu, the princess of Lu kingdom. Yi Futian's hand with chopsticks froze. His eyes turned cold. The Qin dynasty was really officious. What do they want? Yi Futian asked coldly. They hadn't mentioned the marriage to the Lu kingdom officially. How could they just directly claim to the public this news before the Lu kingdom made its response? Obviously, they want to dominate the Eastern Barren Territory, Shui Yi responded. The Qin dynasty has always regarded the college as the biggest rivalry. That means they think the college will be the biggest obstruction for Emperor Qin to dominate the territory. They once invited the college and the cottage. If the college and the cottage had agreed, the three top forces could absolutely dominate the Eastern Barren Territory. But we rejected, so they hurried to join hands with other forces so the college and the cottage would be isolated and easier to be defeated. Luo Fan continued. The Qin dynasty finally revealed their true purpose. Will the king of the Lu kingdom agree with the marriage? Yi Futian asked. We have no idea. Luo Fan and Shui Yi shook their heads. Couldn't be so easy. Yi Futian's good mood was disturbed by this news. One reason was the romantic relationship between Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. Besides, he wouldn't be willing to see Lu Qinyu marry someone from the Qin dynasty. However, from his stance, it seemed that it was none of his business. The cottage had no reason to stop this either. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were indeed his good friends. They were the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom, but they couldn't decide Lu Qinyu's marriage. Yi Futian didn't want to continue lunch anymore. It was not only the college, but all of Eastern Barren Territory heard about the news, causing a sensation. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory especially knew that Yi Futian and Lu Qinyu were very close. The Lu kingdom even allowed Yi Futian's group to ride its rock when visiting the Nanda nation. Therefore, when the Qin dynasty announced its future relationship with the Lu kingdom, everyone was surprised. A few days later, the Qin dynasty announced the exact date they would go to the Lu kingdom for the proposal. The news rattled the Eastern Barren Territory again. In the courtyard, the Lu kingdom's imperial palace, a middle-aged figure in a dragon robe sat silently, resting his eyes. Soon, two figures walked to the sitting figure and bowed. Father. The two were Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. What's the matter? Emperor Lu asked with his eyes closed. Father, the Qin dynasty is very treacherous. We can't let them take Qinyu away, said Lu Feiyang. The Qin dynasty had announced the date and he was very worried. The Qin dynasty sent a secret ambassador to visit me. What I was told was that Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, wants to marry Qinyu. But Qinyu won't live in the Qin dynasty. Instead, Qin Yuan will come to our kingdom and live here. Where they lived could make things totally different. If Lu Qinyu went to the Qin dynasty, she was the hostage. Vice versa, if Qin Yuan lived in the Lu kingdom, he would be the hostage. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin, was very talented. His mother was Emperor Qin's favorite concubine. Everyone knew that Qin Yuan was the emperor's favorite son. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were also stunned by the news. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador here, and Qin Yuan was going to live here?
how treacherous Emperor Qin was. "Father, you agreed?" Lu Feiyang asked. "I neither agreed nor rejected them," Emperor Lu answered. "Father, even if Qinyu doesn't have to go to the Qin dynasty, but you know the Qin dynasty. Everyone knows their wild ambition. If the Qin dynasty manages to dominate the whole Eastern Barren territory, our kingdom will only be a nation in name. Even though the Qin dynasty is going to be the dominator, they still need someone to govern places," Emperor Lu said. "The Qin dynasty promised that no matter what, the Lu kingdom won't be replaced. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yuan is going to live here or not. The Lu kingdom and the Qin dynasty are allies. No need to worry." "Father, do you believe that?" Lu Feiyang asked.
"Is there any difference?" Emperor Lu opened his eyes and looked at his children. "Do you know why the Qin dynasty suddenly established the Dongqin College and revealed its ambition?" Lu Feiyang shook his head. "I heard that the Qin dynasty has found and opened the grave of the Qin dynasty's ancestors."
"You should know that the ancestors of the Qin dynasty used to be the dominator of the Eastern Barren territory. As a ruler of a kingdom, Emperor Lu needed to consider what would happen if he agreed to this marriage and what the aftermath would be if he said no. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador before announcing to the public. They respected him enough to let him choose between friend or foe." Lu Feiyang looked uncomfortable. He asked, "Father, are you willing to be subordinate to the Qin dynasty?"
"All the top forces know the Qin dynasty's true purpose. Why still choose to cooperate?" He couldn't understand all of this. "Feiyang, the world will be united after a long time of division and divided after a long time of solidarity. This is the inevitable rule. Once the balance breaks, the Eastern Barren territory will definitely be united by a power that could override any other forces." Emperor Lu sighed. Sometimes one could only conform to the trend. But there are the cottage and the college. Lu Feiyang didn't give up.
"You are too naive." Emperor Lu looked at his son and continued, "Do you know the cottage? Do you know what they want?" Lu Feiyang looked at his father without response. He did not know the cottage very well. He only knew that it was a miraculous place. The Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage, is famous enough for he is the founder of the Sword Saint Mountain, Emperor Lu said. Now, third disciple Gudong Lu is also known to all because of that battle. In Chaoga City, everyone witnessed the second disciple's ability. Let me ask you a question. If the second and third disciples of the cottage go out, will there be two more Sword Saint Mountains? Lu Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly found that his father saw a much bigger picture than he did. Moreover, the cottage has a fourth and fifth disciple as well as your good friend Yi Futian. You all know his talent now. When those people improve, no one in the whole Eastern Territory will be able to stop the cottage. Lu Feiyang was speechless. His father was telling the truth. But the cottage doesn't want to dominate anything. Lu Feiyang wasn't convinced yet. Indeed, the cottage doesn't want to be the dominator. But they want to build a different Eastern Barren territory, Emperor Lu murmured, looking up at the sky. Mr. Du of the Cottage is a strange man. Mr. Du of the Cottage was naturally a legendary man. Even if he really couldn't cultivate, as rumored, he was still a legendary man if he could build a place like the cottage. In the Eastern Barren territory, there were many rumors about him, but only very, very few truly knew him. His location was always mysterious. It was rumored that the disciples of the cottage often couldn't find him, let alone people of the other forces. As for what he wanted to do, Lu Feiyang didn't know. His father claimed that Mr. Du wanted to create a different Eastern Barren territory. This confused him more. The Qin dynasty is planning for the world and targeting the college and cottage, Emperor Lu said. Only they are the matches of the Qin dynasty. The Eastern Barren territory has come to a turn. Under this situation, the only thing we can do is choose an option. As the ruler of the Lu kingdom, these words may seem to underestimate him. However, he understood that the top forces all knew the region was about to change. They knew since the Dongqin College was established. Otherwise, the Donghua clan, Moon clan, Royal Xian Temple, Fuyun Sword clan, and other forces wouldn't go cultivate in the Dongqin College. The Qin dynasty had just given them a reason to choose it. Now, the Qin dynasty was giving the Lu kingdom a reason to choose them. If we must choose, I would rather choose the cottage. Lu Qinyu, who had stayed silent, looked to her father. Her pretty eyes were resolute.
The Qin dynasty's proposal was a catastrophe for her. Emperor Lu gazed at his daughter. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had always been the two children he loved. He didn't want to hurt Lu Qinyu, but she didn't seem to understand him. There was a clear difference between the Qin dynasty and cottage. The Qin dynasty created the Dongqing College, targeted Yifutian, married the Moon Clan, used the conflict between the cottage and Royal Shen Temple to get close to the latter, and used the rivalry between the Sword Saint and the Fuyun Sword Clan to ally with the latter. Now, it was proposing to the Lu Kingdom. They would use any tactic to achieve their goal, that was the Qin dynasty. The cottage was just and moral. If they chose the Qin dynasty, the cottage wouldn't do anything to them unless provoked. But would the Qin dynasty just give up if they chose the cottage? Furthermore, the cottage didn't even think of allying with other forces. He didn't know what the consequences for rejecting the Qin dynasty would be. Qinyu, do you have feelings for someone else? Emperor Lu asked. Lu Qinyu looked up, her dark eyes gazing at her father. After a pause, a figure appeared in her mind. Did she like him? She couldn't help but think of many memories. They first met in the ancient barren world. Yifutian had forced them to be together. It had been like that every time after that, and she gradually got used to it like it was the norm. She thought of the Kangyi kingdom. The two had strolled by the river, the sky filled with fireworks. That scene had been too beautiful. If she married into the Qin dynasty, married their youngest prince, Qin Yuan. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled. She understood her heart. The figure that had somehow been planted into her mind was the one she liked. Yes. Lu Qinyu nodded. Yifutian of the cottage? Emperor Lu asked. I heard that his girlfriend is Hua Jiyu from the Moon Clan. Clearly, Emperor Lu had mistaken Lu Qinyu's lover for Yifutian. After all, he'd heard that Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu often hung out with Yifutian. He was also so extraordinary. Compared to him, Yi Wuqian was more subtle. This was why Emperor Lu would misunderstand. No. Lu Qinyu shook her head. No. Emperor Lu was surprised. Who is it? Lu Qinyu lowered her head and didn't reply. She could sense from her father's words that the Lu kingdom bore great pressure for this proposal. If the cottage wanted to fight, they might be able to fight against the Qin dynasty. But Yi Wuqian wasn't a disciple of the cottage. He cultivated in the Fuyun Sword Clan but couldn't even represent them. He was only a swordsman of the 7th summit. How would her father choose now? Seeing Lu Qinyu's expression, Emperor Lu sighed inwardly. In that case, I will send out invitations for all young prides to come to our kingdom. They will be here for the Qin dynasty's marriage proposal. Lu Qinyu froze. She vaguely understood her father's intentions. The Lu kingdom quickly sent invitations to all top forces, inviting their strong cultivators to come visit. Many people didn't understand. Was he planning on accepting or refusing? But no matter what, they were willing to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. This event would cause a stir. Once the marriage was successful, the Qin dynasty's force would be even more terrible, taking up half of the eastern barren territory. At the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Yi Wuqian was anxious. He couldn't calm his mind and his cultivation was affected. He knew about the Qin dynasty's proposal. Every top force was talking about it. He would know about even if he didn't want to. Some people from the 1st summit purposely leaked the information to the 7th summit. They'd personally seen that Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuqian was close. Li Daoyun, who had liked Lu Qinyu, had also died in Yi Wuqian's hands. Many of the 1st summit guessed that this was one of the reasons why Yi Wuqian killed Li Daoyun. At this moment, Yi Wuqian stood alone on the summit, gazing at the sea of clouds. Footsteps sounded behind him. Swordsman, the Comer said. The Lu kingdom has sent invitations for everyone to visit the Lu kingdom. Yi Wuqian turned to look. It was the man he'd ordered to pay attention to the Lu kingdom's news. Other than that, the Lu kingdom also sent a letter. The man walked over to hand the letter to Yi Wuqian. It was marked to be only for the eyes of Yi Wuqian of the Fuyun Sword Clan's 7th summit. The handwriting was elegant, as if written by a girl. Yi Wuqian ripped it open and took out the piece of paper inside. The writing on the white paper was the same elegant font. Can you come? They were 3 very simple words. After seeing it, Yi Wuqian folded the letter and put it away. He gazed at the sea of clouds, a smile in his eyes. These 3 words expressed her feelings. He understood. Since he understood, he would go. In the cottage, Yifutian also received the message from the Lu kingdom and thought that Wuxian would probably go. Yifutian and Yushin rode the Black Wind Eagle down the mountain. Second senior sister had Lulan Shui follow. They first went to the Guqin Gardens and then brought Silver One towards the Lu kingdom. The kingdom was in the east of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were two top forces here, the Lu kingdom and the Fuyun Sword Clan. The vast kingdom controlled boundless land, and its control of their territory was stronger than all except the Qin dynasty. However, what decided a top force's strength wasn't their control of the territory. Instead, it was the strength of those at the tip of the pyramid. Why could the 8 disciples of the cottage shake the entire Eastern Barren Territory? It was because they had a few extremely powerful disciples. The imperial city of the Lu kingdom instantly grew lively. Strong cultivators of the top forces all arrived. Those from all over the Lu kingdom also gathered in the imperial city to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. Yifutian's group didn't head to the palace immediately after arriving. Instead, they went to a restaurant for a meal. All sorts of people frequented restaurants and were great places to get news. Right now, the restaurant they were in had many people discussing the proposal. I heard the Qin Yuan of the Qin dynasty came early yesterday. Is it true? Of course. Not only is he here, but Princess Qin Mamrua, Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qin Li, and many others also came as well. After Qin Yuan arrived yesterday, he visited 8 lords in the palace in one day. He's very mannered. It seems that the Qin dynasty has put much consideration into this. There is news today that Lord Kong is very satisfied with Qin Yuan, even praising him that he's like a dragon. He clearly approves of the wedding. Qin Yuan is the son of Emperor Qin and his beloved concubine Nan. Concubine Nan is a famous beauty of the Qin dynasty. Apparently, Qin Yuan inherited the good points of his parents. He's extremely handsome and extraordinary in every aspect. If the Qin dynasty is genuine, Princess Qinyu will not be disappointed. While everyone discussed, many people gazed unconsciously at Yifutian, Lulan Shui, and the others. There was no reason other than that Yifutian was a pretty boy and Lulan Shui, with her silver hair and eyes, was an icy beauty. They were both rare species. Yifutian made a face. What were they looking at him for? Maybe you were the Prince of Qin, someone asked jokingly. Do you think I look like him? Yifutian asked in reply. Haha, no. If you were the prince, I would see the others as well. Even though you have a nice temperament, something seems to be lacking. Indeed, he is lacking a royal aura. Someone joked. I'm just kidding. Please do not feel offended. You two can't be compared. He thought that Yifutian wouldn't feel offended to be compared to Qin Yuan. Indeed, they cannot be compared. Qin isn't qualified, a cold voice said. It was Yu Shang. As soon as he spoke, the entire restaurant quieted down, everyone looking at him. Qin isn't qualified? This guy really dared to speak his mind. Since he had the courage, he must be powerful. Could this group be from another top force? But even a top force couldn't dare to say Qin Yuan wasn't qualified to be compared to them, right? Yifutian shot a look at Yu Shang. With his temper, they couldn't stay in the restaurant anymore. Let's go. Yifutian rose and turned to leave. Who are you? You sound too confident, a voice called. Yifutian stopped at the door. I feel quite insulted to be compared to those lowly people from the Qin dynasty. Countless gazes fell on Yifutian's back. Even if he was from a top force, he was being too disrespectful by calling the Qin dynasty lowly in public, right? Thinking of what had happened at Chaoga City, they were close to figuring out this youth's identity. In the Eastern Barren Territory, only disciples from one place could be so arrogant and think that the Qin dynasty didn't qualify to be compared to them. It was the cottage, of course. And other than Yifutian, which other young disciple came down from the mountain? I didn't think I would be able to meet the 8th disciple of the cottage while drinking here today, someone said, putting their hands up to greet him. The cottage and Qin dynasty has always been at odds. Mr. He's exaggerating a bit by calling all of the Qin dynasty as lowly, someone else said. When Qin Yuan entered the imperial city, he was extremely mannered and visited the lords. Many lords had great impressions of him and praised him. How can he be lowly? His voice was calm. Since he knew who Yifutian was, he wouldn't be too impolite. He just wanted to hear Yifutian explain his comment on the Qin dynasty. Did he like Princess Lu Qinyu too?
Qin Mengrua of the Qin dynasty has married below her rank to the Donghua clan, Yi Futian said indifferently. Qin Li, the grandson of the emperor, is also pursuing Chu Yaoyao. Now, Qin Yuan is proposing to the Lu kingdom.
Do they want to have marriage alliances with all of the Eastern Barren territory? Qin Yuan does not know Lu Qinyu at all but made such a commotion. Has anyone thought of how Lu Qinyu will feel?
Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? Yi Futian's voice turned cold. If these actions aren't lowly, then how would you describe them? With that, he began walking out of the restaurant.
Clearly, he was upset with this marriage. He would do his best to destroy it. The people who heard him were shocked. Everyone knew how powerful the Qin dynasty was. Thus, the people of the Lu kingdom were happy to see the alliance between the two parties. However, they also knew a bit about the Qin dynasty's ambition. Hearing Yi Futian's words, other ideas appeared in their minds. Indeed, the Qin dynasty was being too active recently, allying with each force. It was clear what they were planning.
Of course, they were more shocked by the last sentence. Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? This phrase was accusatory. Who of the lords Qin Yuan visited would dare to support him now?
Were they thinking of betraying?
The cottage disciples were indeed extraordinarily talented. Their words were sharp as well. What happened at the restaurant quickly spread throughout the palace. Many people were shocked that Yi Futian had arrived in the imperial city and publicly disapproved of the marriage.
They didn't know if this was the cottage's attitude or Yi Futian's own. Yi Futian had publicly called the Qin dynasty lowly. He'd offended them and the people wondered how the Qin dynasty would react. Something else was strange. Lord Kong had praised Qin Yuan to be like a dragon.
He clearly supported the marriage. But with Yi Futian's words, he felt ashamed now. The other lords didn't dare speak up for Qin Yuan anymore. However, this didn't seem to affect Qin Yuan. News quickly spread that he continued to visit the lords. Someone asked him why. Qin Yuan claimed that the descendants of the Qin dynasty were mannered and cultured. When asked about his thoughts on Yi Futian's words, he said that he wouldn't speak about someone behind their back. Many complimented Qin Yuan's reply for being classy. Others thought that he was virtually fighting with Yi Futian. Yi Futian suspected Qin Yuan's actions, while he just said he was visiting the lords out of politeness. Yi Futian called the Qin dynasty lowly, while Qin Yuan said he wouldn't speak behind Yi Futian's back. Many in the Lu kingdom praised his perfect response. Lord Kong stepped out again, claiming that he'd met Qin Yuan, won over by his classiness. He thought highly of the junior but nothing else. As for the comments of lowly people, he didn't care. Yi Futian seemed to have lost in this virtual fight. Of course, some also turned up their noses at Qin Yuan's response. When Yi Futian had only been famous in the ancient barren world, Qin Li had publicly commented on him. The Dongqin College hadn't been established at that time. Yi Futian and the Qin dynasty hadn't had any conflicts either. Now that Qin Yuan was claiming that he wouldn't speak about others behind their backs to show the classiness of the Qin dynasty, it was a bit not genuine. This made people suspect that Yi Futian would also pursue Lu Qinyu. But Yi Futian had a girlfriend who was rumored to be cultivating at the Moon Clan. If he pursued Lu Qinyu now, would Emperor Lu agree? Yi Futian ignored all the talk about him. He'd experienced the fakeness of the Qin dynasty long ago. After learning that a disciple from the Royal Shen Temple entered the Dongqin College to cultivate, he began suspecting that the Qin dynasty had taken part in the assassination at Chaoga City. Second senior sister had arrived and destroyed the gate of the Dongqin College. Why would the Qin dynasty swallow everything and cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit? Were they truly so weak? Looking at the entire plan, it seemed that the Qin dynasty was ruling over the entire world already. Qin Yuan had displayed a great demeanor, but he'd also learned the pretense of the Qin dynasty. Of course, Yi Futian didn't reply indirectly again. There was no need. He'd already expressed his attitude. Lu Feiyang came to the inn Yi Futian was staying at. How are things? Yi Futian asked after seeing Lu Feiyang. Furrowing his brows, Lu Feiyang shook his head. He wasn't clear either. What is Emperor Lu's attitude? Yi Futian asked. The one who could truly decide this was still Lu Feiyang's father.
Before Qin Yuan came, the Qin dynasty already sent a secret ambassador to see my father, Lu Feiyang said. He said that Qin Yuan would marry into the Lu kingdom. No matter what happens in the future, the Lu kingdom's status won't change. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It turned out that the Qin dynasty had already planned everything. This proposal carries a lot of weight, Lu Feiyang said. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that since Lu Feiyang was here, he really placed great importance on friendships and disapproved of this. He wasn't thinking from the perspective of the Lu kingdom's interest. They were friends, but it would be understandable if Lu Feiyang, as a prince of the Lu kingdom, cut off all ties with him. What level is the Lu kingdom's power? Yi Futian asked. It wasn't really his place to ask, but he did so anyway. Lu Feiyang understood him, of course. According to my father, the Qin dynasty might have found and activated their ancestors' tombs. My father estimates that there is a great difference in power. Of all the top forces, only the three in the center were the strongest: the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The others were all a bit weaker. If the Qin dynasty reactivated the ancestors' tombs, it would be terrifying. Yi Futian's brows knitted. One's power determined one's confidence. If the Lu kingdom didn't fear the Qin dynasty's power, they could do as they wished. Qinyu revealed to me that she has feelings for Wuxian. This would have been great news in the past, but now, Lu Feiyang said. If Wuxian had your status, he could fight for her. But he's only a swordsman from the 7th summit of the Fuyun sword clan. Disciples from the 1st summit have gone to cultivate at the Dongqing College. It's highly possible that they will become allies. Under this situation, it is difficult for Wuxian to compete with Qin Yuan. I'm a bit worried. He didn't feel good about this. He didn't expect the Qin dynasty would propose so suddenly. Ever since Qin Yu was given the title of crown prince, the Qin dynasty started taking huge strides forward. They were becoming more and more powerful. The Lu kingdom was under great pressure, and he feared his father would choose to sacrifice Lu Qinyu. I hope His Majesty won't agree, Yi Futian murmured. This was the Lu kingdom's matters. He couldn't interfere and could only try his best. In the beginning, he jokingly pushed Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuxian together. If they really had mutual feelings, he couldn't just sit and watch Lu Qinyu marry Qin Yuan. People from the various top forces gradually arrived at the imperial city. The Qin dynasty had visited all the important figures and expressed their attitude. Finally, the day of the marriage proposal was here. Today, guards stood in order outside a place inside the palace. A group came from afar on the golden road outside the palace. The person at the front wore a golden robe. His long hair was tied up. He had handsome features and a pair of bright eyes. He had a slight smile and looked really mesmerizing. Indeed, he could be a flower boy. This was Qin Yuan, youngest son of Emperor Qin. Today, he was the star. Beside him were Qin Mamrua, Qian Shanmo, Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, and the others. They were all extraordinary, while the girls were even more beautiful. Two of the three beauties appeared together. This group also signified something else. Qian Shanmo and Chu Yaoyao were respectively from the Donghua clan and Moon clan. Appearing with Qin Yuan, this added more to the proposal. Qian Shanmu was obvious. The Donghua clan had already announced to ally with the Qin dynasty. But was Chu Yaoyao here as Qin Li's girlfriend or the virgin of the Moon clan? Another group flew over quickly and landed outside the palace. In the distance, a group of swordsmen came in the air with whistling sword aura. They also landed near the palace. In the distant crowd, many people walked towards the palace. They were all from the top forces of the Eastern Barren territory and had all arrived. Emperor Lu had invited people from all over for the proposal. They naturally wouldn't miss this event. This could very possibly show the direction of the Eastern Barren territory's future. Yi Futian had arrived. A line of swordsmen descended beside him. It was Yi Wuxian's group. You are here. Yi Futian smiled at Yi Wuxian. Yi Wuxian nodded slightly with a comparatively serious look. He looked at the palace behind, having no idea about how his story would end. What if he couldn't make it? The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty in front of them stopped and turned to Yi Futian's group, seeming to wait for them. Yi Futian and Yi Wuxian's eyes fell upon one among this group. It was a very handsome guy they had never met before. He must be the groom in this proposal, Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin. Qin Yuan was as young as little Princess Qin Mamrua and Qin Li, the grandson of Emperor Qin. While observing Yu Futian and Yi Wuchen, Qin Yuan smiled at Yu Futian and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Qin Yuan. I heard your name a lot, Yi Futian." "Really?" Yi Futian smiled too and said, "But I don't know you." A few days ago, the two had had a fierce conversation in the air. Now Qin Yuan could still smile and greet Yi Futian in a typical Qin dynasty style. He was really hypocritical. In all of Eastern Barren territory, the Qin dynasty was the one that wanted to eliminate the cottage the most. "Never mind, we know each other now. We can communicate more." Qin Yuan still smiled. "I am not interested in that." Yi Futian moved forward. Seeing Yi Futian's group walking away, Qin Yuan smiled. Was that the cottage style? Qin Li's eyes flickered. It would not be so easy for Yi Futian to stop this marriage. "Let's go." The people of the Qin dynasty moved forward too. The guards guarding the palace gate backed aside, letting them in. All forces were guided forward in the mighty palace. Coming to the golden stairs before the imperial palace, they walked up step by step and saw a golden dragon-shaped path leading to the throne. Many people were waiting there. They were all the Lu Kingdom's important men. It was the Qin dynasty's proposal day. The Lu Kingdom invited all forces to be the guests. The Lu Kingdom's nobilities would naturally attend. There was a slope in the front decorated with a painting of a dancing golden dragon in the center. Besides the slope were stairs leading to the golden throne above. Obviously, this was where Emperor Lu was going to sit later. He was not here at this time. Lu Kingdom's nobilities all looked at the coming guests. Except for those guards, most were famous among the young generation. They discussed with smiles. "It is good to see so many young talents of the Eastern Barren territory," a magnate said and smiled. "Those young talents here must be the future of the Eastern Barren territory." They chatted casually while observing. The most eye-catching people should be Qin Yuan's group. They were very outstanding, including Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qin Mengrua, Chen Shanmu, as well as Chu Yaoyao. Everyone in this group could be seen as a top talent among the young generation. Some people were looking at Yi Futian's group, guessing which force they came from. Soon, they roughly knew the answer by judging their appearances and auras. Some eyes fell upon Yi Futian. They knew who he was. Beside this handsome and decorous youth was another bulky man. Obviously, it could only be Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The one-armed swordsman by his side should be Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Fuyun sword clan. The woman with silver hair and eyes must be the one from ancient Lulan who was sent to the cottage. Ancient Lulan showed their ambition in occupying a place in the Eastern Barren territory too. Yi Futian was their bet in this gamble. At this moment, Qin Yuan came up to bow toward those nobilities in a very humble manner. Many of the noble elders all responded with smiles and praised the humbleness of the Qin dynasty's prince. "If the Qin dynasty's prince and our princess are going to marry each other, it will be a very romantic story," said someone. People pretended not to hear this man's public approval of the marriage. They kept chatting and laughing. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen looked at those people with indifference. It seemed that Qin Yuan's effort in visiting around these days helped him a lot. No one knew what the conversations between Qin Yuan and those noblemen were about, but it seemed that they were getting along very well with each other. As for Yi Wuchen, he was neither good at social kind of things, nor was he as hypocritical as the Qin dynasty. Qin Li's group stood near Yi Futian. Qin Li looked at him and smiled. "Brother Yi, I heard that you have some complaints about our proposal. Why did you defame us?" "Defame?" Yi Futian stared at Qin Li. He did say that the Qin dynasty was vile, but was that defamation? Qin Li knew what Yi Futian meant. He kept smiling and said, "The cottage and the Qin dynasty are at odds, so I understand your complaint. Brother Yi, I heard that you and Princess Chenyu are good friends. My uncle is here for the proposal. Shouldn't you be happy for her?" "Yes, we are good friends. That's why I won't let her marry a hypocrite," Yi Futian responded coldly. "You played the mutual affection thing. It's your business, but don't play that trick on others. By the way, don't call me Brother Yi. I am not your brother." Obviously, he was alluding to Qin Li's affair with Chu Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao glanced at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She was still mild and charming. Qin Li sneered. "Let's wait and see.
I am sure Emperor Lu won't refuse such a good proposal. Lord Yi. At this moment, someone laughed charmingly. Yi Futian turned around and saw the witch Gu Biyue and her brother Gu Zhiqiu coming together with some strong cultivators from the witch clan. Long time no see.
Lord Yi has another beauty around. Gu Biyue looked at Lulan Shui with a smile. She had met Lulan Shui in the ancient barren world. Do you want to join us? Yi Futian laughed. I'd like to, but my brother won't allow me. I'll have to wait for another chance to serve you. Gu Biyue smirked at Gu Zhiqiu behind her. Gu Zhiqiu and Yi Futian glanced at each other quickly and looked away. Yi Futian didn't care about Gu Zhiqiu's warning. Gu Zhiqiu had done nothing to him either. Besides the Witch Clan, the Ji family, Royal Shen Temple, and Fuyun Sword Clan all came. Many other forces could be seen here too, except the most distant Sword Saint Mountain and the Qianxiu Temple. As for the Moon Clan, only Chu Yaoyao came. The Royal Xian Temple and Fuyun Sword Clan were the closest to the Qin dynasty. At this time, a dignified figure appeared above the slope, followed by Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. Looking at the crowd, Lu Qinyu saw Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen. Her beautiful dark eyes were seemingly full of vexation. Your Majesty. All the noble men bowed. Qin Yuan's group walked forward and bowed. Your Majesty. We are Qin Yuan, Qin Li and Qin Mengrua from the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty. I am Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan. People constantly bowed and introduced themselves. Yi Futian did too. He noticed that when bowed, Chu Yaoyao introduced herself directly without mentioning the Moon Clan. You are all guests from afar. Thank you for coming, Emperor Lu said with a smile, looking at the people. Qin Yuan took a step forward and bowed again with a smile. He raised his head and showed his handsome face to Emperor Lu. Before Qin Yuan could say anything, a figure stepped forward, stopped before him, and said to Emperor Lu, Your Majesty, I am Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. I've always had a strong admiration for Lu Qinyu, the princess. Today, I come to the Lu Kingdom to ask for your permission for our marriage. Qin Yuan was supposed to say the same thing, but he had to keep silent now. He raised his head and looked at Yi Wuchen before him. How could Yi Wuchen make the first proposal? People fell silent. Lu Qinyu stared at that one-armed figure in white standing straight proudly below the stairs. His tone was so determined. Her eyes turned a little red and she smiled lightly. Her feelings were obvious to all. He came in such a direct way. She saw his backbone. How many people in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to contend with the Qin dynasty? She knew what kind of pressure Yi Wuchen was facing. Emperor Lu was looking at Yi Wuchen too. He glanced at Lu Qinyu and immediately figured out that it was him. Yi Wuchen was wearing all white. One of his sleeves hung down loosely, clearly he had only one arm. But when he made the proposal, his eyes were determined and his body stood straight, proud as a sword. His arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun, but Li Daoyun had been killed by his sword. The emperor appreciated Yi Wuchen's spirit a lot. If it was in the past, he would have agreed to his proposal, but Yi Wuchen's rival was Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty. Yi Wuchen, is this deliberate? Qin Li suddenly questioned. The silence was disturbed. He said coldly, we announced today's proposal many days ago. And now, what are you doing? What do you mean? Qin Yuan bowed toward the emperor too and said, Your Majesty, I am Qin Yuan. I have admired Princess Qinyu for a long time. Today, I come to ask your permission for our marriage. What lies? Yi Futian said coldly. How many times have you met Qinyu? How many conversations have you had with her? Admired her for a long time? How? Yi Wuchen and I knew Qinyu long ago. We were always together when we were in Chaoga City. Don't tell me that the Qin dynasty knows nothing about the affection between Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu. Naturally, we come to propose. Who's the one making trouble now? Yi Futian continued, I heard that the Qin dynasty's little prince, Qin Yuan, is very noble. A noble gentleman will not do such a lowly thing like robbing others' love. Am I right? It was not appropriate for Yi Wuchen to say this, so Yi Futian would say it for him.